Welcome to the social sound check. Raise your voice and reconnect from every stream. Sounds ignite. We test, we break, we build it right. Tuesday lights up every feed. Voices meet where ideals lead, from Substack streams to global calls. Creation echoes through the halls. We test, we tweak, we mix, we mend, and every tone becomes a friend. Welcome to the social sound check. Raise your voice and reconnect from every stream. Sounds ignite. We test, we break, we build it right. Across the wires, across the seas, new gear hums and ideas speak free. AI sparks and analog dreams, colliding beats and feedback streams. No cameras roll, just waves and will, where sound is art and learning thrills. We tune imagination wide, from whispered thought to amplified. Together let the moments grow, integration and audio flow. Welcome to the social sound check. Raise your voice and reconnect from every streamer. Sounds ignite. We test, we break, we build it right. Welcome to the social sound check. Raise your voice and reconnect from every streamer. Sounds ignite. We test, we break, we build it right.
Well, hello. Hello, Dan. We got you there, mate. I just need you to turn your camera off and put your thumbnail on like this little groovy thing. I'll work you through that in a minute. We have an amazing show today. An amazing show. It's going to be the extended edition. I didn't do a show on Tuesday and Wednesday. I went into the city. I left the house. I stayed overnight. I did all the human things. And I saw a band called Linkin Park, 15,000 people singing every song, every word. I just love the live experience. So we're going to talk a lot about going live, how it feels to be live, what we're doing. If you want to join us, we are live on Substack. And there's the link to the Substack account, substack.com/KeithKeller.au. We are also live on LinkedIn. So please let me know where you're calling in from, what time it is there. I know there's been a bit of a daylight saving thingy in some places. We are also live on YouTube. So we are rocking it. We're doing 3-in-1. And if you've got any questions at all, just give me a call. DM me, come on the show, and here's what we're doing. Where is Keith today? Tells you everything about what's coming up on the show. And please put any of your comments in the chat. This is what we're going for today. We love the Brady Bunch look. We've got 4 people on live now, but we can have up to 9 people up live, 10 in total. But I like that 9 look. Got a couple other things to talk about, but I'll bring in the guests because we're live and rocking it. So we have Jim calling in from Atlanta and Jason calling in from Colombia, right? That is just the coolest thing. The coolest thing. Where are you in the world? Let me know in the comments. So I'll start with Jason, who's calling in from Colombia. He uses a site called EV Mux. Now, I have tried this site, and I must admit I didn't get it. I didn't see the point of it. Jason has explained to me all of the cool things that it does. So why don't we start there, Jason? Tell me what you do and why you do it, and why do you love the eMux version of things?
Okay. So everybody, I'm Jason Wilson. I'm originally from Atlanta. So Jim, we definitely got to connect. But I've been living here in Colombia in South America for the past 24 years. And during my journey here, I started with podcasting back in 2020 during the pandemic. And I had no knowledge about how to podcast or anything like that. And I started out with Zoom. And I got so interested with podcasting that I learned how to produce podcasts. But still, I started my own media company and started with Zoom. And then it wasn't until 2023 that I found out about StreamYard. And I used StreamYard for the first season of podcast that I was producing. And I made the transition over to EV Mux because I had a lot more capability to make my shows look a lot more original. And but the number one reason why I did that though, I had an online live event for mental health that I was producing, and I had 10 speakers, and I had to figure out a way to transition from each speaker um, in a seamless way where it wouldn't take too much time to do that. And I found that with EV Mux, it was a lot easier to program scenes, to make those transitions seamlessly without taking a whole bunch of time. And to me, that was just impossible to do with StreamYard. But beyond that, with StreamYard, there's a lot more tools that you can use during your broadcast to make it look a lot more original, professional, and it doesn't take a whole lot of outside knowledge from just the basics in order to learn how to use it. So those are the main reasons why I use EV Mux. And I think if also if you're producing and you have, let's say, 10 shows that you're producing like me, it's not that expensive to use either. Just an extra $10 a month, and you can produce up to 10 or more shows.
I
Plus, you
do,
get a
lo-
lot.
I do love it. It allows up to 12 people. Even on the free plan, you can have up to 12 people on stage. Have you used
Sure.
it, Jim? This is a very interesting thing. I didn't know that you were from Atlanta, Jason. So that's a very interesting lead. You guys can chat. We have quite a lot of following. We had a good following in Atlanta, and our mate Bez and Matt Lachelle also lives there. But have you tried EV Mux in your history there, Jim? I'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
I have tried it a little bit, but I think it's, in fact, it's interesting because I was talking with my friend Chris Stone about it the other day. Is they've been kind of quiet lately. They kind of, I guess, come and go as far as putting stuff out there. I mean, I do agree that it does have some features, but also, and I don't know when the last time you used StreamYard, but they've added scenes. And I don't know also, right? It comes down to, are you Mac or PC? And of course, if you really want to get into scenes, Ecamm is also now integrated with Zoom. So you can do a lot of really amazing things with Ecamm, but where I think StreamYard, Ecamm, probably even to some extent Restream, that if you need a co-producer, those platforms allow you to do it, and they can be used on a PC. So that's the one thing about Ecamm. As far as visualization, Ecamm I think is superior to all of those, but it's Mac only. And if you're the producer, it's kind of like if you fail, it all fails. But as far as the quality, it's got a lot of really fascinating features. So I haven't played with EV Mux in a while. Keep thinking about maybe checking it out, but I think it goes back to StreamYard's original thing. It's ease of use. People are comfortable with it. I've even noticed a lot of these people that are going third-party streaming on Substack you can tell by the way their look is that they're using StreamYard.
Yeah, it's got a particular look. Well, I've tried both. I've tried them all, although I can't try Ecamm because I don't have a Mac. It's a very important discussion. Ecamm is amazing, but you have to have a Mac. It's no way around it. But it is a superior product. But Jason, you wanted to share your screen just to show some of the people who may not have heard of it. Like, let's
Sure.
share your screen, and we'll actually show some of the cool features, which I didn't even know. I have tried it, and I didn't resonate with it, but I'm happy to give it another go. The fact that it's 12 people on stage on the free version, that's very impressive. So it could be an alternative for people. It could be worth trying. So work us through some of the cool things that it does, and that's a great way to try.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
We can, yeah.
Okay. So to me, some of these apps I haven't used, but the ones that I use on a regular basis are the chat box. That's really cool. But I think StreamYard has that same feature. And what I haven't seen on StreamYard or any place else is the news block. I mean, you can make your broadcast look exactly like CNN, which is pretty cool. Beyond that, what makes me stand out pretty much from everybody else that's a podcast producer is we can show exactly how many people from your YouTube channel are viewing your broadcast live.
You got 5 stats.
So yeah, we can show your YouTube, your Facebook, your X account, all of those accounts at the same time. But the main one that I use is YouTube, because I think that from a monetization standpoint, you want to show exactly how many people are watching your broadcast from your YouTube channel. That's a strong selling point. If you have guests and they want to advertise their products on your show, that's a strong selling point. And then also beyond that, you can get people to sponsor your show by showing those numbers.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, look, that's very, very important. One of the things that, and I'll bring Jim in on this, this is very important to me. This show is actually going to Substack, but Substack, and it's not anyone else's fault. Substack just hasn't got there yet. You cannot syndicate this chat on Substack into the main feed, which means I've actually got to check 2 feeds. I've got to check the stream feed, and I've got to check the Substack feed, which does piss me off. But does EV Mux coordinate with Substack yet, or is that a Substack problem? Have you tried Substack? Or because we can have this chat, Substack is the new kid on the block. Not new, it's 2017, but it's where all the cool kids are hanging out. And don't worry, Daniel, I'm coming to you. I'm going to get to you in a minute. We've got a busy show. I haven't forgotten you. So does Substack coordinate with EV Mux yet? Because that is one of the...
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, absolutely it does.
Wow.
So we were talking about Substack before the show today, and I was kind of wavering between using Substack or using School. But from our conversation, I'm going to go with Substack.
Yeah. Well, Jim, you can pick up on this. Jim.
Well, it's really 2 different things. I mean, so EV Mux is probably streaming to Substack like all the other platforms through RTMP, but School is really a community private site. It's not something you're going to stream to, but you could bring a virtual camera into School if you wanted to, because it's really School's live streaming capability is like Zoom, but you just can't take it outside of the platform unless you are going to screen share it into, EV Mux or something like that for people to see what was going on inside of the School live stream. But I really look at those as complementary as opposed to one or the other.
Now, this is very, very important. And I'll bring Daniel in on this because Daniel has a School and now has Substack. So welcome, mate. A Melburnian, 20 minutes from my house. We're meeting up in real life in a couple of weeks. How you doing?
Good, mate. Thanks for bringing me on. Lovely to meet you all.
Tell us how you're using School. I mean, a lot of us are debating if time. Oh, there's something going on with their mic there. But so a lot of us are debating if we have a limited time, we can't. I can't do school and Substack and all the time. You've got a school. What do you love about it? Tell us how it works.
So I jumped on in about December. Jumped on school as a hobby platform because I just found like my side business is talking about human skills and trying to build confidence in challenging conversations and kind of helping emerging leaders. So putting all that stuff on Facebook and Instagram and all those things, they kind of get lost in the algorithm because they're not entertaining enough for people. The benefit of school is that there are people who are actually wanting to build and grow and be a better version of themselves. So they're jumping on these platforms to kind of just learn from others. So by integrating like classrooms into your community, you're able to meet people and build networks, but you're also able to just share your knowledge or your expertise. I mean, we've probably seen the ads out there where people do weird and wonderful things. I remember watching a video about somebody teaching people how to hold their breath longer, which is a very weird group, but it's working for people. But yeah, I just find the connections I make with people. I met you through someone I met on school who happened to know you. Layla, who's been on your show a couple of times, introduced me to you. So having those communications with people and networking ability has been a really useful tool for me because I've been on YouTube, been on Instagram and Facebook for years and haven't really been able to get much momentum from it with my niche.
I love this. I love this discussion because and please, if you've got any questions and if you'd like to come up on stage, we can have up to 8 people on stage at the same time. And I know that's hard to manage, but the point is that we're learning from each other. So I personally love Substack. And I find that if I had to do one, if I was forced it to the wall, I would choose Substack over school, but they both have enormous merit. And the thing we are, yeah.
Oh.
There's a little bit of distortion there. So Noah Merico has a school account and he loves it. Now, Merico, I'd love to introduce you to Jason and to Daniel. Daniel has a school account, would be an excellent guest for your show. Jason is interested in the combination of Substack and school if it could only do one. Personally, I'm not that into school. I personally don't like it. But that's only just a personal opinion. And I was explaining to Jason before the show that, there's only one of me and I was trying different things. And I experimented with sort of an ROI project where I said, okay, I'm going to spend 2 hours today on school and I'm going to spend 2 hours tomorrow on Substack and I'm just going to see what results I get personally for a dopamine hit, right? And I just was publishing my guts out on school and nothing happened. Like nothing. Nothing happened. Zero.
Well, I think the problem though is, Keith, is you can't look at school as I'm putting content out here and people are going to come to it, because it's really, I equate it to Facebook groups. It's the equivalent of Circle and Mighty Networks. It's a closed loop, so you're not going to get people coming to your school until you're getting them to sign up. And so I have a school account, and what I do is when people join my Substack, part of that welcome email is that they can join my school for free. And so I haven't necessarily added a lot to it, but I'm in several school communities where it is a classroom. And what I'm seeing some people start to do that I may start doing is the people in that community, and this may be what some of the other folks are doing, is you can have a like, if you want to call it a coffee chat, where like, hey, I'm going to go live in my school group. If you want to join me, great. We'll talk about whatever. But I see it. In fact, I published an article a while back that I look at Substack and school as the replacement for Facebook and Facebook groups, that because now you can go live on Substack and drive the people that subscribe to you to the school group, to where you can have that community forums, and you have, chat, uploading native video. I mean, and I know that you're more into the audio aspect, but I look at it as more of a educational hub. And I think, to the conversation earlier about, right, you got a hobby, and there are people just doing amazing things with school groups across all kinds of niches, that maybe don't want to publish content or don't want to go live like we're doing right now. So I think it's a different thing. I would not, I in some aspects would almost call it apples and oranges.
Yeah, they are very different. I really love this because I work, I work for myself, by myself, got to do everything myself. Everyone's very familiar with this story, and I can't do everything. So sometimes things have to go. And if I had to choose, no, I don't have to choose, but if I did have to choose between Substack and school, I would pick Substack. They're not the same, in the same way that pizza and ravioli are not the same, but I can only eat one main meal a day. If I had to choose between pizza and ravioli, that would be a very difficult discussion. But maybe I'd alternate. But this is the reason we're having these discussions, because in a way these live streams on LinkedIn and YouTube and Substack are my version of school. Like, we have been doing this such a long time that we love just talking about it. And I love the interaction of it. One thing I will say about school's video component, it's very underplayed. It's very similar to Google Meet, just a black box, very boring, but it's very, very internal. So with school, if you have a very thriving community and you don't particularly want to go outside of the community and just broadcast, then school has a very wonderful live streaming or video conferencing format. And Jim, I once heard you say that it could even be a Zoom killer, because you quite like it, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, short of at the moment not having Zoom rooms, or rooms inside of your quote unquote Substack live, you can have a webinar version that allows you, which is the level I have, where you can record webinars, and then you can download. They allow you to download and repurpose your stuff. So you could have a webinar and then use that in other places. But aside from that, it has all the features that Zoom has. You can also control the guest, as far as whether you want to allow them to have their camera on or off. If you want to, mute their audio, which is not always something that you can do on some of these other platforms, or as an example, if they mute themselves, you can't unmute them. Like I know with StreamYard, that's a problem. As a producer, you got to tell people, don't mute yourself, because I can't unmute you if you forget and you're not paying attention. But yeah, I think it's a really good program. Just like Substack, the guys over at school continue to roll out new features, new abilities that I think are really, really good for people that are using it.
Yeah, I love that we're all friends here, and we're all learning from each other. I'd love to hear your thoughts, Daniel, on how you've approached Substack. I know you've been using school. What do you think Substack could do? You've probably just started, so I'm putting you on the spot there. But it's a new kid. It's a new kid or a new toy to play with. Yeah.
Yep, it's just added to some other things I need to try out. I think the benefit of me being on school and meeting a lot of people.
Lost you there. He's gone into a tunnel. Maybe he's on Eastlink and he's gone into the metro tunnel. That's a very Melburnian phrase. But we've lost you there, Daniel. I'll just have to come back to you on that. I probably even got a little sound for that. Let me just see if I can wing it. I love doing these live shows because anything could happen, right? So let's see where he is. Elizabeth calling Daniel. Daniel, are you there, Daniel? See if we can get him out of that tunnel. No, no good. All right. I'm joking. So, James, where did you live in Atlanta, and do you go back from time to time, or are you firmly entrenched in the Colombian lifestyle now? James, we got you there. I know his kids are playing by the pool. He's probably just hanging out with the kids.
I'm back, man.
So you're from Atlanta. Do you want to just give us a bit of the goss on that? And you obviously didn't meet Jim while you were there, but you used to live in Atlanta, yeah?
Yeah, but the last time that I was home, Jim, was back in 2014. My mom died, and so I've been here in Colombia ever since. But I absolutely love it here. I just started a new dating community for successful entrepreneurs, entertainers, athletes, and leaders. And that's going to start in the beginning of May. So we may need to connect to see if you're connected to anybody that would be interested in coming here to Colombia for a dating experience, or just as
I
a way
don't know
to come here.
about that. I'm a little bit older than most people. So dating, I'm in the grandparent age, so dating's not even something I think about.
No, it doesn't have to be dating though. It can just be if you just want to come here to Colombia to visit,
Yeah.
for a new experience. That would be awesome.
It's very, very, very cool. We've got a lot of very cool people in Atlanta, James. So it's an extremely interesting combination there. I wasn't expecting that. So our friend Lachelle, who comes in all the time to this show, is in Atlanta, and also our friend Bez. And Bez knows everyone. Like, he's a headhunter, and so he's sort of doing dating for job seekers in a way, not for love and marriage, but for a job. So very, very, very good idea. But one of the things I wanted to pick up on today, I want to give Jim plenty of time for this. He is very, very, very interested in Substack, and he's doing some courses and some speaking gigs about this. Let me know what's going on there, mate. Is that the Dallas gig, or have you done that one?
No, I'm going to speak I'm actually doing a workshop in person in Dallas in mid-April. It's part of Military Creator Con. I'm one of the veterans and, speaking. So it's really a military community, veterans, friends of veterans. And so it's really going to be designed for people that maybe have never used Substack. But next week, I'm going to be the Digital Stage Summit, which is through a gentleman by the name of Alec Johnson, who's out of Thailand. He's an eCam guy, and so we're all talking about things. And so I'm going to be focusing on that. Talk's going to be more about how you can use Substack to grow your podcast and your live streams and potentially monetize them as well by using the platform.
Yeah, well, let's pick up on that. I mean, for those who haven't used Substack before, and a lot of people haven't, and a lot of people haven't even heard of it. What is it? Why do you love it? What do you think about it? Because I am so into it that I just can't verbalize how much I love it, and you might be able to help me with that.
I think for me, it's the fact that, as an example, every time, like, you're showing your subscriber list, well, you have everybody's email. And so when you create a new show, if you go through the Substack interface, it'll actually email your subscribers in advance, like, hey, Keith's going to go live at this time, and they can put it on their calendar and they click it. When you're done with your show, you don't have to publish it, which I think is a nice thing to do too, because, maybe you just want to go live and talk about something that's on your mind. And so you can put it into, as I like to call it, the draft section of Substack, and then you can repurpose it and say, you know what, I'm going to take this live stream and I'm going to, turn it into a podcast, or I'm going to take some clips out of it because the Substack has the ability to do the clips, and it transcribes your video. And so you can use that if you want to, take that and repurpose it into a, summary of what was talked about. Like in this case, this is going to go, I know, for a while. So, you may not want a word for word recap, but you could, make it into something where it's more of a summary of what we talked about. And if people wanted to listen to this, you could turn this into a podcast even. So it's just giving you all those abilities. And as I like to joke sometimes, that, it costs nothing, it's free. And so then you can also do, if you become, if you want to use the subscriber tiers, you can have a paywall. So you could have a live stream that's only for your paid subscribers, or you can even, use Zoom if you wanted to. You could have a Zoom for your paid subscribers that they join, and the ones that miss it could watch the replay behind the paywall. So it really gives you a lot of options that you don't get when you're using some of these third-party tools, because the third-party tools are making you go, you have to pick a platform, right? Yes, you can use EVMux, StreamYard, Restream to stream to Substack from the perspective of, graphics, if you want to call it, or like we're doing here. But, you can also go live on Substack, now from your desktop as well as your phone. So, you could decide, instead of going live on all these other platforms today, I'm going to go live and I'm going to invite Jim, and I'm going to, invite Jason and Dan and Zakia through their Substacks. And then we're all on our Substack. And so then it's streaming to all of our Substacks, and people can then subscribe to each of us. And when it's done, we all get that in our back end to do what we want with it. So that's an advantage of Substack that you don't necessarily get with some of these other platforms.
Yeah, let's pick up on this. One of the things I love about Substack, it's free to use when or if you decide to turn on monetization. And this is a very basic example of how I might do it if I turn this on. I haven't really focused on this, but it's possible. You can have a monthly fee, an annual fee, and then an advanced fee for your real diehards. And I'm just really interested how you're doing this, Jim. And is this what you're sort of talking about with the subscription model?
Yes. And I have a few paid subscribers. I haven't necessarily, dove into, because the numbers haven't reached there yet to where I'm doing some specific things. So it's almost like, in a way, I think the people that are doing paid subscription, it's more almost like they're supporting me for my efforts. And so it's almost like having a tip jar, or buy me a coffee. So I'm not necessarily like pushing like, hey, you need to do paid subscriptions. But I am considering some ways to kind of reward my paid subscribers more with some, things outside of the platform itself.
Yeah, I'll bring everyone in on this. This is a very important conversation. So I didn't turn this feature on until I reached 100 subscribers. I've now got 158. And when I do get some sort of subscribers, I wanted to give them something extra. As you said, it's like a tip jar. I do this show anyway because I love it. There's no charge. It's always going to be free. But some people say, mate, you've got bills. You've got to pay the internet. You've got to put petrol in your car. Petrol is $2 a litre in Australia at the moment. So, it cost me $100 to fill my car. Dan would know this pain. I'll talk about this in a minute. I've got costs. People sometimes say, mate, you're doing a great job here. Look, have $80. That'll keep you going for a year. And I want to give them something for that. I haven't really focused on this very much, but this is why I love Substack. If I decide that I want to make this into a bit of a paid hobby, then I can. So I really want to bring everyone in on the group. Hello, Layla. Jump in and tell us what you're doing. You got in eventually. How are you doing? Have you been playing with Substack and or school? And how do you see those two playing out? Because that's the big discussion we're having today.
It's a great question. Actually, I'm loving Substack more than school. And just earlier, I was actually on a private conversation on School, because you can bring people in your conversation, but you don't have to be live, and you're in that room speaking and chit chatting about whatever without being live. And I just learned that a couple days ago. I didn't know that was a feature, and I just like the functionality of it. How the layout, it's easy, it's user friendly, and you can just like connect with people and go on live. I did a live show, I think on Monday, on Burnout, and it was just we were just two, and they were able to stream it live. And after the show, we're able to get like shorts video that the Substack creates for you for your live, and then you can upload it very quickly to YouTube. Especially with shorts, like YouTube is pushing a lot of shorts, and it's just a great way to do that. As well as if you connect your Substack to your YouTube, all the video that you do, it goes directly to your YouTube, so you don't have to do anything. And I thought that was just great. And I just found out that today, like maybe 10 minutes ago, when my Substack asked me if I want to connect my YouTube. I didn't even know that was a thing.
I think it's very important that we bounce off each other here. Like we have at our disposal School and or we have the ability to now do School or Substack. I can't do both. I've decided on Substack, but I know some people love School, and I want to bounce off those because they are in a way competitor products, even if it's only competing for our time. I try.
It's true. I am on School as well, and actually today people ask me, "Is like, where's your community? Like, you should making money, Layla. You should make it paid." And you know what? Now that I enabled the paid function, for some reason I find it less interesting. So I've changed it again because I'm just like, I want to build community. I want to meet people. I want to connect.
Yeah.
And I just feel like, we talked about that, is like, I feel like I can't monetize everything because I'm going to lose interest. It's not going to be as, you feel that pressure, right? And for me, it's about connecting, helping, supporting, being of service. Certain areas I need money, but there's areas that I need to keep it like low pressure so I can enjoy it.
Yeah, you don't have to monetize everything. I mean, I'm an Australian. The idea of monetizing everything makes me feel a bit sick. Like, actually makes me really angry. So you don't have to monetize every bit of your life. It's okay to have a hobby just for fun. It's okay to have fun, right? You don't have to monetize everything if you're in a position where you can pay your bills. So I really want to have a chat about this. Hello, Carrie. Hello, Zakia. And hello, Camille, who's listening on Substack live. So, and hello, Jason. So the great thing about Substack, I'm just saying this right now, right at the moment, Layla, Coach Carrie, Camille, and Jason are listening on Substack. Now, you can't see that because the actual comments don't show on my restream, and I can't show you those, but I will send Jason and Camille a link via Substack because they're on Substack and we're mates there. So, but what about you, Zakia? I know you're new to Substack in the sense that you're not really leveraging it. What do you think of Substack versus School, or you're equally agnostic on both? What do you think?
Hi. I like Substack, but I see them as two different tools for two different use cases. Substack is where the audience is, and School is where your community is. I think people are trying to build community on Substack. I am in the monetization camp. I don't do anything anymore for fun. It is to pay bills. And so what I do has to have a strategy of how it will be monetized. So I may be a little bit different there. Some people have a full-time job and they're doing content creation on the side with the hope of it turning into revenue. So anytime I'm leveraging any of these social platforms, it is to drive traffic to those places.
I love the discussion because I actually want to slightly morph here and talk about audience. I want to have this discussion. Audience versus community. Now, I am an audience guy. I went to Lincoln Park on Tuesday, changed my life. 15,000 people in a room full of red lights singing songs for 2 hours. That's my jam. Like, do you think the lead guitarist from Linkin Park has time to have a school? He's busy gigging. He's out there every night singing songs to 15,000 people who are singing them back. That's the ideal. He might have a bit of a masterclass in how to play guitar, maybe one day, but he probably doesn't have time. He's gigging. So I'm really interested in the audience versus community discussion. Some people want to build a community. Some people want to build an audience, and never the twain shall meet. Or is it? Or does it? Very interesting. What do you think, Zakia? I mean, do you go to live gigs? Do you sit in the crowd and sing songs with bands you love? Have you ever done that?
I do. Well, it's been a long time. The last concert I was at was when Rihanna was touring. So, that's been a long time. But I will say that I'm noticing that more and more of the superstars, if you will, are coming out with merch for their social media channels as a way of monetizing that stardom. More and more, they're coming out with products. They're coming out with t-shirts. Well, that is something that you get there, right? So if you're one of those avid fans, they are monetizing in ways that content creators have been for years. And more, we're starting to see them on social media, building an audience for the latest drop that they're going to have. And a lot of them are saying that they can't get booked. I'm thinking of movie stars now. If they don't have a social following, they're being asked to do some of the marketing as well. So I think the two shall meet. I think the two shall meet for sure.
Yeah, I think it's very important. I love buying t-shirts, and it's a bit of a badge of honor. I didn't buy one this week, but I have bought them before. And I think the merchandise versus community thing is a slightly different question, because one of the things I find a little bit frustrating about community for me is the drain on my time. I don't mind it if I'm in the mood, but the community idea is very time consuming, right? And I'm not advocating either way. So I didn't take these photos. These are not my photos. I'm not claiming to be that clever. This is the Melbourne concert from Tuesday night. It's Tuesday there now for you. But, Tuesday night, this is the Melbourne concert I was at. This is what I saw. This is the exact view of what I saw on Tuesday night. And this is the life I want. This is the life I want, just to go into the city, do it. I would love to have been in that band. I was in a band, but I was never that famous. I would love to have been on stage singing to that crowd. But do you think the lead guitarist or even the lead singer has time to talk to the audience personally? I don't know. It'd be very interesting to know. How would they do it? Would they have a press conference? What do you think when you're talking about multiples? And okay, Camille, I'll bring you in a minute. We need to add your thumbnail in there. Now, let me be very clear. This is not my photo. I don't want to get done for copyright. This was taken at the gig I was at by someone in the Substack, in the Linkin Park community. I keep calling it LinkedIn Park. At Linkin Park. So 15,000 people singing songs like in unison. It is the most glorious experience, right? Because I was a muso, right? So I know exactly how that feels and what I wanted to happen. But let's have this discussion. Audience versus community. I'm open. There's no judgment, but I'm more in the audience camp.
So I'll jump on that, and I'm going to say that I'm more in Zakia's camp, because I think there's a big difference between audience and community. I can have 100,000 followers, but do they really care? And the community might only be 100 people. And those are the people that I really want to connect with. I'm not trying to connect with everyone. I'm trying to connect with those people. It kind of goes to Pat Flynn's, the super fans. They're going to tell your friends that, hey, you got to follow Zakia. She knows her stuff. And then you get to know, like, and trust them. So I'm not as worried about the size of the audience as I am about building a community that has common interest.
I love this. I know this is an important discussion. There's no wrong or right answer. I personally find the idea of community building exhausting mentally, and I'm not that into it, but I'm very interested in what other people do.
What's
Jason,
hilarious is that you've actually built a community here, even though you say you find it exhausting. This is a social audio sound check community. And when you talked about the t-shirts, a lot of times at things like family reunions, that's a community, where everybody kind of has on the same t-shirt. So for the people on stage at your event that you went to, you were in the you are the audience for the people on stage, but you all are a community of people who happen to like that particular artist. So I think there is room for overlap when you're thinking about audience versus community.
no, of course it is, and this is why I love this discussion. It actually feeds directly into the Substack versus school discussion, because as Zakia said very wisely, that school is more a community and Substack is more an audience. Now, I personally resonate just naturally with Substack. I personally don't like school. Just don't get it. I just can't see the point of it. And that's just how my brain works. There's no right or wrong answer. I just don't like it. So this is very interesting. If anyone has any questions for anyone else in this group, like James, I know you've got to go soon. Do you have any questions from anyone else in the group? Because we are all using both. And I would love to just give you our wisdom and knowledge while we got you, because this is the first time you're meeting these friends of mine, and we can learn from each other. So have you got any questions for anyone in the group?
I don't have any questions, but big shout out to Layla. I met you actually, Keith, from Layla, and I met Carrie as well through Layla. So big shout out to Layla, my good friend. And I don't know, man. It seems to me that you can actually make a community out of Substack.
Yeah.
I mean, we got a community right here, just from one person that I was introduced to last week. So, case in point.
It's a great question, because and a great comment. One thing that happened, and what we're currently doing, this group is currently using Facebook. So someone who's not here yet said, "Oh, mate, I never know when your show's on. When's your show? When's your show on? I never know. I keep forgetting." So Bez, who lives in Atlanta, created a group called the Live Streamers from Down Under, which was basically a group designed to help people who want to come to my show and their show and promote their show, to talk to each other about what the shows are going to be about and give us a link so we can remember to come. So in a way, we are using Substack almost to its full capacity. Like, it is really, really, really good. Like, I love it. I haven't been as excited about this since I went on to Twitter in 2008. And look, I got to be honest, I'm not excited about school. It's another site to try. It's another site to check. It's another site, and I never go there. I just keep forgetting to go there. But it has merit, and so they're both good. There's no wrong or right answer. So this is an important discussion to have. I was going to share a link, but I'll come back to that later. Has everyone had a turn? Let me just see. Has everyone had a turn? Camille, are you there? I don't know if you're there yet, and Jason. So one thing I love about this format is that we have people from all over the world here. And let's just play this out. Melbourne, Australia, ×2. Ding. Philadelphia, Atlanta, Colombia. Layla is in Vancouver, and I'm not sure where Camille is from. That would be very cool. Jump in, Camille. We'll get your thumbnail working in a minute. But where are you calling in from? We got you there, Camille? No. Okay. But look at the globalness, the global component. I mean, even if nothing else, look at what we're achieving here. These are my current stats for Substack. I mean, I'm sort of gobsmacked by just how much we're achieving with this. I'm just one guy, and Melbourne, Australia, with a microphone in the back room of his house, talking to people all over the world, and a guy that lives 20 minutes from my house. And I just think it's amazing. Layla, you did this. Can you see what you did here? You introduced me to Daniel. We're meeting next week.
You're actually meeting in person? For real?
We are. We're meeting in person for real. I mean, it's just an astonishing idea. Don't you think?
Wow. I met him in a school community called Evolve. And we've been chit-chatting, and I had a hot chocolate chat with him. Was it last week? And we got to know each other a little bit more. And he's like, he's in Australia. I was like, oh, I have a friend in Australia. I should connect you. And that's basically what I did. Same when I met Jason, I had a hot chocolate chat. And I actually been meeting really interesting people, opening my calendar, just meeting people to like genuine connection, human to human, like no sales, no pitch. And I'm actually enjoying the experience. This has been really, really fun. And I'm learning all these new stuff that I haven't learned of before, like I haven't heard of, or just connecting with real people instead of just like AI stuff. And here we are today. You have some people that like I didn't realize it would be in your area that you're actually connecting, and I'm sitting in Vancouver, and you're all in Australia.
I mean, I think that has more to do with mindset than location. Like you and I are both connectors. So when I saw that Daniel lived 20 minutes from my house, I said, well, okay, I know where we can meet. There's a cool cafe near my house, which is not that bad. But if we want to make content, I'm just going to find a link to this so everyone can see it. I have the coolest spot, like the coolest spot for selfies is 10 minutes from my house. This is the coolest place to do selfies, right? On the bridge in Mordialloc, what we call Mordy here, like Aussie speak. So there's a pub there that overlooks this, and I go there for everything. Like this is 10 minutes from my house. So Daniel, when you're ready, we can meet there and we can do content. Like we're living life, we're doing it. Like when this is not made up. This is not a green screen. This is not us being an influencer pretending that we're doing it. We're doing it, right? Don't you love that?
I absolutely love it. I love Morty too. Like you said, we're 20 minutes apart from each other, and we go to Morty as a family. My family go to Morty to hang out at the beach and go to a few of the local restaurants and stuff around there. So when you said let's go to the Morty pub, I was already in. Didn't matter what else we were talking about. It's just going to Morty is a great day.
This is what I'm talking about. Like we are actually meeting in person, which is quite rare for me, but like we have got people from Atlanta, Philadelphia, Columbia, Vancouver, Melbourne, and Jason is in Red Deer, Calgary. Still haven't worked out where Camille is from, but I just love it. And I just love what we're doing here. It is technically on Substack as well. What I might ask, Jim, is have you found a way, or do you anticipate a way we can fold these comments from Substack into Restream? Are they working on that? Do you know? Is there a way of doing that?
I don't know. I do know that there is some software out there. I don't remember the exact name but that I think is more of an eCam interface where people, and it might even be possible, Jason might know, with EV Mux, where you can pull in comments from a browser tab and bring them into your live stream. Of course, that would get a little bit more technical, but I think there is a way to kind of do a workaround to do that, but it's not something that I've worried about doing yet. But I could see them moving in that direction. I mean, the fact that they just added screen sharing in the native desktop, and then they're going to add audio, I think it's just a matter of time to where they may allow in their own platform for people to share comments to this. It just may not be something that you'll be able to multi-stream.
Yeah. So at the moment, and I'm very proud of this, at the moment on Substack, we have quite a few listeners. Megan in the middle is listening. Camille is listening. Jason is calling in from Calgary. Carrie was there. That's how Layla found out about the file. There's actually quite a lot of comments in the live chat on Substack, but of course you don't know that unless you're on Substack because you can't see it. And I can't fold it into the generalized conversation. I think it's only a matter of time before that happens, though. And what I might do is I might ask the question about how much does comments play into your live streaming format? What do you think, Jim? Do you honor the comments? Do you bring them in, or is it a sort of
it depends on the show. Like if we're doing a interview, if I'm doing the Dealcaster show, we're usually interviewing a guest, and so we may bring up a question. But other shows where we're looking for audience interaction, absolutely. So I think it's really it depends. But if I'm live on Substack and I see someone make a comment, even though I can't share it to the screen, I'll acknowledge them. So I think that's important to build community and audience, is that you recognize these people, because that's, part of the reason they're there. And I think the other thing you have to remember, and that's where, you have to decide what makes the most sense for you, is that replay viewers, and a lot of times with a live stream, you may get a lot more replay viewers as opposed to live viewers. And so that right now would be the challenge with Substack is, unless you turn it into a post with kind of a recap, you're really not giving the people that were, say, to watch the replay a way to interact with you or say, hey, had a question about X, Y, or Z, unless they put a comment on the actual post itself. So that's one of the differences at the moment with Substack, say, versus other platforms that you can live stream on.
Let me just clarify that for people who don't know what we just said there. When Substack goes live, once it finishes, it disappears. It gives you a copy, and does indeed have a massive comment idea about doing some really, really, really amazing repurposing. But as far as a sort of a hit replay button, that doesn't exist yet. So what I do, and I'm very excited about this, what I do is I send the show to Substack, and you can listen live, and please do that. You can listen on LinkedIn, and LinkedIn does create a replay, which you can delete if you want or leave it there. And then I send the file to YouTube, which is my favorite, because it creates a playlist, which is very easy to find and very trackable. And if you go to Keith Keller TV, you'll see there's a playlist button, and you can just go and listen to the shows in order and sequence in reverse chronological order. So, it's a matter of using these sites in whatever way we can do it. And because I work for myself and I work by myself, I've got to be very conscious of my time. And I do get a little bit overwhelmed sometimes. And when I do, I'm not very pleasant to myself and to others. So I've got to be very, very careful I don't overload myself. And that's probably the power of a co-host. Jason, Jim, you do a really cool show with a co-host. What does that feel like? Tell us about that.
Oh, it's a lot of fun. I mean, we're good friends, and so, I mean, I wouldn't do this stuff if I didn't enjoy it. And I think that's part of the key. If you're going to do a show with a co-host, I think that is part of it. I also would say, it's probably something I'm going to write about soon, is not everybody needs to have a show. I think what you have to remember, like this show here, is you're kind of guiding it. You're getting input from all of us, but you're not like trying to be the smartest guy in the room. And so if you're going to host a show, you have to remember your show is about your guests, not about you. If you want to have a solo show, that's great. But personally, I'm not into, talking to myself for an hour and hoping for comments. I would rather record a video where I'm demonstrating something, and then, people can comment that way, as opposed to going live, unless I want to go live to talk about a very specific topic and hope to get some feedback.
let's have that discussion. I really like this. Is a discussion that comes up a lot. If you do a solo show and you don't acknowledge the host, the guests, why don't you just record it? What's the point? Why go live if you're not acknowledging the guests and the hosts and you're just sitting there by yourself? I mean, Zaki, you do a lot of live shows and you do a lot of solo shows. What's the power of doing a solo show? Because I don't do them. I'd love to know what's the power of doing a solo show. Again, it's probably part of your monetization strategy, I guess. Is it? Why not
Yeah.
record it?
The reason I don't record, I think I do handmade products for my lives. So it was a way of building a community and them having a chance to watch as that was built. I started in 2015 where I didn't know as much as I know about soap making today. And so I was fortunate in that that same community watched me fail, succeed, and they were banging on the door to buy before I had a website. And so Periscope taught us that you have to engage with the audience. That's not really an option. You don't just turn the camera on and talk to hear yourself speaking. It is really about engaging with the audience. So when a lot of people struggle with getting off track because the comments are going and they don't know how to interact with it, I think because Periscope, that was just the way that we did it. You weren't on there just to speak and be heard. It was really to engage with those people that were in the audience. And because I was doing a physical product that people could see it transform live, that created the natural engagement that I needed to be able to have conversations with people.
I agree with you, and I've seen you do definitely have a lot of interaction. I'll bring Jason in for one last time. I know he has to go. Actually, I think he has gone. So I'll bring Jason in from Red Deer, Alberta. Mate, I would love to hear what your thoughts are. Just to backtrack, we've talked about EVMux versus Restream versus Ecamm versus StreamYard. So that's one track you can take. The other idea is why live stream when you can just record it? What's the advantage to you of live streaming versus, say, pre-recording something?
That's good. That's a great question. I think I was driving and listening to the conversation maybe half an hour ago when you guys were talking about community versus audience. I think you engage more of your community perhaps with live stream because you're engaging real time, whereas a video would be more for your audience. And we do that already with all of the social media platforms and our, our dog content, our cat content, and our science stuff.
Let's on this.
We sometimes like talk about our products that we have that just launched. So you can get like live sales and feedback and build excitement with your like people who are watching you live really are engaged with what you're doing. Because like your casual folks, they're not going to tune into you do a live. You probably.
Yeah. The reason I asked this question is a lot of people say that the replays are where the action is and that the live is just the content that creates itself. And I'm thinking, well, if you're just creating content and most people listen to the replay, why not just record it? But what you just said is very powerful. Like, as I said, I went to Lincoln Park, 15,000 people singing at the same time, indescribable if you've never been there. And that's the point. We were there. We were singing the songs. We knew the songs. Everyone was in the room. We were one big family. That's the thing. Right? Listening to the replay wouldn't cut it because we weren't there. But if the replay was the point, well, you just get the CD. You just listen to it on Spotify in your leisure while you're vacuuming the carpet, right? But when you're live has a very special place, isn't it? And this is what you're saying, isn't it, Jason? Live is a very special place, isn't it? Would you?
Yeah. I think like our live show we do every Saturday, and it's a bit of an improv show because we take community questions, and people love that Q&A that we do at the start. When we first started doing the live show, my wife and I, we would leave Q&A for the end. And then, after months of doing that, we had people say, I had a question and I didn't really want to wait till the end for you to answer it. Like, I kind of wanted it answered right away. And having that back and forth with your fans, that's really special. And that, I mean, you can be cynical about it and think like you would like to turn your fan into somebody that might buy your product or whatever. But that's very true, right? People will come to trust you and respect you and have a deeper connection with you if you give that kind of like one-to-one attention back to them when they're asking you questions.
Yeah, well, as you've heard me say, I've mentioned Lincoln Park about 10 times. Now, if you've never heard of them or you're not really into them, I recommend going and listen to them because I had such a good time. So when you build these super fans, they talk about you, but when you're not there. This is like the ideal form of marketing in a way. It's what I guess what we call the lurkers. Lincoln Park are not, on the plane going, I wonder what Keith Keller's thinking today. We're on the way to Adelaide, but that Keith Keller dude right up the top, he was like so far away, but he's a dude. Wonder what he's telling his friends about us. They're not, are they? They're on the plane to Adelaide to do their next gig. But super fans are the people that talk about you when you're not there. And maybe super fans are built from live experiences. I don't know. That's a discussion in itself. But the energy of live is undeniable. It is so powerful. Would you agree, Jim? Do you prefer live to pre-recording, or did you a bit of both?
I definitely prefer live, and I think the whole aspect of having, I think it is important to have that audience interaction, but I also think because of technology, or if you want to call it never knowing what the internet's going to do for you, that don't not record something because you're not going to be able to go live. I think, like we've talked previously, I think with Lynn, who's does the travel stuff. It's like you're out on a cruise ship and you want to share what's going on. Well, record it and then upload it later. I mean, don't take that as like, oh, well, if I can't go live, I'm not going to record it, because you're capturing something that your audience or your community may want to know about. And so I think that's why it's important to either, I think to be prepared to do both and not feel like I've always got to be live. I think, sometimes even like say you were out for a walk, you could record yourself and, just say, hey, I was out here taking a walk and I wanted to show you what I'm looking at, or I had this thought cross my mind. What do you think? So I think that in and of itself connects you more with folks as well. Is just, it's almost like, if you want to call it behind the scenes or real life. I mean, I think people want to see that because you will meet people, or at least I have, and I would be interested to hear other people's aspects where you meet someone that you've only seen, like say as an example, on YouTube or maybe on live video, but in real life they're not the same person. It's almost like they're putting on an act. And I will say, at least like with this format,
Yeah.
right? Because we're all on audio, we're not seeing each other, but I would tend to say that everybody is being their real self right now, because there's not that pressure of, oh, I've got to look a certain way and like I've got to have a certain facial expression and all this kind of stuff.
Mm.
So I think, one thing I personally think is, I don't think businesses in general are doing enough with video content from the perspective of educating their potential customers and audience about what they do to solve the problem for that potential customer.
I agree. It's a completely underutilized technology, and maybe it's a bit scary. I don't know. Maybe it's a bit fearful. You would be able to relate to that, I guess, Layla. You and I have just only met, but you've come leaps and bounds ahead. Very good case study. Like a month ago, you weren't even prepared to go on, and now here you are doing shows and you're talking to people all over the world, aren't you?
I am, and I've been attending a few multiple live shows, podcasts, pre-recorded. I mean, sometimes I have like 3, 4, 5, 6 a day right now, and I think Layla's getting tapped out a little bit. And I like both. I think they have both really interesting experiences, different. I was on a show, I think Saturday or Sunday. The audience, there were 750 people around the world, and we were live. It was really interesting, talking with great guests, and we shared the stage together. It was fun. I've done pre-recorded. They're now in my YouTubes. I still have to send some over, but also it was still interesting, great conversations. It's just different format, and you connect with people differently. And I actually enjoy both. And recently, while I was in their live, they flipped the script and say, "Well, you interview me basically." That was live, so I was kind of like freestyling. And this person's like, "So why? So I heard that you're going to be starting your podcast." And it's like, "Where did you hear that? I never said that." So I was just like, "It's not because I'm attending people's show that I want to be a host. I still want to, be a guest for now, experience the experience, and then just kind of like navigate through it." And I'm not ready for stuff like that yet.
Pick up
But
on
I'm
this.
enjoying the journey.
Let's pick up on this idea. I think you're right that we shouldn't assume that everyone who comes on stage or listens to a show wants to have a show. And some people just don't need to have a show. Are you saying, Layla, that you're not ready to have a show, or you don't want to have a show?
At this point, I don't want one. I just don't see myself doing that right now.
Yeah.
People's like, "Well, you might change your mind." I'm like, I really don't know. At this point, I'm still learning, as you know. Like this is all new to me. I've been in it for what, about a month and a half. So for me to just kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna start my own show, and I'm gonna start my own podcast, and I'm gonna bring all these guests, and that's just it, for me right now. It's a bit too much. I'm not there yet. I have other priorities, like, I need to find a job right now, and I have to make sure that things. So I find that would be a bit too much. Being a guest, even showing up, that requires some time and preparation. So having a show, I think it would require too much from me right now that I know I'm not capable of doing.
Oh, this is very important. Like, I mean,
I don't want to do a bad job either, right? Like, just because, like, you got to be mindful of that too.
yeah, like my wife is learning guitar, has no desire to join a band. Right? I don't understand that. Like, I bought a bass guitar because I wanted to join a band. I couldn't even play my instrument. I was in a band because I didn't have a bass player. So I learned to play guitar in the band. Like, I wanted to be in a band. And I needed an instrument to be able to do something in the band. Right? I wanted desperately to be in a band, which I was from 1984 to 1982 till 1996. I was a musician. So, if someone said, "Mate, why would anyone stand on stage and sing songs in front of 15,000 people?" I don't get that. Like, I've had friends of mine ask this question. What do you mean? Why not? Why don't you get that? Like, what a buzz. People singing your songs while you're singing them. 15,000 people buying your T-shirts, buying your CDs, touring the world. Who wouldn't want that? But the same goes for a show. Not everyone wants to do a show. Can you believe it? I can't believe it. Of course, everyone wants to. I would have assumed everyone wants to be famous. Everyone wants to do a show. Everyone wants to talk, and everyone wants them to listen to them. But maybe not. So let's have this discussion. Just because you're attending a show doesn't mean that you should have your own show. And I would love to hear about this from Mike, who's a mate of mine and has music that he wants to promote, but he doesn't have a show. And I'm interested, Mike, why do you not have a show? Do you not want to do it? You can't be bothered? You're sort of not ready yet? What do you think? Does everyone who has a message, do they have to have a show, or can they get the word out by going on other people's shows? What do you think?
Both. I think the biggest reason I haven't had a show, first of all, I've been building a catalog, and part of part of it, to be honest, Keith, really boils down to allowing perfection to get into the way of good. So after I launch on Bandcamp and a disco kid, I will, come hell or high water, launch a show. I still have to really focus in on what I want that show to be. Do I want that to be around signature soundworks and that process, and maybe even bring in folks that I've done work with, if they are willing to do that? That's one thought. The other thought would be just basically to have a DJ type show of my tracks. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards, but I really haven't solved that dilemma yet. And I need to do that before I launch.
You know, I'm really fascinated by this because I'm a sort of let's just get to it type of guy. Let's just make it up as we go. I don't know where I'm going. I'm just making it up. And I know not everyone can do that, but let's just try it. Let's have a go. I don't know where we're going. Let's just walk around and see what we can find. I love doing that. I love the serendipity of that. I love the idea that I don't have to have every piece of the pie locked down before I start, although I understand why people would. But I want to sort of slightly change the effort. No, Daniel, you've got to go. I'll give you last thoughts there. You've got to prep. What are you prepping? You've got a presentation you're talking about. You've got to go. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got doing a human skills session with a daycare center in their after hours meeting tonight. So just kind of extending my network and business there. So exciting.
All right. Well, you go and do your thing, and we've got a special sound for you. Oh, we love you, Daniel. Yeah, you're a winner. So have fun tonight,
Thanks.
and thanks for coming on. And we'll keep it moving. I really want to
see you next week, mate.
Yeah, we'll see you next week at Morty. Morty.
And Morty.
Yeah.
See you later, everyone.
So I really want to pick up on this idea. Should you have your own show? Or would it be better to be a guest? Now, of course, you can do both. There's no reason you can't do both, but time is limited and not everyone wants to do everything. So what do you think? Layla, you go first. Should you have your own show or would you be better just going on other people's shows? Let's do a bit of a round robin on this.
Actually, for now, I just prefer going on people's show. I just want to be bothered with all this technical stuff. Some people show me the behind the scene of managing all the platform and how to do your show, and it's interesting. I'm learning. I'm not saying no not to learn, but I'm just not there. I'm not in that place right now where I feel confident enough to do that and having the time for it and the commitment. Because I feel like if you're starting something new, it's like you make it or break it. Like if I start and I'm not really engaged, dedicated, and committed to my own show, how would I expect other people to be interested in showing up or coming as a guest?
No, that's fair enough. It's like it's so true. Like it's so true. There's no wrong or right answer. So with the question we're asking for those that are joining, should you have your own show or would being a guest be a better idea? I need to rewrite that. So, Bez, jump in, man. Welcome to the show. We're asking two very key questions. Should you have your own show or would being a guest be a better idea? Of course, you can do both. And the reason I ask either or is because time is finite and I don't believe you can do everything well. Right? I like to focus on doing something well and then move. But what do you think, Bez? Should you have your own show or should you be a guest? And if you had to choose, which would you choose?
It all depends where you are. I mean, again, what's more comfortable for you and time do you have to dedicate? I mean, there's people that go on shows and they're happy with that, and that's what they have the bandwidth for, and that's okay too. I mean, and then there's people that either do their own show, and that's good too. I mean, I would love to do where I'm trying to find time, right? I barely have time to even breathe, and so it all depends where you're in whatever stage in life. and from today till tomorrow or a month from now, you could be in a different place and switch your goals to like, hey, now I want to have my own. So I think you get to take the wheel, you get to drive your own car wherever you want. When they want to go get some ice cream, hop in the car. Want to go get a steak, hop in the car, go to a different place. So yeah, I don't think it's either or. I think you can do both. You can do one or the other. It just all depends what floats your boat.
Yeah. Okay. I agree. So let's chat about both and how they differ. So having your own show is the coolest thing I have ever done in my whole life. I am in charge. It's my show. I win. But I have to do everything. I have to buy the equipment. I have to promote the show. I have to get the guests. I have to make sure the tech's working. I have to do everything. Right? Now, not everyone's up for that, but I can tell you for sure, because I am up for it, I'm having the time of my life. And this is my golden period. I have retired. I retired in 2024, and I'm going to live till I'm 80. So I've got 20 years to just do this every week forever, or for at least 20 years. I get it. So let's start there. Should you have your own show, and what's the advantage of having your own show for those that want to have a show? What do you think, Jim? What's the advantage of having your own show? Tell me the glories that you've experienced of doing this.
I mean, I would say for me, it's probably the ability to pick who you want to have conversations with, what topics you want to talk about, getting to meet interesting people. I mean, I think for us with Dealcasters, what kind of gave us a unique advantage is because we're going live on Amazon. That would get us, as if you've ever seen a dog tilt its head when you talk to someone like, hey, how'd you like to be on our show? We go live on Amazon. Even though we were just starting out, that was much more attractive to guests than if we said, hey, you want to come on my show? We're on Facebook, on YouTube. And well, how many subscribers do you have? Well, we're just getting started. I don't think we would have had the same success as far as our show growing. But I think to the points that have been made by a couple of the folks here, I would agree that you don't necessarily, and it goes back to like, even if somebody were to call me because I produce shows for people as well, it's like, well, why do you want a show? And it goes back to, I would tell you, in hearing a couple of the folks here, you're probably better off being a guest because you're trying to share your expertise to grow your business. And as a show host, you're not necessarily doing that. And I think that's I don't know if I call it a fine line, but that's the thing you have to think about, right? Like if I had Bez on my show, we would be talking about something that Bez is an expert in, that's going to help our community and our audience, not, or as we like to joke sometimes, we're getting free consulting from our guests. So I think that's kind of how we look at it. It's more about who can we bring on that's going to help our guests, that's going to be interesting. Because the other thing is, you don't want to bring somebody boring on your show, because that's just going to kill, the vibe. It's going to make it, you're like, gosh, why am I doing this? I can't get good. And I know I have a friend who recently, she was talking about, she was maybe going to stop doing her show. She's done over 500 episodes, and it's a podcast, because she was starting to run into the problem of her guests not respecting her time. Like she's booking them, and then at the last minute, oh, I can't make it. And so you got to remember that too, as a host. What do you do if these people don't show up?
You have to write songs on Suno, so you've got a filler. I've got 10 songs lined up in case people don't come, which they don't. 2 minutes to go. It's showtime. We're just about to. Where are you? Where are you? Come on. We planned this for weeks. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't make it. What do you mean you can't make it? It's 2 minutes to go. You're good at, can you give me some notice next time? Yeah, well, okay. But, shit happens. Well, yes, it does. But now I'm stuck with it. So I get it. So the question we're asking is, what is the advantage of having your own show? And then I'll flick the switch and then say, what is the advantage of being a guest instead? Let's start at the beginning. Jason, I know it's a lot of work, but what's the advantage of running your own show? I just love this. We've got a dog and a squirrel on the same screen. I think this is very cool. When have you ever seen that before? Dog and a squirrel on the same screen. Very cool. What do you think, Jason? What's the advantage of having your own show?
Squirrel. No, just kidding. Yeah, so our advantage with having our own show is I started it by myself, just kind of like wanting to interact with our community or our fans. And it started very humbly on Twitter, or what X at the time, through X Spaces. And then I think we've been doing our show for like 4 years now, maybe 5, probably closer to 5. And it's expanded to all of our platforms through multicasting. And what the main thing for us is, it allows people to interact with us and see us as real people. I think, and our accounts have grown quite a bit on all the different platforms. So it lets the people that follow us know that I'm real, my wife is real. I set up a third camera, which is on the dogs. So there's a dog camera on the live show, which is kind of fun. So they get tickled pink out of that, because they get to see the dogs not curated in our content. And that's the advantage for us, is it's a community building show. And it probably comes from the fact that my wife and I are both teachers, so we're all about building community in our classrooms. And from that, though, it can really drive some of the stuff we do for monetization, though that isn't the main focus. I think it sets us apart from a lot of other creators about the same size as us, and who don't do live shows and are just very information flows one way, right? If information flows one way, I think people start to lose trust that you're actually a real person. So that's my 2 cents.
I love this. So the question is, what is the advantage of having your own show? Jason says live shows are community building, and it sets you apart from your competitors. That is so cool. Flip it. Let's flip it. What would be the benefit of being a guest? Would it be better to be a guest instead? And have you been a guest, and how does that feel?
Yeah, I've been a guest before. Like right now, it's weird, because we have a podcast, and I interview scientists, and occasionally I've been on other podcasts, not often, like me, once every 3 or 4 months, kind of thing. And it is weird when I'm in the hot seat getting asked questions, right? Um, so I think when I'm asked on another podcast, people want my opinion and expertise. So that's good for us, because we grow our brand, and then they have a guest that can drive their engagement. So it's a win-win. I don't mind doing it. It is different though.
I think to Jason's point, Keith, the other thing is you're getting exposed to someone else's audience, and then they may come over and become a part of your community, and vice versa. When you bring a guest on, same thing. They're getting to know your community. So I think it's in theory, it's a win-win for both parties. So I've guested a lot. I mean, what's been great for me is talking about Substack. I've gotten to guest a lot because people have questions about it. So I'm getting, speaking opportunities and things like that, which has nothing to do with Dealcasters. But guesting, I think, is definitely a way to at least get people to know what you want to talk about. Because if you're guesting, you're able to share more, because that's kind of why they brought you on. They didn't bring you on to be quiet. where if you're the host, you know, I've at least the way we look at it, if we're hosting a show, we're asking questions, we're not necessarily saying a lot. If we're a guest, you kind of expect that to flip.
Yeah. The reason I ask these questions is not because I'm a smart ass and I just was very curious. I think if you decide you want to do one or the other, the natural extension of this question, which is what I'm going to ask right now, is how do you set yourself up? This is an amazing question, maybe the question of the night. How do you set yourself up to get more guestings, what we call guest podding? What do they call that now? There's hosting and there's guesting. So how do you set yourself up, Jason or Jim or Zakia or Mike? How do you set yourself up to be a guest on someone else's podcast? Do you have expertise? Do you have to just know a lot of people? Do you ask your friends to ask their friends? How do you do it, Jim? What do you look for in a guest?
Well, we definitely, we use a product called Podmatch, and Podmatch is created by a gentleman by the name of Alex Sanfilippo, and it uses, not only does it use AI, but by setting up your profile of what kind of guest you're looking for and vice versa, you know, you as a guest putting what kind of show you're looking to be on, it matches you. And so then you kind of go through this whole interview process. But outside of that, I think that's where, you know, if you want to call it your social media, people get to know like, hey, I'd like to talk, you know, to you, or by doing video, you know, because another thing we'll look at is if somebody wants to be on our show, we're probably going to go look at their YouTube channel or something else to see what is their presence like, because the last thing you need is for someone to come on your show that is a complete wreck, both with audio and visual, because that's going to ruin the show. So, you know, we've gotten to that point where, if you want to call it, we have standards, right? We're not going to just let anybody on our show. Where maybe, you know, 8 years ago when I first started doing this stuff, I was probably like, gosh, I hope we can get someone to come on our show and talk about, you know, at that time, the Tim and Jim show was more about marketing. So I think you're going to evolve as a host in what you're looking to do, because if you're not enjoying it, you're not going to want to keep doing it.
I love this question. The reason why I ask these very definitive questions, it does piss my wife off too. Like I'm not the only one in the world that's noticing that people don't like this stuff. I ask very specific questions, a guest or a host. Of course, you can do both. But what I want to know is, if you want to be a guest, let's ask people who are running shows what they look for in a guest. I've got very exacting standards too. I can talk about this in a minute. But Jason, how do you decide what guests to have, and how do you set yourself up to be one of those desired guests, if that's what you want to do? What do you think?
Oh, I don't really care if I'm a guest. That's not important to me. It's always fun, but that's not. I'm not actively trying to be a guest. For my podcast that I do with my wife, I take scientists that have something topical that they're on about. So I do use social media to to find scientists, like scientists that have some kind of social media presence, because I know at least they'll be up for talking. It's tough to just randomly go through a paper that a scientist wrote and just troll like the the authors of the paper and say, hey, could you come talk to me? That's not very successful. But the scientists that are on social media are generally, they have science communication as part of their part of the things they're good at. So I look for those scientists first, and generally they're really good guests because they have expertise with speaking to the public. Not that you're running your average scientist that's working on, I don't know, RNA somewhere, or some pelican scientist isn't a good speaker, but sometimes they're not.
No, and they freeze. I mean, the amygdala hijack comes in, and they go, "Oh shit, I can speak about this to my friends, but now I'm on the internet. I forgot. I just finished my PhD, but I just forgot what it was about." this has happened.
Well, the good thing about scientists is they really like to talk about what they study.
Oh,
So
okay.
even if they're not the best public speaker, once they get going, they're really passionate and they know a lot of stuff. So, but yeah, they can fumble a little bit and be nervous to start for sure.
Yeah. Well, why don't we flip it a bit? Layla, I know you want to be on other podcasts. Do you have any questions from the audience and or the panel that could help you get more podcasts? What do you want to know? And what do you need to know about being a guest, a desired guest on other podcasts?
That's a great question. Right now, it's just happening organically. Let's say I'm on somebody's podcast and people's like, hey, I want to bring you on my show. And I bring you on my show. So I'm just wondering when there's going to be like a more downtime, how do I showcase myself to maybe reach out to somebody and be on their podcast? And how do I present myself? Because, as an HR leader, a certified executive coach, an entrepreneur of a small business making handmade products, and I recently an article just released today on PCOS. That's something I live with, and I want to advocate a bit more about that. It's just and all this falls into all together, but how and that's almost like a brainstorming conversation is like with all of that, like how do I showcase myself? Like do I have to find myself a tagline, like lead with a clear mind as a leader? Like I just don't know how to show up.
No, this
If
is
that
good.
makes sense.
I'm
You know what I mean?
I'm very, very excited about that answer because a lot of people say to me, Keith, how do I get more podcast guestings? Like I myself am open to this. So how do I do it? How do I get noticed? Yes, on Monday there was a big list, the 150 women to follow in AI, right, for International Women's Day. Right, so there's a list. Just go through them and contact them, and they're open. Have they been on a podcast before? Have they got a following? Have they done this before? Perfect. 150 possible guests for a podcast about AI. Unbelievable. But I'm very interested in this. Yeah, jump in. I was just about to ask you, Bez, what do you think? How can you become a desired guest on a podcast? What's your angle when you're doing podcasts? Who do you look for, and what can you share for us?
Asked to be on it. Am I okay? It says
You're having
something
trouble.
up here about my internet. Anyways, can you? Okay, you can hear me.
It's very
You
patchy.
can hear me.
It's very patchy, but well,
we can hear you now, Bez.
Okay, now, okay. Yeah, I got this little yellow signal. Anyways, one way is not to be a guest. Sounding good, just let me know. Okay. But to ask them if taking applications for guests. So you're not asking to be a guest, but asking them if they're currently vacations. So then, that's not asking for, because sometimes they're not open. They're good for the next year, right? And if you say, yeah, we're open in 3 weeks, do you ask and then say, hey, I would like to get an application and fill it out. That way, because pitching is just like how people change their resume 10 times to apply for 10 different jobs, instead of trying to guess what you should tell them, let them tell you what their requirements are, and then you regurgitate how you think you might be a good fit based on what they're looking for. And that's a whole lot easier because number one, you're just asking if they're currently taking apps, right? And that's it. Yes or no.
This is brilliant. I love this, Bez. Let's pick up on this. So I often ask people who want to be on podcasts, what are your 10 favorite podcasts? Well, I don't listen to podcasts. Well, how can you be a guest on podcasts if you don't listen to them yourselves? You've got to have some idea, right? No. I just want to go on other people's podcasts. I don't have to listen to them. So Imagine if you just said, okay, top 10 podcasts right now about what I do. And you listen, you just scour the internet to find the people doing them. And then you contact them saying, like what you just said, Bez, are you currently taking guests, or have you got such a strong, long timeline that, we can't get in this year? It's an olive branch. It's a chance to say, look, I'm just putting it out there. I'm listening to your podcast. I love it. Can I be a guest? And then they can say yes or no. And then you can say, well, what do you need? What's your minimum? What do you want me to talk about? I just love that. But the other question that Layla asked, this is a very important question. Does she need a tagline? Does she need a premise? Or can she just show up and turn up and just wing it when she gets there? What do you think, Liz?
I think you have to have a unique angle. So Layla is about taking inventory. Like, you at this point in your career have certain beliefs that you stand on, and you just, like, I told somebody once, I'm like, you wouldn't want me on your podcast, and she goes, well, why? Because they did a careers podcast, because I'm controversial, and they said, well, how so? And I go, because I have a hashtag called quit applying. And they go, oh, we want you. And we got on, and it was the funnest 30 minutes I've had. We were laughing a mile a minute, and we were just roasting the process and why you should quit applying. And I stand on that principle 30 years later. Now I have exceptions, right? Because I know the industry. But for the most part, because it was during the time people were saying, I applied for 3,500 positions in 2 months. I'm like, man, how do people even apply for 3,500 positions in 2 months? That's like physically impossible. But I guess people have these tools. But sometimes having a position that is contrary to popular belief, but is true, right, can get a lot of mileage. So you just got to come up and, do. I didn't even know that was a thing, but eventually I figured that out. And sometimes we take for granted what we think is like, hey, this is my position, but hey, everybody, that's common knowledge. No, it's not. You may have a position that is true, but is contrary to what the general public believe. I'll just land it there.
And that's
I love your tagline. It's great. It gives like that extra interest, like picking, more different conversation from multiple sides of the situation or what people are experiencing. So people want to hear about it, which makes it you're a fun guest to talk to.
Totally agree. Look, Carrie has made quite a lot. This is a very interesting point. Carrie has made a lot of comments on Substack. I'm going to cut and paste those and put them in the comments. I cannot feed the comments from Substack into Restream yet. March 2026. We are at a bit of an impasse there with the Substack. It's not yet right there in the zone. So I'm going to cut and paste those comments. If you want to make a lot of comments or you want to ask some questions, please do that on either YouTube or LinkedIn, or DM me. I have to manually check Substack, and then I have to cut and paste those and put them in. But I will actually come back to a couple of questions that Carrie has, honoring the people listening. There's two questions. One is, how can people monetize social media as a guest or as a host? There's a lot of time invested. Is it worth it? Yeah, that's the first question. Let's ask that question. Is it worth doing it from a monetization point of view? I'll ask the key of this because monetization is a very important part of our strategy. How do you monetize being a guest or a host for those that are thinking of doing it and trying to weigh up against the time is spent doing it? What do you think, Zakia?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. I think you have to be very clear. If monetization is what you want, you have to be clear on that when you're speaking and actually land the plane when you get to those podcasts. whether that's in the form of having a lead magnet that you're sending people to. And oftentimes you would need to talk to the podcast host initially because maybe they want kickback from that in terms of an affiliate link because they're coming there through you. But if you're not clear, and I would go back to what Bez said in terms of what's the angle, what is it that you're sharing when you go, like, I like these discussions that we have because there is no angle. We're just having a conversation about different experiences and things like that. But typically when you're invited on a podcast, it's because of some type of expertise or point of view that you have that audience finds valuable. And then a monetization from that comes from you being able to send traffic to said offer, whether that be getting them on your list, whether that be buying a product that you talked about or a book that you referred them to or an Amazon product, whatever that thing is, that has to naturally come up in the conversation and then also be included in the show notes.
I love this. I want to share an example. Then I'm going to ask this question of everyone. How do you set yourself up to be a desired guest? And is it even worth doing? My favorite example of podcasting into monetization with an S, not a Z, is Social Media Examiner. I want you to really get this. I want you to really, really, really feel this. Social Media Examiner, which started in 2009, started with 3 blog posts a week and a once-a-week podcast. Right? The podcast was free. And Michael Stelzner would interview really cool people that we know. And he would say, well, okay, what's the latest gossip with Snapchat or Periscope or, Meerkat or, Vine or whatever was the thing. It's been going a very long time. Then he did that show every week for a year. And then he said in March, hey, guess what? We got a conference. We got a conference in San Diego. It goes 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's $1,500 and you can stay at a hotel nearby. It's going to be so cool. 5,000 people went to it. 5,000 people. That's $7.5 million. And what he did, and this is the key point about being a guest on the podcast, guess who spoke at the conference? All of the people that were on the podcast. He had 52 people to choose from. Hey, this one went really well. That one about Snapchat, that went really well. That one about Periscope, that just went off the charts. Got to get him in. That one we talked about such and such, well, that didn't go so well, and he didn't speak that well, and no one seemed to listen to it, so we won't have him. But this went off the charts. Let's get him back. So this podcast strategy of Social Media Examiner had twofold approach. One is it was promoting an actual real event, which did happen and has happened every year since. 1,500 people, 5,000 people go, $7.5 million minus expenses. And 50 people spoke at it, and he had 50 people to choose from. I mean, that in itself is a reason to do podcasting because people hear you go, oh, she's good. Better have her on I better get her down to, I've done so many gigs as a result of these speaking things. So it's a bit of a no-brainer, but I'm very interested in your thoughts on this, Carrie. Would that be enough if you spoke on a conference for free and then got to speak on the stage? Have you done this, Jim? Did you ever go to Social Media Examiner? Have you spoken there?
No, I wasn't good enough. I have volunteered there as a part of their team, but I've never spoke. He has a very specific way of how he picks his speakers, and so. But I'm at that point now too, where I think the stuff that I'm doing and what he's doing are two different things. So Michael Stelzner is got his way of how he wants things to be done. I mean, I want to say 2 or 3 years ago, he stopped having anybody talk about Twitter. And for at one point, like I think this year, it's going to probably be a lot about AI. So
Yep.
I don't tend to pay as much attention to social media marketing world anymore. I think there's other conferences that are of more value.
And the one you're speaking at in Dallas, perfect segue. You see how I did that? Just slide in.
Right, Military Creator Con, which is a spinoff off of Podfest.
Yeah, tell us about that one.
And yeah, so I mean, I'm excited. It's the first time I think they're doing it as a standalone, where I think before it was kind of a sub, if you want to call it a sub conference at Podfest. But yeah, we're gonna be gathering in Dallas, and we're gonna be using Ecamm to live stream part of it. And so yeah, I'm gonna be doing a workshop on Substack for the attendees.
Did you connect with Kevin? Have you done that yet? That good mate of mine who works works with.
I have not yet, but I will definitely make sure to.
Yeah.
But
So
Keith,
that's-
can I pick up on that? Oh, once you guys finish that, because
please.
there's a lesson there in what you just shared, and it ties back everything we've been talking about: audience community monetization. So what he did with social media marketing world was not an accident. There was definitely a strategy from the beginning of him doing it. Of maybe it started out of, I'm just interested in these things, right? So he built an audience that was invested. And from there, he filtered them into a community that was willing to pay and said, oh, by the way, this is a buying community. They've already decided to pay me $50 a month or whatever the price is. And by the way, we're now going to host an annual conference. And he had built up his bank of speakers. And I think what a lot of people are doing is they're trying to figure out, like, what is the business model? How do I get this thing to work and actually monetize? Even though some people won't admit that's what they're doing, many are trying to figure out from behind the scenes. And they often are watching the what and not paying attention to the how and implementing it with their own business. And what you just described, that whole thing is the business model for how people are monetizing their content.
It's a
And
biggest.
without a strategy, it just doesn't work. Sometimes we're just throwing spaghetti on the wall. And that's why it feels like you're wasting your time and you're just guessing aimlessly. But if you don't have a strategy and decide if you're going to be the host or the person that's guesting, that's determining what you're going to end up doing.
I love it. You got to have a long-term strategy. One of the things that a lot of people don't know, this is such a cool thing. So I've been following Social Media Examiner from the very beginning. 3 blog posts a week, once a week a podcast. That was the strategy. We didn't know where it was going. Then it was a once a year event, 3 days, $1,500. Maybe it's $1,295, and maybe you can get an early bird for $500. But the point is that 5,000 people go to an event in San Diego in March. A functioning business model that pays for expenses and all the staff. This is the clincher. At the end of the day, last speech of the night, Michael Stelson would say, "Hey, guess what? We know you love this. Would you be willing to pay $50 a month just to hang out with everyone that's been right? Going to have of the speakers that are speaking here." Once a week, we're going to have one of these people come and speak for 1 hour about the latest gossip about AI or whatever's going. It's $50 a month. You can probably claim it on tax if it's a business expense. And 1,000 people of the 5,000 people said yes. 1,000 people at $50, $50,000 a month. Oh, I could live on that. Right? Now, I don't know if this product's still going, but it's a functioning funnel. A free podcast, event, community, bingo. Like it's the coolest strategy I think I've ever heard of. Right? I talk about it like almost every day because it is such a great funnel.
Yeah, they still have that community. I know they open it up during the conference where it's cheaper to join if you join then. And I think even to speak in the community, you have to be a part of it, like to be a speaker. But I mean, it's a good group, but I know it's changed a lot too. And even seeing how the sponsors have changed, where like the live streaming companies used to go, but they started to see they weren't getting the return on their investment because the people that are attending are not necessarily looking to, oh, I want to start live streaming. So seen quite a few, including Agora Pulse, that no longer sponsor. They may go to San Diego, or this year it's going to be in Los Angeles. And they will have their like they may have a offsite event for their friends that are in the area, but they're not actually paying the sponsorship money.
That's fascinating. Now, I would love to know if anyone else has any examples. I've got about 6 of them. I can tell you this for sure. So I've got plenty of examples of how you can monetize your stuff. I've retired now, so I don't have to worry about this, but I did this from 2006 till 2024. I got a million examples to share. But now I just sleep in and, go to the beach. Bez, I'm interested in your thoughts here. How does this fit in with, say, 1 million cups, which is a thing you've got going? And I know Jim is in Atlanta and could go, and Lachelle often goes to. So how's that working out?
Working out good. I just I wanted to talk about this because you were talking about, guesting or doing your own show. This, we're going to complete our 1 year in March the 26th. So we're celebrating on March 25th. And, somebody walked in today that hadn't been in a time, and he's like a great community person. Everybody knows and everybody likes. And I gave him a hard time afterwards, like, how come you haven't? We just started talking and just had a really good, deep conversation. And he goes, "As I'm going to start coming every time you guys have this, because I walked in here today and I made $1,200, and so you don't have to be the host. Like, people show up to be part of an event, and that's good. They can walk away and still do well, or event, whether it's community or it's extra business. And give you an example. Somebody last week, while we were doing introductions in the beginning, somebody said, "Hey, to yell at a contractor that does sheetrock. Hey, I need to talk to you afterwards. I have work for you." He charges enough to, so he, someone in the other audience say, "Hey, so-and-so, is that the first time you got business from here?" And he goes, "No." He just didn't tell anybody, He does all his stuff referral. He doesn't even have social media. He goes, everything's word of mouth. And he's very, very well known. And he has enough business to last and have crews. So whether you're a host or whether you're a guest, hey, you can play both sides. And I'll just tell you this. Today, we normally get on average 25 people. We've 30 people every meeting. And today, 44 people showed up. And the word's starting to get around the community, and we're running out of coffee when we start at 9:00. So yeah, it's been really, really good, and it's been a great experience. And you can benefit whether you just show up or whether you lead host. So I just wanted to land that there because that's very relevant. And it can be, it doesn't have to be online. It can be IRL. And Keith, I got to leave in about a couple minutes because I have a meeting in about a couple minutes. But I just wanted to share that.
No, this is brilliant. I mean, of course it can be in real life. I'm meeting Daniel, like Bez, I don't know if you were in the call, but Layla in Vancouver introduced me to a guy who lives in Australia and says, "Oh, well, it can't be that hard. I mean, you must know him. It must be." And it turns out he lives 20 minutes from my house. And we are meeting next Thursday in real life.
Wow.
Now, you know how difficult that is for me, and you know that that's not my thing. But we're going to go and hang out at a beachside suburb, probably make some content, probably take some selfies, have a coffee, and group hug. And we did it. So, of course, it can be in real life. I mean, that's not in dispute. But I'm actually thinking now that, to be honest, if you were doing this as a monetization strategy, you'd be better off being a guest. So much easier. Like, unless you've done a show, you have no idea how hard it is. Like, you can't comprehend how hard it is to do a show until you're doing them. But being a guest, you just turn up and talk. It's bloody brilliant. Like, I'm going to do more of this. I can't believe I didn't think of it. So I'm just gonna turn up on everyone else's show. So easy. Of course, you got to be desirable, and that's the key question. How do you be a desirable guest? Has this been helpful, Layla? I know you want to do more guesting. Has this been a helpful conversation? Is there any questions you'd like to pick up on before we finish that theme? Because we've been going 2 hours. I'm trying to go for 6 hours today. I'm going to try this for fun. But
Actually, I appreciate everybody's feedback, tips, ideas, recommendation. It's just like for me, I need to process all of that. I think there's a lot to think about and kind of figure out how I want to show up and kind of figure out the presence that I want to showcase about who I am and what I do and what I bring as a guest and why would you bring me as a guest. So I have lots to think about. So this is really great. So I'm learning so much. I'm loving the journey, and I appreciate everyone supporting me in this new journey of my yes year and trying new things. So I'm really enjoying it. So thank you, everyone.
Oh, no worries. Well, we've been going 2 hours, and I want to give everyone a chance to drop out or have a walk around the block, because I've been sitting in this chair for 2 hours. I might just go and get a cup of tea. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a song, and I'm going to come back with this theme that Substack feels like home. Now, for me, Substack is my power year. This is my yes year, if you want to talk about that. I am absolutely going to master Substack. I love it. I resonate with it. So I'm going to play a song. If you need to go, that's okay. If you want to just go and get a cup of tea or run around the block or just move the body, it's a sort of a psychological online version of a yoga stretch. I'm going to play a song and just give us a chance to have a rest. And I'll see you in 2 minutes.
Substack feels like home. We're live streaming, so we're not alone. More than just words, now we're homegrown. Yeah, Substack feels like home. Camera off now, but I'm going online.
Well, hello again. Part 2. We just went for 2 hours on all sorts of really cool goodness. Substack, being a guest, having your own show. I'm very fascinated, Mike, to hear some of the highlights you got from that, and then we'll take it up a notch and talk about Substack, etc. What do you think of the key points we talked about there, and what would you like to talk about next?
Well, thank you for letting me drop in. I actually had quite a bit to say related to what you were talking about, whether it was guesting or hosting. And what I really wanted to sort of drop back and maybe go 30,000 foot is why, meaning what's the use case for, or, what are you trying to achieve? So and once you sort of get clarity on that, then I think you can say, well, I want to be a guest, or I want to host, or, and this is going to be a segue into what we're going to talk about next, is how do you monetize via like a walled garden, for instance, which Substack can be, or I'm looking at, and I did want to bring in community versus because this, I don't know if you're going to talk about school, but this is how I see school and Substack being related. Is how are you going to monetize? How are you going to, are you going to go walled garden? And to your point, if you're guesting, for instance, what's the benefit? What's the benefit of guesting? Well, for me, obviously, it's getting my mug out, or in this case, my squirrel out, and getting known. What do I do? How, what am I known for? Am I a person of character type of thing? And I did want to say, as far as guesting, trying to get on guests, one of the things I've been doing is actually getting in comment sections. I don't know if that's how I originally got on your show, but I've been very active in comments. It was mostly on LinkedIn. Now I'm kind of heading over to YouTube because of LinkedIn's issues. And I need to get more active on Substack comments and notes and restacks. But I think the issue is really to get clarity on, okay, what am I trying to do? For instance, Keith, I've already signed up, but I need to get some assets going relative to boot camp and DistroKid. So the idea behind DistroKid is to get a stream out. I'm not going to make money streaming. I am going to make money selling, hopefully, tracks. So I'm going to get my name out, for lack of a better word, get some getting a following, and then point them to Bandcamp to actually buy tracks and albums. Now I'm thinking also of using, whether it's Substack or another or School, to have a more coalesced following, shall we say, an actual community of people that are really into my stuff, maybe even write tracks with them, have them, or at least give them input into writing lyrics. So there's a bunch of things that I'm trying to think about. But I mean, right now, I think one of the ways I've gotten on shows is to get very active in the comments, because again, you're building trust, and people are like, well, I know Mike, he's this wacky guy that posts these uplifting and funny comments in my show. And I try, by the way, and I don't know if you remember, but I try to make it try to bring up the show and make it show relevant. And so they already kind of know who I am before I would maybe. Now, I think with you, I think you had asked me, or you had asked for people to come up on stage, and I'm hoping you already kind of had a sense of who I was. So that's how I think you can maybe a little organically get on on people's radar. There's a ton of different ways to skin this cat, but I just like having some sort of connection before I kind of reach out. So that's
I love what you're saying, because when most people say they want to be a guest, most people say they want to be a guest on a podcast, a pre-recorded concept that goes out after time. Because I mean, if you're just starting, going live on a show is very nerve-wracking. So
Mhm.
how would you translate that strategy of commenting to podcasting?
Well, most podcasts.
Yeah.
Well, and I think we've talked a little bit about this. Most podcasts do have comment sections. So to your point, it's not live, right? But I'm very active. For give you a perfect example, and I think I've talked about this with you a little bit before. Is I'm very active watching YouTube. Uh, some of them are live, but actually most of them are not. They're pre-recorded. And there's some famous ones that I think I've mentioned to you before, but I'm very active in the comments. Now, in the case of the one gentleman, I was actually on a Discord server with him and actually had personal connection with him. So, but he has guests like Elon Musk and Joe Rogan and Kanye, and I mean he's really made a name for himself and gotten out there, and then he also switches over and gets high level scientists and so on. He's not quite a Joe Rogan, but I mean, from a sort of technical, sciencey perspective, he happened to have been a MIT professor. That he has no trouble getting guests, and I don't think we wouldn't even try. But I think that's the other thing is like so from a monetization standpoint, I would say just getting your name out. Like I'm hoping that people see the squirrel, and I have this avatar on a bunch of different shows, so they're hopefully they understand that this is Soulful Squirrel Studios and they recognize the avatar. So from that perspective, I'm like I would look at that. But I mean, there's so many different ways to skin this cat, including the segue into Substack.
Yeah, I actually really love this discussion because I love doing shows. I love doing shows, and I love it so much that that's the point. Like, I mean, when we talk about monetization, this might be an Australian point of view, but money buys things. Money buys happiness, maybe. Well, shows give me happiness. So I've just bypassed the monetization bit. I've just bypassed it. I love doing it. It makes me happy. That's the reason. That's why I do it. And so the great advantage of doing your own show is that I can do my show when I want. I don't have to wait for someone to say, mate, you're a dude. Can you come on my show? Yeah, I can. Can I come on your show? I don't have to beg. Right? I don't have to ask. I don't have to ask permission. The great advantage of doing this show is I determine when I want to do it, and I do it. And if people come, that's very cool. And if they don't, I just turn off and go to the beach. So that's why I do my shows. I'm in charge. I like being in charge. And I don't necessarily like to beg to go on other people's shows. And I'm not that famous, so I probably wouldn't. But the thing about being on your own show is that you've got to do everything. Like, and you cannot know how hard it is until you've done it. It's impossibly difficult to manage your own show, especially with live guests and comments. Impossibly difficult. So maybe a middle ground would be to have a co-host, I guess. But then you've got to rely on someone else to turn up. So there's no right or wrong answer. And I just think you would just be the coolest guest because you've got plenty of songs to talk about. You talk about making the song, then you play the song. It's your show. It's your songs. You don't have to rely on other people to have you up.
Yeah, it's actually so it's a very good point. Would I have a show necessarily to have to have other people on? I don't think right away. And what I mean by that is maybe for what I'm calling signature songworks, to have actual clients, to kind of chat me up and go through how we went through the process and what they're using the song for. And that would be probably a little more business focused as opposed to folks, like I don't know if you know, but I've done intros and outros for Felipe and for Jackie Hallberg. So I already have those. I'm not saying they would necessarily come and talk to me, but that could be a thing. But I'm really sort of leaning towards what you just said, which would be to have a show that is talking about my tracks and the process, and then play the track, and then right at the end, of course, give them a link to Bandcamp. And then I would also so this is sort of a multivariate approach. I'm going to have Bandcamp and on DistroKid, so people can listen to the track and then they can buy it at Bandcamp. And then I'm also planning on releasing something on TikTok, again, to drive people to Bandcamp and or DistroKid, and eventually also do YouTube. I'm really, to be honest with you, Keith, I'm really shying away from LinkedIn as a platform. I just don't think it's a platform for creatives.
It definitely isn't.
Uh,
I don't even have
it,
to.
it,
I mean,
and I don't think I mean, unless I would guest on shows that people are on LinkedIn to if they're interested in talking about having custom tracks or intros and outros. But that's really going to be my approach is to go on other platforms, and including, and we talked about this before, but Substack, man, is the bee's knees as far as I'm concerned. I know that's an old
oh no,
saying, but
it is.
just the fact that you can use it as your hub. And I actually, Keith, right now, initially, I'm going to use it as a landing page, and then have people go to my intake forms initially, uh, unless I can figure out another way to do that. There's a couple of tools for this, but I'm going to have them land on Signature Songworks on Substack, and then go to a intake a form, that Google form or whatever, and get information from them, and then we set up a call on an unnamed platform that I'm going to use, and then eventually, Keith, maybe even use that same platform to have a community where they get to listen to a new track, so that they can pay a fee, a subscription fee to, and I could do this on Substack too, but there's just not that, they don't have the video streaming portion 100% yet. So I'm looking at a couple other platforms for that. But I think Zacchaeus said this. You really kind of have to have a strong idea of what you're trying to accomplish, and then talk with people, or or just go out and do it, and you know try it. I think if if you have analysis paralysis, or you're stuck, get some help. Ask people that are doing it. To your point, get on some shows. So yeah, so far, I would consider also, I'm working with Americo on the school thing, and he's kind of gotten me to think about going on some other school communities. And I'm actually on one for Suno. I don't know. I don't think I told you.
Wow. You know,
Oh yeah,
one of the things
yeah.
I'd be interested to know, I would listen to this show if you hang out with other people using,
Mm, mm,
and you, like a mate of mine who's writing songs, he is using Suno. Now he
yep,
might use it in a totally different way to you,
yep,
and I think that would be an interesting discussion. What are you using it for? What he does is he wants to write a hit. He wants to write a hit. He doesn't want to do songs for other people. He doesn't want to write toy songs, as he would call them. He wants to write real songs that he can hear on the radio. Right? He wants to write a song that someone else will sing at a very high level. Right? And his songs are very good. Right? And he has a publishing contract, like he is a published muso. He has got a contract. Right? So he is using Suno to make his songs even better. They're already
yep.
good. Now he wants to.
No, I mean, that there are named musicians, mostly in studio, Keith, which is the next level up from what I'm paying for, where you actually get the software, the studio software. But people are loading up. For example, Keith, like let's say I want to do some vocals, right? And then I want to turn the vocals into a song. Well, I load that audio up into Suno, and then say Suno, and you have to figure out and work with. You got to learn how to use the tool, but then you can say, whatever the genre was that you were singing in, I want it in this genre with these, music. Or I think you can even sort of ask it, given what you're hearing, how do we proceed, type of thing. But I think after a while, you just kind of learn how to do the prompting. But there are people that are loading up, they call them stems in Suno, and they're loading up stems for whether it's their bass guitar or their vocals or whatever it is, their piano or keyboards, and they're loading it up and they're using Suno to basically flesh them out. And to your point, polish them to a standpoint. Because I was watching some stuff on YouTube. And there are serious musicians that are using it. So
let's talk about this. So one of the goals is to write songs, in brackets, undefined adjective. I would call them toy songs. Someone's birthday songs. These are very sentimental songs, right?
Mm-hmm.
I get that there's a market for that, but I'm not in the slightest bit interested in doing that. What I would be really interested to know, extremely interested to know, is how can you write a song that you could hear on the radio, that you couldn't tell the difference between your favorite artist and this song? Now, I would be very interested to hear someone talk about that. Yeah, and it's
I can tell you how to do it, at least as an idea. And just so you know, Keith, and I'm not going to mention any names, but apparently my songs are actually touching people, meaning at a pretty serious level. So it's more than just, and I'm not saying you said this, but it's more than just a sort of crap AI slop song, at least for them. Like, I'll give you an example. I wrote songs for my son, for my daughter. They had birthdays in February. And then I just wrote a song for my son-in-law's wife, or sorry, stepson's wife, for her birthday today. And that's getting out. So my name in certain areas is getting out, and we talked about sort of word of mouth. I And then there's I think you've heard some of my songs. I'm not calling them protest songs, but I think my wife said one of them that I wrote could really probably sell. And so, but that's not necessarily, to your point, that's not necessarily that's not my object right away. My object is to do things that are coming from my art and my creativity, and including, by the way, Keith, I put some number of my poetry into songs. They're meaningful to me if they resonate with other people. Good. I mean, yeah, I think that's what a lot of artists do, including Rick Rubin basically said the audience comes last. So he does the art first. He does he lays down the song, and then you people find you as an artist or not.
And this is actually one of the things I talk about with my friend. He writes songs because he wants to have a hit. Now, personally, that's not my approach.
I wouldn't do that either. When
I was writing songs, the songs, what I think a song is, because this is a whole definition, but I love singing the song with the band. So I would, as I said, I went to Lincoln Park, 15,000 people, and the singer, this is so cool. The singer just holds the mic up, and the whole stadium sings the song. She could sing it. She wrote it. She could sing it, but she gives it to us to sing. Now, that's what I want to do. I want to write songs that are so cool that people sing them in the stadium or in their lounge room or while they're vacuuming the carpet or driving the car. That's what I think a song is. It's a sort of that's what I think a song is. But songs are
But-
a definitive.
But that's like, but that's community, Keith. And I know we have a tug of war. I think sometimes you and I, between community and audience, right? And but that's really community at however many people were in at the show, right? Is that the audience became a community in that moment. Are you following?
No, you're right. But I didn't go up to everyone else in the room and go, "Hey, mate, wasn't that a good song? What are you doing after?"
No. You don't have to. I mean, again, and to me, this is the magic, if you will, about music. People feel it. They feel it in their gut or their heart, whatever you want to say, and they're there obviously to listen to Linkin Park because they love Linkin Park. But there's some unifying, I think it's, you can call it spirituality, you can call it whatever you want. There's some unifying thing that's actually pulling you all together, and specifically when you are all singing that song, because I've seen this happen mostly on the internet. I've only been in, I don't think I've been in, actually, I'd have to think. I don't think there's very many shows I've been to where the audience was singing, but I've seen it done. And I think, again, I think you're there. I think it takes a certain kind of artist, takes a certain kind of an authenticity, maybe some older artists that you're kind of not sure if they're going to be around, so you want to take advantage of that, and then they just figure out, well, hell, I'm gonna share it with the audience. And didn't um didn't didn't Queen do that at a
Live Aid?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a technique. If you've ever
Yep,
seen
yep.
live, it's a technique. So Foo Fighters, Queen,
Yep.
any of the bands we like. I've got a list of bands we've seen. We saw 5 in 2005, and we're going to see 6 in 2006. Now we go about every 2 months. We stay in the city. We make a night of it. So there's about 20 bands that we would pay money to see, and we know their songs. So one technique of a very, very, very good lead singer is to say, the words. I'm going to sit down. You sing, and everyone gets it. Like, he can sing, she can sing. She wrote the song. She knows what to do.
Yep.
But one of the very, very, very good techniques with live events is to let the audience be part of it. Right? Now, the people that do this very well really milk it. Freddie Mercury was probably one of the best. He was really good. Hey-oh!
Yep.
Hey-oh! Hey-oh! And we're all doing it.
Yep.
Hey-oh! 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 15,000 people singing in unison together. It's indescribable. Right? That's not community, that's audience. Because they don't know each other, and they probably don't want to. They know the singer and the band, and they are a member of the band family, but they don't necessarily bump into people in the car park and say, "Hey, mate, wasn't that good how you sang? It was good, wasn't it? You want to go have a pizza?"
But Keith, I don't want to quibble and I don't want to argue, but I guess what I'm saying is, in that moment, they're not, you don't become you're not gelled forever, right? But in that moment, you become a united entity. And that's what I mean by community. So, and I think I can't remember who was talking about this, but when that's a great time, to your point, Keith, to say, oh, by the way, we have this club or whatever. Do you all want to join? And then whether it's merch or whatever you're pitching, you can say, oh, and if you want to listen to Angus, or when Freddie was alive, if you want to listen to Freddie, not that they were doing it, but you get special access, is my point.
Yeah, well, the way they do it typically, like, this is a very good segue. Like, this actually happens. So what will happen with a very engaged community is the lead singer will take a moment and say, "Hey, this is our new song. You may not have heard it. It's available now." That's it. That's their pitch. I mean, selling music is offensive when can you imagine? Maybe people have just spent 15 minutes singing a song, and then they go, guess what? If you go to www.signupforournewsong.com, we will send you a copy of our new song completely free and a t-shirt. And plus, I mean, it's offensive. They'd probably throw things at him. But he might say something like, hey, guess what? Thank you for that. We got a new song coming out. You might not have heard of it. It's on the new album. It's coming out in 2 weeks.
Why not? You already got them there. You got 10,000 people there. Why not?
But that's what they do. That's how they do it. So, I mean, selling for creatives is offensive. Like it's a very strong dichotomy that we all face. Some people do it better than others, and it's a very interesting point, which is why I find it really sickening to talk about monetizing everything. Why do we have to monetize everything? Why can't we just have fun? Why can't it be okay that fun is the product? Why can't that be okay?
Well, because some of us don't have a nest egg and are not retired yet, Keith, and we need a little coin to make. And to be honest, Keith, it's not so much that the coin buys happiness for me. It's the coin allows me to do things that cause happiness. Either for me, like if I can help someone out, for instance, and I'm not saying give away money, but I'm saying, I don't know, create. Well, I mean, even the thing that I'm doing now with this, the songwriting costs money. So I have a hell of a lot of joy in doing it. But it's getting to the point now where, for instance, Keith, I want to get a Rodecaster Duo. I don't have that kind of money right now. So even if I could get, I don't know, sell a couple albums or do a couple of these commercial intros and outros or whatever it is, just to make a couple bucks. But at some point, Keith, to be frank, I would like to be in a bit of a different place where it's easier for me to figure out what I can do to help. And to your point, maybe, I mean, you're doing, I think you're really good. I call you, I don't know if you're a super connector, but I look at you as a connector. And particularly the show as a connector, because particularly now you seem to be getting more and more people together, and so money doesn't necessarily have to change hands. And to be honest, I would like to barter, and I actually have done this a little bit, but I would like to do what I'm calling skill or bartering back and forth. So that we're not paying the tax man. Like if I can write you a song and you can I don't know, get me on someone's some crazy man's show that I can get a lot of exposure. Why can't we do that? Why do we have to be exchanging that for fiat and then changing the fiat back out to the other person? Then we all have to get hit by the tax man and everything else.
Let's set a goal. You and I both. I wouldn't mind a Rodecaster Duo. So anyone listening to this show, if you can find a way that we can buy or get or be gifted a Rodecaster Duo, you have my attention. Now, I have a Zoom P4, which I love. I'm currently using the Zoom P2. You may have noticed I've been using that a lot more. I would love a Rodecaster Duo, but they're 700 Australian dollars. This is the answer to the monetization question, isn't it? People talk about monetization because things that we want cost money. It's not enough.
And Keith, I've watched multiple, so I think you probably know I get a little crazy on research, and I've watched people that have both the Duo and the Pro 2. And they're actually one of the reasons, and don't need 4. Now, if you need 4 mics, then okay, go with the Pro 2. I don't need 4 mics yet. I don't plan to have 4 guests, or myself and 3 guests anytime soon. So this is a perfect. I mean, it has, my understanding, it has the exact same hardware and software as the Pro 2. It just has, I mean, it has less buttons and things, but the way it works, including if you see that preset with the pod mic, which I happen to have. But by the way, Keith, it has other presets for other mics, kind of well-known mics. probably for the Q2U, and even condenser mics. They have some generic condenser mics that are the preset sounds very good. And to be honest, that's kind of why I'm still not super happy with my sound, my voice yet. I think that's kind of where I'd probably give it a rest, is after getting the Duo. Yeah, Road Connect.
Why wouldn't you just use Road Connect? Why buy the physical product? This is a very good segue. Like, why buy the physical product when you can do it with with software?
Why buy the P4?
No, why buy the Duo? No, this is a good question.
No, it's sort of for the same reason, right? Because, and we already run into this. Then if it's in the software, and by the way, you use the software to and I don't know if you know this, but even with the PodMic USB, when I set the software, it actually talks. I don't understand it completely, but I guess there's a chip or something in the PodMic USB that it talks to program these settings that you have in Road Connect. But what I'm running into is that if you use any other software, anything that's related to sound, then you get all sorts of conflicts, and it gets very confusing. So I would really like to do as much as I can in the hardware. Because, for instance, Keith, I have an issue, and this gets a little bit in the weeds, but I have an issue with, I want to hear myself talking to you like I'm kind of hearing now, and I want to do that via the Duo. So I have my my nice headset, my 250 ohm headset, and my pod mic, and I can't do that today with one piece of hardware. I have two pieces of hardware and then all the software. And when you have all the software, Keith, that's kind of where you run into issues. And particularly if I'm changing out, like I tried to that one show, I'm like, oh, I'm changing out mics, and it gets so friggin' confusing, and particularly like between the PodMic 2, the PodMic USB, which uses Road Connect, and then my other Q2U, which can't be used by Road Connect.
Yeah, I would love to have this conversation with others. I love hardware. I'm a very kinesthetic person. I personally don't like using software. It just doesn't. As an example, I want you to hear this, because I'm thinking very seriously getting a stream controller. When I go to play this is a very good example of why I love software. So I'm going to play a sound, but you wait to see how long it takes for the sound to actually click. 1, 2 seconds.
Wow. Yeah. That's
2-second wait here. Now, 2 seconds is not going to kill me. But it's sort of, if I'm in the zone, okay, we got to call up, and then I'm waiting 2 seconds. It kills the flow. Imagine 2 seconds syncing with a song. Imagine if you tried to write a song and you were syncing and there was a 2 second delay. I mean, it'd be impossible. So it alleviates that sort of lag. That's why I love it.
well, that's one. I'm getting feedback. The other thing is, like you said, when you're running the show yourself, and okay, I have to play with the software over here. I have to, like if I'm changing from my PodMic USB to my Q2U, I have to use two different pieces of software. That's going to be very confusing. As far as I know, I can plug in the Q2U right into the second XLR port and use. That's actually a good question. I'm pretty sure. I guess I'll find out, but I'm pretty sure I can use the Q2U on the Duo, but I can't if I plug in the Duo. Sorry, if I plug in the Q2U into my PC, I don't think Road Connect will read it.
No, this is a very It's a very, very good question. And one of the reasons why I'm really excited about this exact question is that today, this is exactly why I do this show. Today, I found out about this very, very, very cool piece of tech called the Elgato Wave. Now, the Rode Connect software is great, but it only works with Rode mics, which is their prerogative. That's their prerogative. It's a free site, but you have to have a Rode mic to use it. They've got hundreds of choices. That's fair enough. They're not going to give it away for free. I get it. But what Elgato did today is they said, guess what? We've got a site called the Elgato Wave software that is almost identical to Rode Connect, but any mic plugs in. I'm so excited about this. I haven't even tried it yet. I'm so excited. Elgato came out with this, and you've got to ask the question, why are they doing that? Well, Elgato makes such good products that they have got the confidence to say, look, you don't have to have an Elgato mic or an Elgato Stream Deck or an Elgato mixer. They make all three. You don't have to do that. We know that one day, we're all right. We're going okay. We just want everyone in the world to sound better. And so we made this site for everyone. It's called the Wavelink 3.0. Completely free. Now, don't you think that's just the coolest thing? To think that Elgato feels so confident about their ability to make good products that they have a free offering.
Well, it's like Keith. It's like the serial, the headset team that uses the software I'm actually using right now.
Yeah.
They give it away for free. Now, of course, it comes and is very easy to use with with their headsets. I mean, that's kind of what they're building it for. But yeah, I obviously at some point they're looking for market share or something. There's a reason behind. There's no free lunch, Keith.
Yeah, I know, but there's a part of me that wants to think that we're all okay. Look, I'm bringing in Andrew. I love this, Andrew. What we're talking about is tech. Hello, mate. This is normally an audio show, but I know you only got a few minutes. We're talking about tech. What tech do you use for your podcast? Do you have a Rodecaster? Do you have a Zoom P4? What are you using?
Well, I actually do everything over Zoom, the app. I keep it really simple, and I do have gear, but I unplugged it all when I got my new Mac. So I'm totally just laptop and USB mics, and done.
I love it. Nice and simple.
Yes, yes. But I'd love to hear about the tech, whatever you're talking about. It sounds
So
fascinating.
it sounds like you've gone over to the dark side, is what I'm hearing. I used to be a Mac evangelist. Actually, I had a lot of Mac gear. I was into photography, and now I'm kind of getting back into music. And Apple software is awesome. My issue was that, and Keith, just hold your ears up. I'm going to get technical for a second. I had a Mac Pro early version, and it was it's the Ferrari. It was 64-bit operating, quad, processors. So it was there. I think I spent $7,000 on the thing, and when they
Wow.
released it, I could only run it at 32-bit. A year later, they released 64-bit. So I actually reached out to Steve Jobs, and he actually answered. He kind of forwarded it, but the bottom line, the net was they wanted me to buy another machine to run at 64-bit. I'm like, I bought a Ferrari that that I'm driving at
Wow.
at valet mode, and that's your answer is to buy another Ferrari. So there was a couple other reasons, but I love the software, and even what you're talking about, like the Apple phone. Keith had mentioned some people get on an Apple phone and they're sounding really good. These cameras that are on these phones. Again, I'm a digital photographer, but I was at a a baby shower, and the light was so crap, and my flash wasn't working, and I couldn't get any decent stuff. And I whip out I think it was a S21 at the time,
Mhm.
and I'm taking they love the shots that I got. I mean, who cares what it was if
No.
you're and these were, this was family, but I
Yes.
mean, yeah, we're talking about sound and stuff, and getting. We have Zakia is a colleague of ours that jumps on the show, and she has a Rode Caster Duo, which is what Keith has up there, and her voice. I'd love to know what she sounds like in real life, but she has this golden sounding voice. That she comes in on. Now, actually, no, we know a little bit because we did hear her come in once on a phone, I think, Keith. But no, when she gets on the mic, it's unbelievable. It's pure gold.
I have a question. Unless you have a specific topic that you're talking on, it's very similar.
Oh, yeah, this is a very free form discussion. Yeah, what are you thinking?
Okay, so I love in Zoom they have this option to do like a 30-second script read, and it will filter out all kinds of background noise, barking dogs, sirens. It's unbelievable. But then when I go into a room like this, it's gone. So my question is, there was something called Crystal Sound that I had. I bought it. I didn't even use it. But is there some other way to get my mic to be filtered like that, even if I'm in one of these other places outside of Zoom?
Have you heard of Chris?
Yes,
What's that?
there are noise reduction software. He's talking about Crisp, which also is a transcription. Yeah, he just posted it
Oh,
on
okay. All right. That's
Crisp
good.
AI.
All right.
That also does transcription, but it does noise reduction as well. And
Okay.
I would just Google noise reduction software.
Okay.
But the challenge, it's actually a perfect segue into what we were talking about before, is do we do things in software or hardware? Because I'm pretty sure the Duo also has. I don't remember what they call it, but they have a noise reduction built into the hardware. Um, so
This trains though on your voice. It has to train on your voice. As long as it
okay.
trains, then we're good to go. Otherwise, yes, it's nice to have noise reduction, but it's not anything like what Zoom has. It's unbelievable. And it doesn't work as well on the phone, unfortunately. But for people who have this problem with barking dogs and screaming kids, it's a miracle.
Yeah. And why do you just use Zoom? I'm fascinated by that. Why do you, pardon the pun, because I'm going to send you something from a different product called Zoom. But why do you only use Zoom? Why don't? I'm really fascinated by this because a lot of us have moved well past that.
Because for what I do, I keep things simple as far as if I'm going to do a recording or something. I don't even have special overlays or anything. So that's why I just keep it simple. If I want it to be more complicated, I might still try to stay with Zoom, but the main reason is the audio. It's flawless, and it also deals with things like people's low bandwidth, both for their audio and their video. So that's why I love it.
Do you do shows or is this for meetings?
Well, for meetings that I then would share, or for things that I want to record myself and just put it out there, almost like social media stuff. But I'm not doing a whole lot of, I'm not doing live streaming, although I know you can do Zoom to Facebook, for example. So it's not live streaming. It's mainly just doing my own shows and putting them out there, doing social media.
Yeah, I love this because one of the questions we had, and I'd be interested in your thoughts here. We had this is our third hour. We've been going since 10 a.m. It's now 1 p.m.
Mhm.
So one of the big questions was, should you run your own show or is it much better use of your time to go be a guest on other people's shows? Now,
I can give you my feeling on that.
please.
The answer is yes. That means both. The reason why is because if you have a show, regardless of how many people are there, it's so much easier to get on other shows because there's this idea of reciprocity. Even if it's not spoken that way, somehow it ends up happening all the time. So that's the main reason why I believe it makes sense to have your own show. And your own show could just be a YouTube channel. You don't necessarily have to go for the whole RSS feed, although I think it makes sense just to go the extra mile and at least get it into the Apple directory so that it's official. But that's the main reason. But also, there's so many other benefits when you have your own show. You get to sort of be in other places where you wouldn't normally, like groups that for podcasters, podcast events. It just goes on and on and on. Even if you have only 3 or 4 shows a year, it just helps you in so many ways. So I'll stop there.
I love it. Let me pick up on that. This is very, very important. If you do your own show, you've got a much stronger chance of being on other people's shows. That is a reason in itself to do it. Because a lot of people say, oh, I'm not ready to have my own show. I just want to go on other people's shows. Well, then the question is, well, how do they know you're any good? How are you going to get on other people's shows if you've never done a show? Now, Mike has a very good answer to that, and that is to make all these comments. And people go, oh, you're a nice person. You want to come on my show? What do you think of this idea, though, Mike, of doing a show with the express purpose of getting on other people's shows? I mean, that is a reason to do it. What do you think?
I agree with him on the reciprocity thing. And I guess I'm doing reciprocity in another format, Keith. What I do is as part of my passion is I actually do I write Andrew, I write tracks. Now, whether it's for podcast intros and outros, I started out writing birthday songs. One of my songs actually became a track for a video that a gentleman that wrote a children's book actually is using in his video. And he actually has, in the next print, he has a QR code that sends readers to that. And he's had children, I think maybe it's either relatives or maybe, no, I think it's relatives or whatever. So he's had kids that just go crazy over that video. So I think that would be my reciprocity. But I agree. And Keith is continually trying to well-meaning, and I want to do it, get me to start my own show. I just need to figure out, and that's one of the things that I was trying to share with him before, is what is I need clarity on what I am attempting to do. Is it selling tracks? Is it selling services? Is it, in his case, this is kind of for fun. He just does it for the pure joy. I have done a number of guesting, and that's more for pure joy. Like I have done a few things. I used to be a CISO, so I've done some cybersecurity related shows. And by the way, Keith, I forgot to mention, part of the challenge of being a guest is I love to be prepped. I love to have knowledge of how you're running the show. Americo did a very good job when and I'm going on his show again for the music, but he has a set of questions now. He didn't necessarily give me the questions beforehand, but he has a certain way to run the show. That's a pro and a con, because if you're not being prepped properly from a guest perspective, I'm speaking from a guest perspective, then that can be a challenge. If you have to kind of be light on your feet and go with the flow, I like to be prepared. That's just how I roll. So that can be a challenge. And the other thing, to be honest, I want to provide the best guest experience I can. So the better prepared I am, the better I'm going to give you, I hope. So that's always a challenge when you're guesting.
One of the things that happens, Mike, when you have guests that are prepared, is the conversations are very stilted. They're already pre-considered. I've had many guests that just got the questions ahead of time, wrote answers out, read them out. Right? Now, I've had that happen, and it's a terrible show. Maybe it was better for them, but it was terrible for me. So my show is very impromptu. Andrew just had 2 minutes, and you need when you need to go, just jump out.
Yes.
He had 2 minutes. He's here now. He shared what he knows, and then he goes. That's the style of my show. We didn't know Andrew was going to come, but what I'm really fascinated by, Andrew, is could you share your strategy for, like, one of the things we often talk about is you need to know the end game. What
Yes.
do you do? What do you do, and what's your end game, and how does what you do prepare you for that? You know exactly what you offer, don't you?
Yes. The most important thing, I believe, whether you're selling toothpaste or whether you're doing tracks or whether you're a doctor or chiropractor, I believe you want people on your email list. I think it's very underappreciated how important that is for everyone, because social media, if you haven't noticed, does not want to show anything to anyone without being paid first. And I don't mean that, not 100%, but I mean it, like, to a big degree. They just don't want to show your content until you pay them something. So the email list is like the end. It's the end game to get to the real end game. You can do anything you want if you have a large enough email list, as long as you're doing things ethically. Obviously there's people doing unethical things doing okay, but I believe you get people on your email list, and then the magic happens.
And tell us about that. What do you use, and how do you? So what site do you use, and how do you get people on your list?
Well, I use Aweber. There's so many different ways you can start with Mailer Lite, Lite, and I would never get, if you see some special thing like, oh, you can get unlimited emails forever for $99 one time, do not buy that. But you can go to like Mailer Lite, Lite, mailerlite.com, and they'll give you, I think, 500 contacts or 1,000 contacts, and you don't start paying them until you go past that. So once you just build up your list, and then you maybe send it out once a week, and then maybe more often if you have something special. But in order to get people on the list, you need a lead magnet. That is something of great value to your audience. Maybe you give them two options. I had created something I call my vault, which people can find on my site, which is imagingbuffet.com. I call it the vault, and I give them like probably too much. I give them like a Zoom tips PDF and video. I give them an ebook on how to back up everything, including LinkedIn. So I just go on and on. If you can give something at the end of any of these talks and say, just go here and pick up my free thing to help you do this in this amount of time, or whatever it is, as long as you're somewhat close to that audience, you will get more and more people every day on your list.
That's great. And once you've done a list, how do you get people to open your emails?
Okay, good subject lines and good content. Like, for example, recently I've been doing a tip, every single one. Like, one of my favorite tips, whether it's iPhone or Android, anytime you have any type of text that you're entering anywhere, you can turn your, I'm just going to cover this up. You can turn your space bar into a mouse just by pressing it. And when I sent that out to people, people were like, I said, please let me know if this helped you. And people were like, wow. Because we're not born learning these little tips that you can turn your space bar into a mouse on a phone, but people love it. So now I do a tip every single newsletter, and I tell it, I said right in the subject line, a little tease on what the tip is.
I love it. And just for those watching thinking, Keith, isn't this an audio show? Andrew only has 2 minutes, so I didn't want to
Yes.
move him around. I didn't want him to get lost in the weeds. He came in spontaneously and 2.5 hours in. So it's a bit of an anomaly. But the lead magnets, and more importantly, this funnel, is the essence of marketing. And do you need to go? How are you going for time?
Yep, I got to go. But well, this is fantastic.
Yeah, you're very welcome anytime, and you've got a bit of a sense of what it's about.
Thank you. Yes, I look forward to returning. Take care.
Take care, Andrew.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right. So Andrew just popped in spontaneously there, and I didn't want to muck around with the gadgetry around getting an audio, but lead magnets and funnels. Mike, tell me what you know and what you're doing, because this is possibly my favorite subject of all time, other than Star Trek.
Well, to your point, right, is as you know, you can have email. Basically, it's turned on by default on Substack. But one of the things I'm trying to do, Keith, and this is where I have two tracks. So the one for the primary one is going to be Bandcamp is going to be the end game, so to speak, and selling tracks. But I want to reward. I'm going to be using most likely Substack, unless there's something built into Bandcamp, which there may be a capability of having what they call subscribers. I'll dig into that later, but I do want to have a place, and I like Substack because it allows. There's so much freedom of all the stuff you can do, and you can mix and match video and audio and pictures. So I would be using it that way, but I think also I have to look again because I could swear you can do this on Substack. I think you can turn off emails, meaning that if school or and this is notifications in general, because my my email box is overrun. So I wanted to hear what he had to say, but then I'm also concerned because the reality for me is that I literally get, depending on which email that I'm looking at, it's ridiculous. I literally, I'm overrun. And to be honest, Keith, I have a couple that I get lost in the shuffle. There's some people I actually would really like to follow, and they get lost in the email. So I don't know. I don't have a great answer as to whether I'm going to go full hog on email an email list or not, because my druthers is to drive people for sales to Bandcamp, and then if they want, they can come to Substack to get new, and it would be a pay subscription most likely, or it'd be free for one or two tracks, and then if you want to get the new tracks, you'd have to pay the paywall. But that would not be email. That would be, you've already bought my track, or you already know about me. I've driven you to Substack, and here's a value add. That's what he was talking about, Keith, on the Vault. My understanding was, okay, I'm going to give some free stuff, but if you want the good stuff, it's in the Vault, and you have to cough up a subscription for that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair if money is the goal. We are having some challenges with sound. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play a song, and I'm just hoping that it'll stick, because I think I have to reboot. But if I get the song started, my gut feeling is it will play, and I'll reboot, and it won't take me that long, because we've been going 3 hours and the system's starting to labour. So I believe, for all that we've discussed, especially as it relates to email, that Substack is going mainstream. And I believe that it is indeed the next big thing. And I'm just going to stick to that. So I'm going to play a song that details that. But mostly what I'm doing is I'm rebooting my computer, because we're live and we've been going such a long time that my computer wants a rest. So I'm going to see if this will work. I hope it does. If it not, it might cancel me out. But let's see what happens. It's a good test. And then we'll come back and we'll talk about Substack and the other ideas. I was hoping to go for 6 hours today because I've got the time. But after 3 hours, we seem to have lost a bit of momentum. I'll see if I can get some more people in. Maybe my UK or European connections can come and help me out. But I'll see if this works. Hang on. 1, 2, 3.
Substack is going mainstream, from the niche to the dream. Voices rise, breaking the frame. It's a new frontier with a familiar name. It started as a whisper, a spark in the feed, writers finding voices, planting digital seeds. Now discovery's the rhythm, connections the tune, audience lightning growing under a Substack moon. Still early in the golden haze, the crowd's not too loud, the field still plays. Substack is going mainstream, from the niche to the dream. Voices rise, breaking the frame. It's a new frontier with a familiar name. The challenge is the balance, to stay true and free. Hold that creator's soul in the storming sea. 2025, the year we decide how far the wave goes, how wide the tide. Can we scale the mountain without losing the art? Every platform's heartbeat starts in the heart. Substack is going mainstream, from the niche to the dream. Voices rise, breaking the frame. It's a new frontier with a familiar name. Substack is going mainstream, from the niche to the dream. Voices rise, breaking the frame. It's a new frontier with a familiar name. Substack is going mainstream. This is more than just a scheme. Ink and code, the perfect theme for a new world built on the writing dream.
Now, how cool is that? I got in and I got out while I played a song. And I rebooted and now I've got full internet back. It was lagging a bit. Now I've got better speed. That's a good experiment. And that played okay. Mike, no lag, no nothing. No, you didn't notice I was gone?
No, sounded great.
Okay. Now, the thing that I love about this is that I'm seriously, and this is a very good example of hardware versus software. I am very, very, very seriously thinking about getting a stream controller because, and I timed it out, I'll start doing this from now on. Every time I played an effect, there was a 3-second time lag. Now, that's not a crime. No one's going to die if I do that, but it's not very professional. So I'm seriously thinking about buying one of these gadgets because what it'll do is it'll allow me to push a button and have instant access to the sounds that are much more natural. Maybe a waste of money, but it's sort of what we're talking about, isn't it? It's the idea of hardware versus software.
Well, Keith, is that going to play when you click one of those buttons? Is that going to basically tell Restream to play the sound, or can you record a sound on that thing?
Yeah. It will completely bypass Restream.
Okay.
So I think this one has 15 buttons and 3 additional settings. Some of them have many more. And if you think about it, this is just a variation. It's all coming back to the same thing. This one has 6 sounds, but 6 banks of 6 sounds. So I think you've got 36 options here. This one, which is about, it's 150. It's actually about $100. It's virtually nothing. I'm probably trying to talk myself into buying it. It's $100, but I get 18 sounds. This one is $700, and for this particular purpose, I have 36 sounds. but obviously you have a lot of other features. So software versus hardware. I think it's a very, very good discussion. I would love to have that discussion with whoever's listening, and let's have that sort of talk. What do you think? I personally am a hardware guy, and while we're discussing this, I'll play it. Like here, I'm playing a little song or a little sound. I hit the button. One. You heard that lag?
That's quite a lag. If you're saying, Keith, I hear someone at the door and you're supposed to, get the sound right away, that could be, a bit of a blow to the show.
It's an embarrassing moment, isn't it? It's an
Yeah.
embarrassing sort of imperfection.
Well, dead air in radio is the worst, right? And that's equivalent to basically dead air, because you don't necessarily want to talk because you don't know when that's coming in, right? So you're like, oh, who's at the door? Who's at the door? You're waiting to hear the doorbell. So yeah, that's that. And to a degree, Keith, this is the same challenges I'm talking about with NR, noise reduction is, and particularly, like I said, when you have these things starting to fight with each other, which, unfortunately, when it gets into the software realm, I think it's more likely to happen than in the hardware realm. And again, Keith, Zakia made a great point, and she's selling. She's on the game, Keith. She's selling services to set up podcast studios using PodMic, USB, I think, and the Duo. So good on her, right? And I think the other thing, Keith, is life is hard enough, right? When you're trying to do the show, why kind of overcomplicate it with things that are gonna, cause. Because the worst thing, in my opinion, is it's going to happen. But sometimes during a show, people have tech problems, and if you can reduce those, if you can reduce the number of variables that you have, which I think you can via hardware, I think you're better off.
I agree. I totally agree. But one of the things that I'm always fascinated by for you, if we talk about the end game, I don't know if you've got this end game worked out. Like, I don't know if you have, and we don't have to talk about it live on air about this, but who are these 10 people that come through the funnel? Who are they? And where do they hang out? This is marketing 101. Like for me, I can have 8 people online. This is my end game. This is my end game. We didn't crack it today, but we almost got there. We had 6. This is my end game. This is my payday, if you like. Because you probably heard about the UI, the idea of the universal income. If someone gave you $1,000 a week and you could live on it, what would you do? Would you go back to uni? Would you travel? Would you just sleep in all day? Would you just smoke pot? Would you watch Netflix? What do you think? If someone gave you $1,000 a month, a week, 50 grand a year, could you live on it? That's the first question. Second of all, would you just hang on it and just do things? I'm not. What I'm proposing is that I've been around the block a few times and I'm now retired. But the reason I could retire is that I was saving $50 a week when I was 18.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that I wanted to retire early, so I went hard early. Now, we don't have much money, but I don't need much money. The bills get paid, I'll get food in my belly, and I can buy petrol, $2 a litre, $8 a gallon, right? So that's how much it is in Australia, but I can afford it. I just don't drive. I just don't drive anywhere. But what would you do, Mike, if you didn't have to work? What would you do? This is why I asked this monetization question.
Well, I would continue to write, Keith, because some amount of my tracks. So I have around close to 250 songs in my catalog and then that equals about 2,000 tracks. So So I average somewhere around 10 tracks to get the sound that I'm looking for. It's just kind of the nature of the beast in AI. So I would continue to write the songs. Now, would my focus change? And I've gone back and forth, to be honest, Keith. Is probably one of the reasons I haven't launched until 26. Is I kept on going back and forth. Is how do I make money? You know, because to your point, I'm not at a place where I'm fully retired. So how do I make some money? Not, you know, I'm not looking to make millions, but how do I make some money? Maybe enough to buy, you know, some better gear, and you know, and keep myself out of trouble, so to speak. Because I don't know if it's a man thing, but I think we all, us men, as we get older, we probably need something to keep our minds active, you know, so we don't lose our faculties, and something just to kind of keep us from going stir crazy. Uh, and to be honest, I mean, one of the reasons I'm on this show is to do that. It keeps me from going stir crazy, and I get to meet some pretty interesting people. And some number of them I've already met elsewhere, but you know, or I met them here and then, you know, met them over on LinkedIn Lives or something. But I think I have solved for it, but it's going to be how I get there. So those 10, you know, those 10 users are going to come through. Well, like I said, there's two main businesses. One is just, for lack of a better word, here I forget what you called them, but you know, just tracks that are listenable. They're not business related, or birthday related. So they're not. I forget what you called them, but they have meaning to the people that are paying. And by the way, just so you're aware, I don't know if I think I mentioned this before, but there are people that now they happen to be a very niche. They only do Christian based songs, and mostly for anniversaries. But there, or like Valentine's Day or whatever. But there's a company out there that's just doing that niche. And again, I don't know if they're making boku bucks, but you know, they're advertising on, you know, uh what is that, YouTube Shorts or something, you know. So you know, something to keep you out of trouble, and you know, bring some to people, because they have. And again, they could be AI, I don't know, but I think that they have people, you know, doing testimonials, and you know, they show them playing the song that they created for them. Yeah,
Well,
there you go.
on this, let's pick up
Ikigai.
on this. This is your ikigai. So this is a very fundamental thing, because I was a career counselor. So what we know is that you love writing the songs. You love it.
Hmm.
What
Yep.
does the world need you to do? What do you think, with your skill set? What do you think the world needs you to do?
Well, the world, what I'm selling and what I can get paid for is the world wants, or even though they don't need, they don't know that they do, is to have. Well, I'll give you an example. I'll give you a perfect example, actually, Keith. The song that I wrote for my stepson's wife, she said she had never had a song written for, and she actually cried. So that's the market's out there. So they need to feel special, basically, or feel, you know, someone has thought enough about them to have a song made just for them, for that event, you
Yeah.
know, for that birthday.
I'm asking you to answer this yourself, but it's a very good question. You know,
Yeah.
you love to write songs. What
Yep.
does the world need? The world needs to feel special.
Yep.
People need to feel special, and
Yep.
people would pay you to have a song written about them. They would pay
Yep.
you.
Yep.
As you develop this cycle, this Venn diagram, you will get good at it, right?
Mm.
So you've almost answered your own question. You love doing it. The world needs you to do it because they want to feel special. They will pay you because it makes them feel special, and you're going to get very good at it. So if you get that four-way flow going, you will have a very successful career. Like you will. You just have to get all four pieces to match up. We know what you love.
Yeah. I think I have it in my head now. I just kind of actualize it. And to be honest, even Keith, this is why I thought very hard about the whole streaming. And I don't know if we talked about this. I'm saying, you know, Apple Music streaming, not selling, because they do both. It's some ridiculously low amount, so I'd have to have like, let's just throw a number out there, like 1 million streams. Well, I would be super lucky to have 1 million streams. So I don't think that's the way, at least initially, that I would necessarily want to make the money. But I'm still going to put the stream out there and have people listen to it. Again, I'm not making money on that, and then I'm going to say, oh, by the way, if you want to, if you want this stream, to keep, go over to Bandcamp and buy the track.
Yeah, you're still very much in that early stage of working out who those 10 people are, aren't you?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, they're going to work. The only way I can say this is that they'll work themselves out. And particularly to your point, I do need to figure out and maybe follow these people. Like I am going to get on TikTok. I kind of hate TikTok, but I'm going to do it because I can put like a little ad for these specialty songs, and then drive them to wherever I can onboard them. So I'm getting there. It's just turning the knobs on exactly what platform is the best to do that. And for me, it sounds, my gut is, and what I've been talking to people on is that TikTok is the top of the funnel, and then either the specialty songs are the 10 customers, or Bandcamp, where they buy the songs, which are not custom for them. They buy the songs on Bandcamp.
I would love to have this discussion with a musician, to think, the lead guitarist for Linkin Park. Do you think they're sitting around the rehearsal studio going, who's going to buy these songs?
No,
they're not. The singer from the Linkin Park, the original singer, would have said, mate, I got a song. Let's do it. Yeah, good. Let's do a gig. Yeah, that's good. Guess what? We're just going up the line. Someone bought our album. Okay, cool. Hey, look at that. Now we're touring. So, they've been.
Oh,
They sit around going, why am I writing a song? Because it's in them to write.
Well, to me, it's like the Rick Rubin thing again. You don't write to the audience. You write it because you write it, and you have to write it. So that's the one song. That's the one. I don't even know what to call it. I'm gonna have to come up with something. But that's the, for me, songs. And so that would go, like I said, on streaming, on TikTok, and on Bandcamp for sale. The other stuff is, okay, here's a birthday song that I wrote, and put it in a little video, and put it up on TikTok, and then they click on it to go to whatever my onboarding site is, to have them get their custom track made.
But are you not thinking about it in reverse? I mean, why not just do the songs?
Well, I can't do the custom songs. I don't know who I'm writing for.
No, I'll get you there. But why not just do songs for the love of it? What's wrong with that? Is that not enough?
Well, are you saying, are we back to monetization? The monetization discussion?
Well, what I'm saying is, do you think Linkin Park sat around in 1996 going, oh, well, how are we going to monetize this? Do you think U2 formed in whenever it was, 1978, whenever it was, thinking, how are we going to monetize this, guys? Sure, they said they might think, well, shit, I wouldn't mind eating today. How are we going to get enough money to pay rent and put petrol in the car so we can get to the next gig? I get that. But I don't think people write songs to say, how am I going to monetize this? This is very specific to a creative pursuit. I'm not talking about making a video about making things and making money out of making things. I'm talking about writing creative things, right?
No,
Yeah,
no, no, no. I guess I think we're talking a little bit on cross purposes. I agree with you. I would write the song. Okay, so for I gotta come up with a name. Let's just call them my songs. So my songs would be created because I have to. And then I'm not. I don't have it in reverse. I'm not doing it to make money. I'm writing the song because I need to write the song, but I do want to make money on them. It's just like Keith, when you had a band, you had to go play at a gig. Now, you didn't necessarily write the song to go play, but I mean, eventually you're like, well, this was all fun, but we'd like to have a little coin in our pocket
no,
or get
no,
beer or
not,
get chicks or something.
not. So for me, and we can tape, I wrote songs to be famous.
Yeah.
My ROI was that I want to be famous.
Mm.
So as I said, my friend writes songs with the express purpose that he wants a hit. He wants it to be on the radio. He wants Rihanna to sing it. He wants Lady Gaga to sing it. He wants someone famous to sing his songs. He's not motivated by money. Money may come, might come. Maybe he'll get 10% of the record sales. But the point is, he wants to know that he's written a song that was on the radio and was number one. That's what we do. That's what musos do. Like musos that I know. We don't give a shit about money. Obviously, we need money because obviously if we don't eat, we'll die. And it's that simple. If we don't eat, we'll die. So we better eat today. How can I afford to buy a pizza? But that's not the motivation for writing songs. If you want to make money, get a job. Right? If you want to make money, get a job. If you want to make money out of music, very difficult. Right? This is why I would really, really love to hear a show where someone who's making money writing songs with Suno talks about the process and is willing to share, because they might not. But I would listen to that show. Here's a guy or a girl writing songs because they love writing songs, and guess what? They made bank. They bought a car. They paid rent. They paid the rego. They bought 2 pizzas. Right? Music and money don't necessarily go together. A lot of people don't know this. They just think these famous people just turn up and they suddenly playing in front of 15,000 people. And how lucky are they? But they don't know about the 99.9% of people that quit and have to go and work in the public service because that's the only money they can make that they can deal with, or pump petrol or make coffee or, wait tables. No one tells you about that shit.
No, and
very difficult.
Yeah, to your point, Keith, it's like the NFL or something, or I don't know, whatever. I don't even know what you call it over there. Football. Like a massive football player. That happens very rarely. I mean, God only knows how many people are trying out to make it, right? So and I look at these big, and the other thing though, I think it's changed a little, Keith, is I think they're trying to do it again through all these lawsuits, but there was a lot of gatekeeping in the music industry, meaning that there was a path if you had any skill at all, and if you were playing gigs and you wanted to make money, there was only really one way to do that, and that was to get signed up by a record label. That is, you could argue maybe for the really big boys, that's still true, but that's like getting less true because the tech is changing, and people are having more and better access to distribution and creation and all this stuff, and then AI has sort of stepped that up one step further, and a lot of people are arguing it's all slop, and I'm not going to go down that road. um, and there's still a lot of confusion about copywriting, blah blah blah. And again, I don't really want to go down that road. But you're right. I'm doing my songs for me, and I would love to have them played and enjoyed, and make some coin. But that's not why I'm doing it. Now the other songs, I mean, I'm going 2 routes or 2 reasons. One is I want to have bring people that don't have the capability, the ability to have custom songs for their events. And my sense is from the people that I'm hearing back from, including my stepson's wife, is that she really, it actually brought her to tears. So cool. To your point, what is your ikigai? And my ikigai is, in that case, is to bring, to touch people's hearts and give their loved ones the capability of doing that through songs.
Could you do that without payment? Would that be enough?
Ooh. Yes. But there all, and I don't know if you run into this, Keith, and this is getting a little personal. Um, I could do it, but my sense is when you give something away, even if you charge of low amount, and I've already considered, maybe some tiers, different tier pricing. But if you charge a low amount, and it shouldn't act this way, and you can feel free to disagree with me, but it's not valued the same as if you put a charge to it. Now, I'm not saying I, charge $2,000 per song, but if I charge $1, for instance, for the tracks, apparently that's very reasonable. If I charged $50 to have the custom ones, and again, I'm gonna have to do some research to see what the sweet spot is. But $50, if you're spending $50 on a custom track for your loved one for their birthday, anniversary, wedding, well, probably charge a little more for a wedding, but then it it means more to that person.
No, Zakia would be the first person to say that. She doesn't do anything for free.
Yeah.
But because I'm a creative first and foremost, I'm even proposing, could you make money in other ways and do the music for you? Could you split?
Yeah.
Could you just make money for somewhere else? And like, no one knows this, but I was a musician from 1982 until 1996. And I woke up one day and I said, you know what? I'm never going to be able to do this professionally. I've tried very, very hard. It's very, very difficult. So I gave up.
Mm.
As soon as I realized that I couldn't make a living from music, the joy of music fell away. And I've never done it since. I sold all my gear and I bought a house. Right? And I don't regret that. I just realized that I was doing it in an environment which was very difficult, and obviously I wasn't super talented. So I just stopped kidding myself, and I said, okay, if I need to make money, I've got to do the work, and I'm going to find another way to be creative, but it won't be based on money. And I did photography, and I do these shows, and they're for me. Money is money, fun is fun. You can probably try and do both, and there are people that do, and maybe that sounds cynical, but it's very difficult. Like, I mean, please, 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 I want you to find someone making a living out of writing songs. I want you to find them. Try it. That can be a goal. Try and find them. There's not many of them. Just try and find them. A needle in a haystack. If you need money, get a job. If you need to be creative, be creative. Obviously.
I'm going to push back again, and I'll have to scratch my head to find, and maybe I'll make that a short-term mission. Is I'm not talking about the big boys. There's all manner of crap that they go through, and sometimes, Keith, I think we see, pick one. Some of these big bands, and they went through hell and high water. Now, I don't care what they made. And I'm sorry, but a lot of them got ripped off from what they put in to what they got out. Now, I'm not saying they made their millions, but I think the record companies made many times more millions. So, but all that aside, um, yeah, I would still want to make some money, but that's not my
Well,
main focus.
that would be, it wouldn't be enough. And this is what I said. In 1996, I quit music cold
Mm.
because I knew in my heart I was never going to do it full time. It wasn't a hobby. I wasn't doing it for fun. I was doing it to be famous and make a living. I couldn't do either, so I gave up. And I don't miss it. I,
But Keith, and this is getting into woo and whatever. But I think sometimes if we're not aligned with the goal, meaning and you can call it manifestation or whatever, I could give a shit about being famous. So I think to some degree that actually changes my attitude towards it. Does that make any sense? So
it's a very good discussion.
I'm just trying to figure. To be honest, I mean, most of these people are famous, so it's they lucked out, or they to your point. I don't know. I've just heard horror stories, Keith, about artists and what they went through, and I don't know if you've heard the story about Taylor Swift, but she basically re-recorded because there was some issue about her masters, and I guess she had given control over on the masters or whatever. So long story short, I'm pretty sure she left that record label and re-recorded, which because she owns the rights to the song, she just doesn't own the masters. And my understanding is she re-recorded them and then made record sales out of that. But to me, it sucks. Like I don't know how many millions of that she lost because of that, and I'm assuming she had enough of a following that not everyone can do that. But it just seems to me like the people that really made money as musicians got shafted. I mean, and to your point, I mean, my understanding is some of these bands have to tour now to sort of make up for the money that they lost while they were younger because it all went to the record companies.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether you could, if you need money, there's a million ways to make money.
Mm,
Music is not a very, very lucrative one. Like, I mean,
mm,
that's not one I would pick. If you needed to make money, there's a million ways to make money. Right? And if you want to make music, make music. What you're saying about charging for it actually has nothing to do with the money. If I give you a,
no, no, yeah, it does. It doesn't. It actually has to do with your value, perceived. I should say perceived value.
so write songs for yourself because you want to write them.
Mm,
If you want to write songs for someone else, that should be at a cost
yep.
because of the value, not because you need the money. But if you
Right.
need money, I'm just saying now, right now, and please prove me wrong. But if you need money, I wouldn't be using music to make money.
No, I think that you kind of hit the nail on the head there, right? And what you just said actually makes it I'm aligned with that. So in order to because number one, dude, it's going to be I know it's going to be a bit of a hassle, and I've already kind of prepared myself. And what I mean by that is I have to onboard and you know the way I'm at least initially approaching it is look, this is my process and you get one or two rewrites and that's it because we want to do this quick. We want to you have a birthday coming up, okay, I can do it in 3 days, but we're not going to do endless rewrites and I'm not going to charge you $500, um but in order for to do it at 50 100 bucks, this is what you get, and that's the process, which is totally different than saying I'm going to write songs for fun or for that I got to get these songs out. So
Are you
it's
a
a good
little worried?
discussion though.
Are you a little worried it might burn you out?
No.
Okay, so you can write songs for others at a level and just say, okay, well, that's just a process. It's a
Yep.
it's a fee for service. I don't mind doing.
Well, and again, dude, I do invest. To your point, though, I'm gonna have to be careful because I'm already gone to the point where I invest a lot of effort. It may not seem like it, but like when I write these songs, I'm doing a lot of research, and b a lot of emotional and whatever you want to call this, that goes into the songwriting. And apparently, it's striking a chord with people. But to your point, I can't just do that thousands of times a month. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to pace that out, and we'll see. I mean, as things happen. Um, but because to your point, I think I could burn out because then it becomes, for lack of a better word, it becomes like a factory, and I don't want to necessarily do that either.
Well, no one knows this. I think there's about 3 people in the world that know this. But I wrote a song in 1990, which I was pretty proud of, and it was a good song. Nothing happened, but it was a good song, and it was a power ballad on piano. And my sister said, "Could you re-record that for my wedding?"
Mm.
It's my sister. I
Mhm.
said, "All right." I gave up music after that
Mm.
because the stress of making this song sound as good as it could be, knowing that the
Mm.
100 people in the room who are related to me
Mm.
hear it, completely burnt me out from writing songs. I gave up
Fair enough.
almost exactly after that moment. My sister does will never know this, but I wrote a song in 1990 for fun. I loved it. It was good. I enjoyed it. Nothing happened, but that's part of the process. But I can say that it's mine, and it was the best I could do at the time. Then my sister said, "Well, I want to have this as my wedding song," and then I thought, okay, well now we've got judgment. And I rewrote it, and I recorded it and spent $500 in the studio because that's all you could do then. And
Mhm.
I got a guitarist in, and I triple tracked the harmonies, and I did sort of a string line. And by the end of it, I thought, I'm so sick of this song. Like, I don't want to ever do this again. And I stopped. I think it was March 1995. And never went back to it. I stopped and never went back to it. And I
Well,
sold it
keep
in 1996.
Yeah, I did this in reverse. So I actually never got in. I was looking as a young man, coming out of high school, to be a commercial artist, and I had done some work, to what you're talking about. I think it was family, and in essence, I did a commissioned painting. And dude, that was there's something about doing things for relatives. It was so stressful and took so much of the kind of pure joy out of it that I said, there's no freaking way I'm going to do. And by the way, I did this again as a graphic artist, for web graphics. And same thing, is that wasn't for family, but that was for church. And they kept on saying, that's not what I want, that's not what I want. And I'm like, well, then I'm done, because you're not paying me for this, you're not sort of valuing my time and my effort. Either you needed, and I didn't give them an ultimatum. I said, basically, because you guys can't get your act together, I'm out. God bless you. And I I I I I actually, to be honest, I don't think I've actually done any of that type of work since then. So I understand what you're saying. But to me, I think in general, as creatives, my dream is to have people come to me and, like, buy my service because they've heard of it, or like to buy one of my song, what I'm calling my songs, because they've heard of it, and they just want to buy it. Whether they do or not, no skin off my nose. But I want them to come to me, just like. And again, this sounds egotistical, but I'm at a point in my life that if I would ever get back into a position in corporate America, they would have to come to me. I'm not going to go hat in hand to a company.
Yeah,
And
I was quite surprised by that. That's
yeah,
quite an interesting revelation, because I mean, obviously, that dramatically decreases the chances that that will happen.
actually, I think it increases it. And hear me out when I'm saying this. At that level, you don't go hat in hand because it's a power dynamic. In other words, I have to be confident enough in my ability to execute. So, I'll put my name out there, right? And I'm going to say, it's almost like what you were talking about, Keith, for the shows. It's like, here's what I'm an expert at X. Um, and maybe even sign up for like a pod match type of thing. But I'm not coming hat in hand to you. I mean, if you want me to create like a demo reel or whatever the case is, I'm more than happy to do that. But that's it.
This is a fascinating discussion because it's part of what Bez says about not applying, isn't it?
Yes. Well, and what he's saying, and my understanding is, you are a networking Keith. So I know Keith. Keith knows, someone actually back over here. So it's not even I'm not getting my job through Keith. It's Keith knows Fred, and Fred knows Jim, and Jim knows someone in company X. And because I call it a chain of trust, because what are we really talking about? What's the issue? First of all, the whole human resource acquisition process is broken. And one of the issues is that you're trying to overcome a trust gap. Well, what does that mean? Well, why should I hire Mike? Well, it's normally because Jim knows Fred, that knows John, that knows Mike, and so Mike's a good guy. Well, you can do that through networking, but it takes kind of a because, to be honest, for me, it's a waste of time to go to 100 or 1,000 applications because the whole ATS thing is broken. Basically, what I agree with Bez completely, and it says you have to network your way into your next job. Period. End of story. And that's, in my opinion, that's true, and that's particularly true of me as an older gentleman and an executive. They're not going to hire an executive like through a. And I've been through 3-4 interview like 4 interview process, and they don't hire me. I'm like, what the hell? And I've never gotten any really good feedback. And it's like, well, you know, I'll tell you, I lost I lost one position because the other guy. Now I'm not going to even argue whether I was more qualified or not. I think I was, but he got the job because he knew either his daughter or something. There was some connection through his daughter that knew uh, her his daughter's friend's mother worked at that company, and that's how he got in. And that's what it takes.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, no, you just you have to approach things realistically, and yeah. So yeah, but anyway, I've had that dream when I was doing photography. I want to be like Anna Leibovitz. That they're coming to her. She's not shopping jobs. She's not shopping to do shoots.
And we've
You know
got
what
a
I mean?
listener, Alberta, Virginia. Teresa is saying, we agree with you. We agree. So that's
Awesome.
cool. This is the power of live. Teresa, if you want to come up and speak, I'd love to have you. We are live talking about everything, the meaning of life, really. We're talking about the meaning of life. We could be Derek and Clive for all you know. I don't know if you remember that can't be a dear, but we've been going about 4 hours. And if no one's, I don't know if we'll make 6 hours today, but a lot of very interesting discussions. What you've been with us almost since the beginning. What do you think are the key points that we talked about today? Let's wrap it up. I reckon we probably won't make 6 hours. But Teresa, if you want to come up, I'm very happy to have you. I'll send you a connection request and I'll send you the link. But what do you think are the key points that we talked about today?
Well, I think we talked, and even before I got here, I was listening in a little bit. I think that community versus audience is huge, and you and I have kind of done this stance before, but I think it's important to understand. And again, you mentioned it again, and it's all wrapped up in ikigai and everything else. Is what's your end game? And to be frank, what's your passion? Because I think when you're trying to do this stuff, Keith, particularly as an entrepreneur, if you don't have that passion, you need something that is going to be a driving force because I'm sorry, my understanding is most entrepreneurs fail at least once. And so you have to have the drive and the passion to continue. And obviously it helps to have the right idea. To your point, you do want to have an ikigai Venn diagram in front of you. uh Thank goodness someone's enjoying us, Keith. No, but I think it's important to have because you can have the best, you can be the best mousetrap maker in the world, and that doesn't mean you're going to sell mousetraps. You can have the best idea. You need to figure out where to sell, who needs mousetraps and how to get them to them.
Yeah.
But anyway, as far as the show, uh, I would have liked to have talked a little bit more about Substack, but I think you and I have already gone down that road a number of times. I think it's a great hub. I don't think it's necessarily community, but I do think that marrying a school with Substack is a great idea. And then
On that a bit. Why isn't Substack community, and why? I personally do not like Substack. I'm just going to say it. I don't like it. I think I can't see the point of it myself. I know people love it. I just don't love it.
You mean school?
School. I just don't love it. I
Yeah.
can't see the point.
Well, it goes back, Keith, to I think you're live kind of guy. You're a dopamine kind of guy. You're not necessarily a community builder. If you're a community builder, school makes a hell of a lot of sense. And I actually think it would be interesting for you to maybe sign on. Absolutely. Teresa's asking if she can come up.
Yeah, I'll
Anyway, I think again, it's what are you looking to do? I think school is a great place to gather people together and disseminate information. And I am pretty sure at some point America is going to monetize it. Again, doesn't really matter. You don't have to monetize, but if you want to make to your point though, Keith, I mean, even in this little circle, there's so many different ways. I mean, you look at Zakia. She started out as making the soap first, and I believe she's actually offering classes now. So she's not even, I don't know, maybe she's still making the soap, but it makes logical sense to go from particularly as get, for lack of a better word, your name out there and such, then you're multiplying your influence, right? And maybe she doesn't want to make soap anymore. um and potentially, Keith, I could do the same thing with making tracks. Probably not though. I probably always want to make tracks, at least for what I'm calling my songs. But
in teaching what you know. You know a lot, and you do love to talk about it. Can you imagine teaching that?
I could. And I've actually done a little bit, and some people have actually made their own songs based on what I told them. So
now, Teresa, if you do want to come up, it's a bit of a clumsy system. We have to be connected for me to send you the link. I'm not sure how you came across the link. If we're not connected, this is probably a bit of a miracle in itself. But if you want to connect, we do need to be connected for me to send you the link, because I can't send messages to people that I'm not connected with. Are you connected to Teresa, Mike? Is that how she knows us? I'm very fascinated to know how people come across the link.
I don't think so, but can't you put the link in YouTube?
No. Oh, it's a very long. It's not live. You can't click it. So anyway, that's all right. We can connect. Teresa, I've sent you a connection request, and I'd love to have your thoughts on school versus Substack. One of the things that has happened, I've been working. I worked, and I haven't. I've retired now, but I worked from 1984 to 2026. 2000. That's right. 1984 to 2024. 40 years. Right? Now, there's a part of me in this sort of school-like realm that says, I know some things. I know some things. I would like to teach those things. And I would like to teach them. So for me, talking about what you do, Mike, I would love to go to a show where you taught what you know.
Mm.
And this is a very interesting question. Like, if you constantly rely on people inviting you to talk, you've got to wait until they ask you a question before you can speak, other than button in. So, but if you run your own show, you are running your own show, right? And you can speak when you want. Like, I I I don't mind being a guest, but I love I love having my own show. I love it. Like, I love having my own show. I'm in charge. I'm the boss. I decide what songs to play and what time to do them and what to call it and where to market it. I'm in charge. I don't have to ask permission. Right? When you go on someone else's show, you've got to ask permission. Oh, well, you're talking to me, and of course, you're a pretty cool person, so you're letting me speak. Thank you. You know, it's a week.
Teresa said she accepted your request.
Yeah, no,
So,
I've just sent her the
oh,
link.
oh, okay. Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. Well, and then that's the other thing I was going to say. I forgot is, as a guest, I'm at the mercy of the host, right? And let's say I would very much like to play my version of Substack is going mainstream.
Mm.
Well, either I have to negotiate that with you up front, or we have some sort of thing that we're going to do screen sharing in the middle of the show. But yeah, it's as a guest, and to be honest, I think as a host, and I understand kind of where you're coming from. It's like you're kind of just winging it, and that's fine. But when you're a guest, and like I said, at some point, I want to get this information. And I think you've asked me, and so I've put some links in. But at some point, I will want to start my own show, and most likely it's going to be a DJ-ish type show, at least at first, to say, here's my tracks. And then I'll have another one to say, here's these bespoke tracks. And maybe, again, this is a big maybe, I'll have to ask the people I've done it for, but it's a way of what Andrew was talking about, reciprocity. Is I did those pro bono. So potentially, and I'm not going to say I'm doing it because I'm going to ask them if they would be open to it. But the other thing I forgot to mention, Keith, is for some of those people, they're already mentioning that I've done the intros and outros. Like Jackie is mentioned in almost every show.
Can
And
you see the point I'm making? You're putting yourself in a very weak position. Like,
yeah,
you're relying on other people to promote you.
yep,
Why aren't you
yep,
promoting yourself? I mean,
yeah.
this is the crux of it. Why aren't you promoting yourself? Why are you waiting for other people to tell you how much they love your songs? Why aren't you just doing it yourself? I just don't understand it.
Maybe I don't believe it.
Uh,
I have a crisis of belief, Keith.
Have you ever been to an open mic night? You know what I mean by that?
Yeah, I do. No,
You've never
I
been
don't
to one?
think.
You know
No.
what I mean?
Yep.
So, you go to, and please, Teresa, I've sent you the link, so just click on it and come in when you're ready. It'll be lovely to have you. You go to an open mic night, maybe Wednesdays at 7 p.m. till 9 p.m., buy a beer, go on stage, right? Right.
Mhm.
The pub does it because there's nothing going at the pub, and they get all these people coming, and the people come up and speak, right, and sing and play guitar. But you're sitting in the audience going, hey, I've been here since 7 o'clock and it's like 10 past 9. I still haven't called me. Right. And now, Keith, what are you going to do? Oh, finally, 2 hours I've been waiting. Fucking 2 hours I've been waiting for this. Now you're calling me. I've been waiting here 2 hours. Because you're asking them permission to sing your song. Right? You are putting yourself in a weak position. Right? But of course, the alternative is to say, well, can I hire this space on a Wednesday night between 7 and 9 and invite my friends? Yep, $200. Oh, okay, that's not bad. So every Wednesday between 7 and 9, I play at this particular pub. And you can come and, if you want just $5 cover charge to help me pay what I have to pay. Right? Totally different story. Like, I don't know if you know this. I want to share this exact story. There's a gig there's a place in LA called the Whiskey A Go Go. Hello, Teresa. If you can put your your thumbnail on, I'd love that. If not, no worries. We'll just wing it today. But there's a place in LA called the Whiskey A Go Go. Right? Very famous place. Just about every band that I love did their first gig there. Van Halen, The Doors, Cinderella, Guns N' Roses, right? Van Halen. Like all these bands that I love did their first gig at the Whiskey A Go Go. It's very famous. Right? So they charge $2,000 a night to do a gig there. And some people pay that because it's a badge of honor to say, guess what? I played at the Whiskey A Go Go. Yeah. Mm. Wednesday night, 7 till 9, $20 to get in. 3 people come. I just spent $2,000 on an ego trip to say I played at the Whiskey A Go Go, where Guns N' Roses did their first gig. I stood where Axl Rose actually sang in 1994. I was in the exact same spot that the drummer from The Doors played in 1967. I was sitting right there. It only cost me $2,000. Sure, 3 mates came on a Wednesday night and they gave me $20, helped me mitigate the price. We call this pay to play. But Whiskey A Go Go's got a model. We are famous. You can play here or not. We don't care because we got a line of people coming. We're booked out every night for 3 years. You can play or not. I don't care. $2,000. So, but if you go to an open mic night, it's completely free. Put your name down and we'll just call you out when we're ready, if we're ready. And then when you get your turn, you get your turn. And you're waiting for 3 hours going, I can't wait to sing my song. I've got one song, I'm going to sing it. And it's 3 hours go past and people go, oh, when am I going to get my turn? Because what they want you to do is buy 3 beers, right? Got to pace yourself. By the time you actually get up there, you're so drunk you can't even play. Right? So, I mean, it's a double-edged sword. You take responsibility, you own it, but you've got to do it. You let them take responsibility, costs you nothing, but you're at their beck and call. Now, I'll bring Teresa up, even though she might not have a. There we go. I'll bring you up now, Teresa, and this is going to be a lot of fun. I normally do this as a audio only experience, and I would appreciate it if you can put your thumbnail on. I think you've got it there. What are you thinking, Teresa? Have we touched a nerve? What are you thinking? You were inspired.
Well, you all have touched so many nerves on tonight. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes. What you're mentioning about the school, I've actually just started with school, and it is so very, very good, especially for my niche, which is faith-based. Is very, very good, is interested. I heard somebody say that sometimes, you want to run your own show. You want to be able to go up and do what you do, and you don't want, anybody to be able to interfere with that. However, I heard someone else say, talking about the corporate workplace, and I'm just all over the place because I'm in between that and entrepreneurship. And so the topic that you all are speaking about is so very interesting to me because I'm trying to get a footing somewhere, and I'm leaning toward entrepreneurship, and I'm just not understanding how to get things going because, like someone said, you have to be consistent, you have to stay motivated, regardless of the obstacles. And there are many, many challenges to it. But I'm a faith-based author. I've written 13 books. I have a devotional library with over 20 devotionals. I have an online store. I got so many digital products and digital things. However, I'm still not sure which way to go. So I don't know. Some of you old schoolers, maybe y'all can help me to decide what would be the best thing
This discussion.
to do.
I love this discussion, Teresa. Let me pick up on this. So, if you are an author, are you using Substack? Have you heard of it?
You said, how am I using it?
Or are you using Substack?
No, I've never heard of that.
Okay, now let's start there because Substack, this is an amazing site. This is a game-changing site. So
Okay.
Substack is completely free, and its business model is you can just keep going until you turn the monetization on. I'll show you the link to that. And then they take 10% of whatever you make when you make it. If you don't make any money, they'll charge you nothing. Right? So it's a game-changing site. 50 million people use it every day, and 8 million people visit the site every month. Right? Substack.com, completely free. I've sent you the link in the
Substack.
Now,
thank you so much.
That's that's an author-based site. So I've got about 100 articles there. I'm so proud of this. I only started in September, but I have 100 articles written on Substack. I think 93 articles. And each of them gets about 200 views. So that's 200 people that have said, well, I like this. This is worth reading, and I'll share that with my friends. And then you're sort of making your indent, right? And then if it happens, maybe one day I'll turn monetization on and people can pay me $8 a month to get extra things. Right? This is how Substack works. School is totally school as you pay by the month straight away, but it has a lot of additional features. Now this is perfect timing because my very good friend Americo has a school account and he can tell you all about it. So what, mate, that's a perfect timing. Like, I'm so glad you made it. I hope that you were listening in the car. We have covered so much.
Yeah.
Like we're into our 4th hour of America. But tell me why you love school. Americo's in Toronto. Very good lead for you, Teresa. And he has a school account, so he can tell you all about it. Are you in a position that you can
Thank you.
America, or are you still driving?
Repeat that.
No go. But tell me.
Hello.
Tell me what you. Oh, there you are. There you go, mate. What are you doing?
All right, I'm driving. How do I sound? It's important that I sound good and not ruin your show.
No, it's very important that you speak. We can tell you're driving, like you're driving through the plains of Abraham, or maybe through the Route 66. You're driving in this very open. It sounds like you're driving in a convertible on the Route 66 on the way to Las Vegas.
All right,
the hills are there.
I'm going.
But don't be embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed. We want to hear what you're saying.
I'm going to pull over in just a minute. This way, I'll get rid of the road sound. So continue, and I will give me about a minute, and I should be able to pull over safely.
So let me pick up on this, Teresa. This is a very important discussion. Today we've been chatting at great length about school versus Substack. Now, of course, you can do both. There's no reason you can't. There's no reason you couldn't do both, but your timing might not allow you to do both. There's only 24 hours in the day, and you've got to eat, and you've got to sleep, and you've probably got a job, and you've probably got to do the dishes and mow the lawn and look after kids, and you've got to go do the shopping. So I can't do everything. So I've decided, me personally, to do Substack. Americo, on the other hand, very similar style to me, he's decided to do school. That's why we talk so well, because we bounce off each other. So school has a very, very, very good system. And I'm very interested to know what you think of school. Have you got a school community, or are you part of a school community?
I'm still actually in the building phase. Um, Today, I'm in the building phase with school. I'm in the building phase with Teachable. I don't know if you've heard of Teachable. Well, Teachable is for more like online courses. And because I'm an writer, I'm an author, then I teach about faith. And so I build those curriculums out, and I'm also building my own faith-based training academy. And so I am learning how to use those platforms to do this. And I'm in the early stages of school, but someone else had mentioned school to me. And, I'm liking school. I'm liking it. The community is there, the people are there, but it's hard. It's really hard, and challenging, because you repeat competing against so many others, who are either doing what you're doing or, offering something that's better, you know.
Yeah, I think this is actually a very
It you have to stay motivated. You can't really look at what someone else is doing and feel like they're doing it a little bit better than you, so you get discouraged. You have to stay motivated and know what your vision is for your own community.
Comparison is death in entrepreneurship.
I
You
know.
will never launch. You will never launch. And to be
I
honest,
know. Yeah.
Teresa, I think I'm coming at it, and I'll just come at it from which I don't normally do on this show, from a faith-based perspective. Is I think we're
Yeah.
uniquely gifted by God,
Yeah.
and so uh, and Keith, can you put up the ikigai thing again? I think if you really understand your ikigai, which is basically this intersection of what you're good at, what the market will bear, um, yeah, what you can get paid for, and what you love, and you already written books. Um, I just it sounds to me like you have a lot of the ingredients. It's just you haven't quite figured out what cake you want to bake.
Yes,
Um,
the structure, the structure. I'm
yeah,
like drowning. I'm drowning in structure because I started in 2017. So you can imagine that over the years, the content, I have 3 YouTube channels, I have 4 or 5 Instagrams, and 7 or 8 pages, maybe 10 on Facebook, and 2 on TikTok, and 360 videos on YouTube, and I'm still not monetized. And I have all of this content, and it's just me. And so I feel like I'm drowning, like, and I already know that I'm a millionaire because of what I've built over the years, but trying to do it myself, and without the people that could help me really push this. I have my books on ACS, Audible, so I have multiple streams of income, but the structure in the order, like I'm drowning. I'm drowning trying to do it all by myself.
have you reached out to anyone for help? I mean, I don't know if you can afford it, but is does that make sense or?
It does, and I haven't because you go through those phases of knowing who to trust your
Hmm.
things with, and I'm there, because I want the person that's going to help me to be just as passionate about what I've built as I am.
Yeah, that's
And
tough.
so it's taking some time.
One
Yeah.
one of the things we talk about a lot on this show is what we call a marketing funnel. I'm not sure you've heard this idea, but
No.
for every 1,000 people, I'll give you a very good example. So for every 1,000 people that I invite to come to the show, 1,000 people, 100 people say, "Yeah, I'll come." 10 people actually come. This is a very, very solid marketing funnel. This is
Yeah.
math. You invite 1,000 people, 100 people say yes, 10 people actually do it. The
Right.
question we're asking, we always ask, is who are those 10 people? Who are those 10 people that will come to your show, that'll read your book, that'll go to your event, that'll buy your t-shirt, that'll eat your food, that'll whatever you sell, buy your soap? So for me, my goal is to have 8 people on the show every week. We've been going 4 hours, so we've had multiple combinations of this look. So my goal, the 10 people I want, are for people that love live streaming and don't mind talking. And today we've met a new friend. So that's my goal. But what do you think your goal is? What's your marketing funnel? Forget the 1,000 people on TikTok and everything else. Who are the 10 people that you really want to get to? What do they want? What do your people want? And that fits in with Ikigai. These two graphs are actually interchangeable. What do the people need? We know what you want to do, but what do they need you to do?
That's good. Okay, are you asking me to answer that?
Yeah. So I'm asking you, who are the 10 people? Like, what do they want? Are they middle-aged women living in Nebraska? Are they Inuit women living in, Norway? Are they Aussies living near the beach? Are they, men living in a backpacking arrangement in Darwin? Are they blokes driving utes and can't get diesel because there's a big shortage? I'm exaggerating to make a point, but who
Yeah.
your ideal client, and what do they need? Because your ideal client will be very different to my ideal client. Yeah?
Right.
Have you
Well, I
thought
would
of that?
say that, yeah, I would say that my ideal client would be those who are middle aged, those who may have suffered trauma, who may still be healing from some trauma, whether it took place in their childhood and they brought it over into adulthood and they're still trying to heal from it. That would be my ideal client.
Does that feel better having said that?
I do feel better having said that because I know that most of the people that I interact with and those who I minister to still have identification issues. They don't know their identity because of all these things that they've suffered. And I help them to know what their identity is.
Now the big question. This is actually the reason we do this. This is a bit of a miracle, pardon the pun, is that once you know who your ideal client is, then you just have to ask, where are they? Right. If you just said it, middle-aged people, that's a boomer. That's a baby boomer born between 1946 and 1964. Bingo. Where do they hang out? They don't hang out very much online. They like to read the paper. They like to go to events in their town. They like to hang out with people. If you said that your ideal client was a Gen Z, someone who's just left school and probably going to uni, maybe 22 years old, well, they spend 10 hours a day on their phone. But you got to create different content for them, right? So
Right.
would you agree that they probably are what we call baby boomers? Have you heard that phrase?
Yes, I would agree. And I also would agree that because I've also worked in the correctional facility for over 25 years. And so I do try to change my content up. I mean, the word usually stays the same, because you have to have a foundation. So the word is my foundation. However, I use my content in a way that it reaches um, different audiences. Because I know, who I have to minister to at any particular time. And that's why I have so many pages because I address different audiences,
It's very important because
if that makes sense.
burnout is a thing. Like burnout is a thing. There's only one of you. You are a unique being. There's only one of
Yeah.
you. And if you're trying to minister to 5 different groups, you're going to get
Yeah.
burnt. Like someone who's over 60, say, let's just play that out a bit more. Say someone who's over 70, they're probably not on their phone. They're probably not. They probably don't have a tablet. They might have a laptop. Maybe they're looking at their phone. But the point is that they want to read the paper. They want to watch TV. They want to. I'm generalizing to make a point. But someone who's over
Right.
70 is probably watching free-to-air TV. Is probably hanging out at the local RSL or the local community centre. They're hanging out with real people, talking to real people in real life. Someone who's 17 is thinking, well, hang on, I haven't got time to go to. I don't read the newspaper. I want to just give it to me as a 3-second GIF, or give it to me as a 3-minute video. Right? That's a lovely picture there. Just give it to me as a 3-minute video. So, if you wanted to reach Gen Zs, it'd be silly to advertise in the paper. And if you wanted to reach a baby boomer, it might be silly to go on TikTok, although that's not technically true. Does that make sense? So, I mean, for instance, why are you on TikTok? That's a very good question. Because people say you should be, or do you get some kickback there? Do you get a lot of views on your TikTok account? Or are you just doing it?
Yeah, well, I think that I'm just there just because it was another platform that I could use to promote my business. So it hadn't been about the views or the likes or, which they come. But for me, it's just been more about using the platform as another means to get the word out.
Bingo. And doesn't that feel exhausting?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be possibly better to focus on one or two? This is a very good discussion. I mean, if you're not particularly attached to TikTok and you're just doing it, everyone else is doing it, and you're not getting any results, well, maybe that's a waste of time. You could, if your audience isn't there. Let me know what you're thinking. Well, am I on the right track, Mike? I know you think you should be on TikTok. I'd be very interested to know why you think that, and whether or not it's working. Do you resonate with this graph? Do you think this is accurate? We got you there, Mike. I'll bring Americo in too. The idea of audience is extremely important. Like, it's more important than probably anything else. The idea that where are your people? I don't read the paper. There's no point putting stuff in the paper. I'm not going to see it. And I'm not on TikTok, so don't put stuff you want me to see on TikTok. I'm never going to see it. Right? So if you wanted to reach me, I'm a Gen Xer living in Australia, in Melbourne, Australia, with 6 million people, put it on LinkedIn or Facebook or YouTube, maybe Substack. I'll give you right a reply there, Mike, if you're there. But Americo, you're there. We're having such a great discussion. Teresa is here, and she's got a school account, and she's talking about Substack, and she's got TikTok, and I just loved it. I love this discussion. Does this graph resonate for you?
You talking to me now?
Yeah. You've
Yes.
pulled over, and we can hear the big wind, but at least you're not driving with road noise. This is good. You've had to do a big road trip today.
Yeah, I was on the road. Had a honeydew list I had to tackle. Wednesdays we usually have groceries and chores to do, so it was difficult to get
list?
on early.
What's a honeydew list? Is that a Canadian phrase?
It is probably a Canadian phrase or a North American phrase. That's when your missus puts a list together for you. It's like, honey, can you do this? Honey, can you do this?
Honey, do this. Heard of that? Honey, do this. A list of tasks that need to be done. Yeah. But
so that's what.
What do you think?
That's what I was tackling. Listen, I've been in and out of the call for the last few hours, and it's been a wonderful discussion, and a shame that I couldn't be part of it sooner. But in terms of what I just heard and all the accounts that you have, I think there's a great opportunity to even consider. And I'm just thinking out loud here. I haven't seen your social media footprint, but it sounds like there could be too much content that is many times considered clutter. And if you don't gain traction,
Yeah.
if all your channels are saying different things, if you want to be known for a specific subject matter, you got to niche yourself and just make yourself visible and present in one key area. You can then, once you have conversations offline, you can then share what else you're able to provide in terms of services. And the fact that you're in school,
Mm.
the fact that you're looking for help. Uh, I have something coming up, a collaboration with one of my LinkedIn uh, connections, and we're helping people exactly like you. We're having an information session on April 2nd. I'd love for you to reach out before that date. Let's jump on a call. I'd love to see what your socials look like, and I'll give you an honest and humble opinion on what it looks like from my lens. It's not to say that it's the only lens, but you'll get an unfiltered. Um,
Thank you.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm more
I would
than
love that. Thank you.
I love what you're
yeah. I'm
saying.
more
What you've said there, mate, is very important. Can you have too much content? What a great comment. Can you too
Yeah.
much content? Like if your content is just out there and spray and pray, and there's no focus and no strategy and no continuity, then it's just noise, isn't it? And I know
absolutely. Well,
Yeah.
you take myself as an example. I'm a prime example. It wasn't long ago where I was the LinkedIn literacy guy hosting a show with or collaborating with a colleague. I was doing a marketing show. I was doing, like, I had 4 different streams going, and all with good intentions, but the impact was hindering my success. You know, my focus was live streaming, and I wanted to demonstrate 4 different streams, 4 different subject areas, and 4 different streams of expertise.
Mm-hmm.
But I lost sight that my core value and the value proposition is live streaming and helping people lower the barriers of entry through live streaming, helping them build and create live content. I got so immersed in so much content, talking about so many different things, that my message got lost in translation. And I've since whittled it back, and all I'll talk about primarily is how I can help people build live content strategies so that their messages can be heard, they can be seen, they can be remembered, they can be valued for that one thing. And then once I have a conversation offline, then I can always jump into, put my marketing hat on, put my, um, if LinkedIn is where people want to focus, we'll look at LinkedIn and how we can make you discoverable on that particular platform. So niching is very important, and we hear a lot of people referring to niching. And sometimes it's just as I mentioned earlier, we have good intentions, but the outcomes hinder our success because we saturate our personal brands with too much content.
That's good. I'm glad you said that because I'm really sitting here and I'm thinking, because like I said, over the years, it's only accumulated, and I heard that word in one season of my life, clutter, that I needed to release the clutter. And I didn't really understand at that particular time what that meant, because when I heard that word, I was looking at some other area of my life and not realizing that all these things that I was trying to do on my own, like somebody said, it just pretty much burnt me out,
Yeah.
and so, I got discouraged at one point and just wanted to give up in another season. And then I said, well, no, I'm gonna keep going. But in this season, I'm hearing the word order, that I really need to get some order and some structure. And I think that once I, take some time and sit down, and because I know what my message is, and so I really need to build my content around that message and just stop jumping all over the place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's
And don't get caught up by all the trendy words, because you'll hear top voices and you'll hear gurus, and they'll have a word of the year, and you're going to hear trends come and you're going to hear trends go. Focus on your core message. You know, take it with a grain of salt what others are saying and what other trends are being looked at, because those trends may work for those who are talking about it, but may not work for you. So the
Hmm.
decluttering, like, you got to find clarity that brings your message to your community and to your audience.
Yeah.
And once you figure out your
Thank you.
clarity, it's what others are saying isn't as important as
Right.
you understanding what your value proposition is. Because if you keep chasing what others are saying you need to look for, you're going to find yourself in that continuous, never ending chase for something that may
Rabbit
never
case.
exist.
Right.
Well,
Thank
let's
you for that. I'm glad I stayed on here long enough to get my answer, because I believe that I got my answer and I know what I need to do going forward. And one thing is I need help, and I can't be afraid to ask for help. And so that's something else that I'm going to take the time and start looking for help.
Yeah, and listen, you got help right here. I always offer a complimentary conversation, because most of what I'm going to advise at the early stages of most conversations can be found on Google. So there's really no point. Anyone who wants to charge you a fee for something that you can look up yourself,
Yeah.
shame on them, right?
Yeah.
But the first thing I always recommend is discoverability. If you were to search your name, what will you find? What will people find and recognize you for? And you'll start to see the clutter, or you'll start to see the scarcity. It's like, all right, I'm not coming up for any of the core subject or keywords that I want to be recognized for. So you now know what you got to focus and what you got to change. Or conversely, you're going to Google your name and you're going to see, all right, here are all the articles, here's all my social media that's coming up. This is what I no longer want to be recognized for, or this is what I need to be, this is what I need to declutter. You now have a good idea as to where to start.
Well, actually, when I Google myself, it's pretty consistent across the board, but I think it's just what I'm trying to do personally or individually. My message is clear, but it's just the clutter. It's just me feeling like I need to do XYZ. I really don't need to do anything else. I really don't. But because I've convinced myself that I do.
Yeah.
I think that's where the burnout is coming from, because I keep telling myself that is more that I need to do, or is more that rather than taking what I've already done and work that part.
where does that come from?
It's just emotions, and then I think it's just me beating myself up, and telling myself that I need to do more, try harder. Just false narratives, I think.
Yeah. Well, let's pick up on this. You go.
Can I pop in a couple things? My word for you tonight, Teresa, is think and grow niche. A little bit of a play on words, but and also imposter syndrome. I actually was on a show, and we were talking about imposter syndrome, and it sounds like you have clarity as to what your what your gifts and talents are. It's just a matter of how to place them. And to your point, the one thing I wanted to mention while I'm thinking about it is, and Keith has newly discovered this, is AOE, which is basically SEO for AI. So how you are seen by AI, because unlike Google, although they're moving over to LLMs, AI see things and stack things, when they search differently. Keith has seen some, increase on his Substack by making some minor changes. You probably want, to get some help in that regard, to help you wherever you're putting that stuff out, just to make sure that it's being seen by the LLMs. And I'm also, by the way, happy to help, uh, including, talking about maybe even writing a song for you. Um, yeah, this is, and this is the one of the tools that Keith and I found that you put in, whatever your, in this case, actually, the way this particular tool works is he has a Substack article that he's actually pointing to, and then it's showing, you can see that SEO, it's technically AEO or
Mm-hmm.
GEO, that he's getting a 90 out of 100. So it really helps you be seen, like on LinkedIn. I don't know if you know, but if you want to be seen outside of LinkedIn, you should really be doing something with a tool like this, because all of the new searches are basically going to be AI based.
Oh,
So that
wow.
can help, and I think it also might help you, Teresa, kind of focus in. It's like, okay, Keith has said something that I keyed in off of was, what do you want to be, how do you want to be seen? And that's
Mm-hmm.
even more true in AI, because uh and by the way, you can use AI tools to help you. Like, I think Keith has already said, okay, here's my article as is, feeds it into the LLM and says, rewrite this so that I can be seen by XYZ LLM tool, and use this. But this tells you kind of what your score is, not necessarily how to fix it, although it tells you things to do down below that you can't see.
Do you
But
write?
Okay.
Do you write?
go ahead, Keith.
Do you write blog posts, or like I notice you've got a book? I googled you, and I noticed you've got a book called "Overcoming Adversity in the Workplace." I mean, that's a pretty powerful topic. You could probably be on a podcast every week forever on that one.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you write articles about this? Do you? I mean, you've got a book about it, but do you write articles about it?
No, I haven't written any articles. As a matter of fact, I haven't published that book yet. As a matter of fact, that's the next book in my queue. And but I haven't did any writing as far as journal articles or anything like that. I've thought about it, but I've just been so overwhelmed by everything else that I have going on.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to add a new one, but as an example, and this is how it works, you've got a book, which I'm guessing has 20 chapters. Well, each of those chapters is a blog post. And if you write a blog post about chapter 1, at the bottom you can say, want more, buy the book. Then you do chapter 2. And of course, if you do all of them, people can get the book without buying the book. But chances
Mm-hmm.
people will buy the book. So what I do, and I'll give you an example of this in the DMs, is I write an article on Substack, and then I feed it into this tool, and I say, what do you think? This is the part 1. What do you think? Any good? And they'll say, well, look, I think you can do better. You've got 60 out of 100. But what about
Mm-hmm.
do this? Ah, okay, try that. And then I try it, and I get 70 out of 100. And my articles are getting about 200 or 300 views every time now. So I write these articles just as I think of them, and then I use tools to make them more findable with AI, because there doesn't seem very much point writing articles if no one's going to read them,
Right.
other than if you like doing it. So, for instance, I wrote this article called "What Problem Does Substack Solve?" Right, that's the name of the article. So I asked this tool, "What do you think? Is this a good one? Out of 100, what would you give me?" And I think it gave me 80. Right? And I said, "Oh, that's okay. How do I get the other 20? Well, try this. Try these things." I add those things, and it makes it more findable. Now, again, there's no point doing things if no one can read it. What are you doing it for? You're doing it for yourself.
Right.
Yeah. So if you're going to write an article, you want people to read it, right? Like,
Right.
very important for me, because I do these shows, and we've been going 4 hours. But when I first started, like, no one comes, and I'm going, well, I'm just talking to myself now. There's no point. And then someone comes, and I go, oh, finally, someone's coming. Like when you said, I'm enjoying this. Can I come up? So now we're having a conversation. But imagine if I just did a show and I'm just talking to myself. Hello, it's Keith Keller in Melbourne, Australia. There's no one here. I'm just making this up as I go. What are you thinking? No one's going to hear it. So this is just a time. Then what's the point of that? There's no.
Right.
So there's tools out there that help us make things better. And this particular article I can Google now, so I think had 250 views. So that's 250 people. It might be me looking at it 250 times, but it's probably not. So this tool in Substack has been read 240 times in a week. Right? And then at the bottom of the article, I write, what to do next? Well, come to my show. I've got a show about this next week. Come in. Here's the link. So the article is like a teaser, like a funnel. But what I really want is for everyone that reads my show, I want them to come to the show. I want them to come. They read an article, but I want them to come to the event, which is this. So can you see the point? I'm doing something, but I've got a goal. Yeah, it's very simple, but it's so much fun to do. Did I explain that well, America? What are you thinking? You're back with me?
Yeah, I'm back. You're all nailing it, and I think the key takeaway from everything that we're saying is the importance of clarity, the importance of discoverability, and being okay with using technology, AI, and the tools and the resources to help us deliver improved clarity and improved discoverability. There's no shame in using those tools. And once you declutter and lean in and leverage the tools that are there, you'll be surprised. Now, I was holding off, and then I dropped here for a second, but we've all heard the reference less is more. And this is a wonderful example. And you've self-identified that you have way more content than perhaps you need. You know that. You've said it yourself.
Yeah.
So take what you really want to be known for. Leverage AI to bring clarity to that one key message or that value proposition, and be discoverable in all areas. Because now, to Mike's point, it's no longer just Google. You got to look after those large language models that are collecting information in different ways, and you now have different algorithms that you need to be searchable in. So I'm glad you got the value out of this. I'm glad that I jumped in to be part of this segment of the show. And hey, look me up on School. I'd love to see and understand who you are and what you're trying to build. and come be part of the community, because there's a wonderful group there who are open to helping one another, lifting one another. And I just love school. And I know that there are others who love it just as much as me, some more than me and some less than myself. But it is just a different vibe. I really like how everyone there's good intentions to really want to help everyone. So come
Yeah.
on in. The community's called Your Stage Community. Look us up,
I'll go and get that.
and
link.
let's connect after this show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rumor is there's a pretty good songwriter on that school
That community.
community.
Two.
There is.
Two.
Or two, yeah. I did want to mention before we let you go, Teresa, about Substack and Substack, particularly as you are a writer. It's not just the writing that I think is important about Substack. It's the ability to push that to all of these other platforms. So once you get clarity on your niche and how you want to contract that, you can then very easily, Substack makes it obscenely easy to push that out to all of these other, America was talking about discoverability. So you can push it out to TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. And again, I'm not saying you have to do this, but the tools are there, and like to break up if you have longer content, to be able to break that up. Uh, like and unfortunately I went a little too nuts on it, and I have, like, I think it's 5 publications, and I'm gonna have to cut those down. But it just shows you how easy it is to create. And Keith has sort of, I think, gotten a little bit of the secret sauce relative to, are people dropping like flies, Keith, or is it just me? Oh, they're there. They're
A lot of tech coming in and out. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
the signal keep going out.
yeah, I would just take and maybe get on a school for Substack. I mean, I know that's a little confusing, but it might be worth joining a Substack, a school Substack community, to get help, because that's, to me at least, it seems like the school people, and again, some are going to want to monetize and whatnot, but it just seems like school seems to be a community where people are ready to help each other.
Yeah. I
Yeah, absolutely.
appreciate everything that everyone has said to help me to narrow this thing down, because it is getting a little overwhelming. And so, at least if I didn't take anything else from this live, is that, not be afraid to ask for help. And I'm glad I was able to find that here on tonight. So I thank each and every last one of you for helping me.
No, we're here to help. That's the point. Now, what I'm going to do, we've been going 5 hours. My goal is 6 hours. I can see the finish line. I'm going to keep going, even if I have to talk to myself. So I'm going to play a song. I'm going to make a cup of tea. And this song is actually for you, Teresa. Visibility has a long tail. So you can listen to this in the replay, but I wrote a song called Visibility Has a Long Tail, which actually was inspired by a show I did with Americo. This takes a long time. Everyone feels this. And I think this actually explains it. I'm clicking the button. 1.
Visibility has a long tail. Not every idea leaves a paper trail. You just can't fake what time takes to unveil. 'Cause visibility has a long tail. Been running circles
5 hours in. This is pretty impressive. LinkedIn has cut the show off after 4 hours. That's their limit. I've outlived my usefulness there. But YouTube is still going, and we've been 5 hours down, and we are rocking. So I'm going to do a wrap up now. We've covered so much ground. It'll take me an hour to keep up. So, what do you think, Mike, are the key points we've learned so far? And let's bring it home and see if we can hit 5 hours. Please, if you need to go, I won't be embarrassed. I won't be offended. I'll just play songs. I'm going to make 6 hours. I'm definitely doing this. I'm on a marathon. I can see the finish line, and I've got 6 songs up my sleeve to get me there. But Mike, what do you think of the key points we've talked about? Bloody brilliant.
Well, I think the through line, and I hope America would agree, is clarity. And you had called it end game, which I think is also important. But if you don't really have clarity, and by the way, this can be a moving target. I mean, it can't be radically moving, but you want to polish it as you go along. But I think one of the things for me is to not allow perfection to get in the way of good. And I think people that are not entrepreneurs or haven't tried are probably stuck in that mode, in that they are, well, I gotta have it everything sorted before I launch. And I kind of was there, and I was actually talking to someone that's kind of coaching me, and basically they said, go effing do it. Stop not making excuses. And there is a mindset, by the way. You can call it imposter thoughts or whatever, but and again, I don't know Teresa well, but I think it sounds like to me she has plenty of ammunition. It's just she hasn't quite figured out what her target is. And again, I wish in my career, let alone this, that I would have asked for help more. Reach out to the Americas and you and others to get help, particularly if you've been at it a while, and it sounds like she has. If she has, this will be her third book, I think she said. That you need, ask for help, get clarity, and and work on your ikigai.
The thing I love about this, I know for sure, and I'm going to make this happen. The people that have been doing it are happy to share. I've been doing this since 2006, and there's nothing gives me more joy than sharing that. I've been around the block a few times. I've been where Teresa was, and I'm happy to share how I got out of it. There's nothing in it for me. I just love doing it. And I know that the people that have been doing this a long, long time wish that they had have known themselves as a younger person. I wish I had someone like me to guide me when I was this age. When I was when I was starting, and I want to be that person to myself. So I know that sounds a bit meta, but the point is that I've been doing this since 2006, and it seems a shame to just let that sort of go. I'm at the stage now, maybe you call it legacy, whatever you call it. I just feel like I got lots and lots of stuff in my pocket. I just can't help but share it. And then when you hear someone like Teresa said, oh, what do I do next? We know. And I'm not saying that in an egotistical way. We've done it. We've been there. And you don't have to buy a $97 ebook to access my wisdom, if that's what you want to call it. I'm happy to share. Because I've got food in my belly, and I've got enough money to pay for the microwave so I can have my cup of tea. I've got plenty, not heaps. I mean, I'm not a billionaire, a millionaire, whatever you want to call me. I've got enough. And I think we want to build, as you would call it, Mike, a community of people that think the same way. We ask questions, we answer them, other people come in. And I think it's been a miraculous show. I wasn't sure we were going to make the 6 hours, but we probably will now because we've cracked 5. I've got enough songs to just wing it for an hour. But what do you think, America? You've been in the car driving on your honeydew list. I love that. Honeydew, can you do this, honey? Can you, honey, do this? Can you do this? You've been listening in. What do you think of the highlights that you can think of from the 5 hours so far?
Hey, you started off with Jim, and the conversation flourished around Substack, and I'm still astonished, and I shouldn't be, because every time I meet someone for the first time, I'm an advocate for Substack, and I recommend Substack to everyone. And to hear that some people have yet to hear about it or know nothing about it surprises me. Yes, there's only 50 million members, but if each of those 50 million would advocate and just recommend to one person daily, this would grow exponentially in a relatively short period of time. It almost feels like some people are keeping this a secret, and it's no secret. I have no issue in sharing and telling people you got to make this part of your content stack. And even if it means relinquishing another channel, make room for Substack, because there's just so many things happening. Jim touched on some updates on their desktop interface. So they've made it clear that they're investing to make this a better user experience. So there's big things coming, and we're getting in just at the right time. That was the first part of your show. I really loved that segment. Then to come in at the tail end and hear that you guys are still going on is just fantastic. Loved in the middle where you were talking about, and I believe Jim shared it, Layla shared it, but you were talking about the importance or the necessity of hosting a show versus guesting on a show, and the difference between needing to have one versus the other. I think that was very, very important. And that, I know you're not a big repurposing fan, but that in itself has just evergreen content that can be repurposed, because there's so many people who are reluctant to step into a mic thinking that they have to be all these things to host. You don't necessarily have to host. If all you want is to bring clarity and gain visibility, just guest. And there are now tools out there, and there's communities like ours who were able and ready to introduce people who are looking for guests. So it was a wonderful show. It's a shame that I'm not sitting at home participating in more of it, but let me tell you, kudos on you. We missed you Monday and Tuesday. I know it was a long weekend for you. You went to the concert, but what a way to come back and kick off the week.
Yeah, and do you do that? Do you go to concerts there?
I'll be honest with you. That's the one thing I dread. I've been to one concert in my life. I got dragged to it. I don't do well with noise, big crowds, and noisy environments. It was Phil Collins. Maybe it wasn't Phil Collins when it was Genesis,
Mm-hmm.
and that was my only concert that I've been to, and I just have no desire. I'll listen to music from the comfort of my home, from the comfort of my car. Just concerts, not my thing.
Yeah, it's a very unique idea if you're not into them. For me, my favorite concert was Green Day, March 2025. That had completely changed my life forever. 50,000 people in a room, a hall, a stadium. But the thing that happens, and this is why I love it, when the concerts are very big, they have screens, which you can sort of see here. So in a way, you're listening to the music, which you can feel in your belly, and your whole body's vibrating. There's a room of 15,000 people, and you're watching a band a long way away, but there's a screen. It looks like you're watching a movie, like a film clip being made. Right? It's a very unique idea to explain if you're into it. Now, my wife and I go to these a lot. We've got 3 planned coming up, right? And to your point, I said, look, I don't mind doing this, but can we stay overnight? That's my caveat. That's my condition, because it's an hour to get into the city from here. So what we do, if the show is during the week, because my wife works in the city, she says, I don't want to stay in the city. I'm there every day, Keith. I don't want to go any longer than I have to. But we got home at 11:30. Train stop at 12 o'clock. And there's a very small window to get the train home. We get home all the way home, and then she's got to go back. So what we do when the gig is during the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday night too, she stays in the city, we stay in the city, and we just get a quick breakfast, and then she goes. She leaves at 7:30. Like she got home at 11:30, bed, up at 6:30, breakfast, go. Right? Not very good for her. She's so tired. Last night she went to bed at 9 o'clock. And what that means for me is that I just wander in about 4 o'clock, sign in, get into the room, check it out, take a few selfies, which no one gets to see. And then we go out to have a drink, go and get a meal, wander down. Band starts about 8:30. See the band. They play for 2 hours. Walk back to the hotel. It's an adventure for us. Like, I wouldn't do it by myself. And we only go to bands that we mutually like. Sometimes I go to bands I don't like. She never does the reverse. No, I'm not saying them, Keith. I don't like them. Well, can we see Pink Floyd? No way. Like, ideally, I've seen Pink Floyd. They're very good. No way we're going to Pink Floyd, Keith. You can do that on your own. Oh, okay. I went to that band. Why can't you go to this band? Right? It's the same as the idea of why do you have 4 shoes? Why can't I get a Rodecaster Duo? It's the same discussion. You've got 4 pairs of shoes. All I want is one mixer. So anyway, that's part of being married, I guess. So we go into the city. And to your point, Americo, there was one time I went to the city to see a band, Iron Maiden it was, 15,000 people at the gig, but it also happened to coincide with the final of the football, 86,000 people, at the adjacent stadium, like 2 meters away. I got to be honest, I completely freaked out. Like, I just completely freaked out. I'm not embarrassed about that. I was just a mongrel. For about 2 hours, I just couldn't speak. I was just so overwhelmed. 100,000 people all trying to get the train. I just completely freaked out. I said, we're never doing this again. Oh, well, that go easy. Go easy. Next time we'll stay in the city. So when we stay in the city, we walk in the opposite direction to where everyone else is going. Everyone else is going to get the train. We're walking into the city to go to bed. Bloody brilliant strategy. And suddenly we're doing 6 or 8 of these every year. We've already got 3 worked out for the remainder of the year. It was 1 in a month. So what it means to me, though, is that I really, really want to come back to, because I was a musician. Like, I was in a band. We did gigs. We had songs. We wrote songs. And we did gigs. Never that big, but we did gigs. And people sang our songs, usually the girlfriends. Right? They knew the songs because we played the demo. But I'm fascinated by this audience versus community thing. Like, I have no desire to meet the people that were there. And maybe if I met someone at a pub and they said, oh, did you go to Lincoln Park? I did. Wasn't it cool? Yeah, man. Wow, what are you drinking? I'll get you one. You know, you've got something in common. But I'm not going out of my way to join the Lincoln Park fan club. I'm not going out of my way to meet people. But while I'm there, I'm with them, like we're one big harmonious family. And it really got me thinking. Like, this is very, very relevant with Green Day, with 50,000 people. But we stayed in the city that night. We made a weekend of it. And it's just an interesting idea, because And it specifically ties into what Teresa was saying. Like Teresa has a method, an idea. She's been going since 2017, but she's not getting traction because in her brain, she still has to produce more rather than have focus. And that is a theme that's come up a lot today, hasn't it?
It has been.
Yeah.
Now, take the community versus audience and tie it in parallel with the music analogy that we're using. I love cover bands, and I love going into a local pub, sitting down, listening to a cover band, having a meal, and enjoying the night that way. I get to enjoy the music, you get to talk to the artists, and that is the whole sense of community. It's smaller, it's at scale. You get to know these people personally, whereas the large venues, you're just an audience member. The music is playing, you're singing along, but nobody knows anybody.
Oh, this is what a great analogy. I personally hate cover bands. I'm so glad we're having this discussion because I write my own songs, and I'm not I wasn't a very good musician, so I would never had enough tolerance to learn other songs. So I'm thinking, well, I've heard that song before. You're just stealing it from someone else. I hate cover bands. I really hate them, but I can see the point. You go there, they play all the songs you love. It's just like listening to the radio, except there's someone behind the drums. You get to sing along. You can go to the you can go to the bar. You can get a couple of drinks. It's not very busy. It costs $5 maybe to get in, and everyone there's having a good time. And then you can go up to the band and say, "Hey, that was pretty good. I didn't mind that. That's a good drum solo in the that Kiss song." I was made for loving you, baby. I get it. I've done that. I get it. So you've got a totally different view of the world of music. Yeah.
But he raises a great point. I have 2 musician friends that do covers, and they have a fan club. And in some cases, they actually follow them around to the various venues. But particularly, I'm thinking of one in particular. He's kind of like a kind of old school rocker, uh, but he does covers, and he has a lady friend. I don't think he's married, but he has a lady friend, and then she has all of these friends that come, and it's like a little fan club, a little groupie club. And I gotta tell you, it's kind of fun. And then I have another friend that plays keyboard, and the band he was they do covers as well, mostly Clapton. And I mean, they had a following too, and they were bigger though. I mean, from a fame perspective or whatever, they weren't huge, but they were, on the East Coast, or particularly like the Jersey and Philly and whatnot. I don't know how far east, west they went, but I really like. I'm glad you brought this up, Americo. Is that concept of more of a community versus the audience, and that it's very easy. I guess it's the other reason, Keith, I don't necessarily like to go to concerts. I'm not a huge crowd. I don't like big crowds. And I probably my favorite concert that I was have gone to, and it's only because we got halfway decent seats, was a Steve Miller Band. And I didn't even realize how many songs he actually sang and or wrote, because there's songs he wrote that he didn't necessarily sing.
Yeah.
So I mean, I enjoy it, but dude, like half the time that, particularly if you're in a place like this, you got these huge towers of speakers, and if you're too close, it's not my thing. I don't want to be with that many people, bumping and.
I freak out too, but I was a musician. Like my goal in life to be famous. So these people are my hero. Like they have done what I couldn't do.
Yep.
They have done it. They have had hot songs on the radio and albums that sell, and 15,000 people singing their songs. I was never able to do that, and I did want to. So when I see a band, there's an admiration factor. This is a very, very good point. Like when you see a band that's very big, part of it, if you really like them, is to say, look, that's them. I mean, that's them. I'm here. They did it. I'm here. I can see them. It's an admiration thing. Like the music is one thing, but you're seeing them. They did it. There's the drummer. That's the drummer. You know, the bit that solo I did. You know, that's him. I'm here. Right now, if you're not into music, you'll never get this. But we were there. Linkin Park are not my favorite band, but they have a lot of good songs. And
Keith, is this the actual stadium, or
yeah, this
is
was
yeah?
This is an actual photo from Tuesday night.
Wow.
An actual photo. Like I didn't take it. I'm not claiming I took it, but we were there, and I'm hoping the copyright rules allow me to play it. Just it's a bit fun. But I was there. Like that's what I saw. That's actually the event that I went to. The actual event. This is actually my view. This is the view I had. I didn't take this photo, but that's the view I got. Now, of course, that's going to freak most people out. But
holy cow!
There they are right at the end, right? And this is exactly what we saw. They're so far away, but they have a screen, which sort of looks like a mini movie. Yeah, see, he's got these screens, and they play the band there, and there were photographers and video. It's like it's an event.
But dude, I went to see Billy Joel actually now, and in the Garden, right, in the Madison Square Garden. I couldn't. I had to watch him on the whatchamacallit, the jumbotron or whatever they call it.
You would call the jumbotron,
huh?
Yeah, you'd call it the jumbotron, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I couldn't see him. Is the point? And we weren't like horribly far back, but it was like, this is again. I'm not a crowd guy, but I mean, I like Billy Joel, and that's the other thing though. I'm gonna keep on bugging you because you had people there, you said, and that you are a fan. So you are part of a community. You're not there to bang heads and shake hands with your community, but there is a community because you are Linkin Park or Green Day or whatever fans. So this is what I'm saying, that people show up, and particularly, I don't even know how to express this. There is community going on in the arena. Now, I'm not saying that you're all best buddies, but something brought you there, namely the artist or the band, and you are in that moment a community.
And if you met him at a party, you'd have something to say. Like, I mean,
that was the other thing. I met Bon Jovi in I think it was one of the restaurants. I didn't go up and shake his hand. I just kind of waved.
He's from Jersey.
Yeah. Yep.
So anyway, this has got me thinking. This is something we do together as a couple. And like, I can say this because we're 5 hours in. I really effing hate traveling. I hate it. I cannot express how much I hate traveling. Right? I off the charts, 11 out of 10 hate traveling. But Carol loves it. Right? Honey Jew, can you do this for me? So I travel because Carol loves it. I go with her because she can't go on her own, and I go with her for her. I'm not saying this is a martyr. I hate it, but I go because she loves it. Being in a relationship is about doing these things. Right? I can't express how much I hate traveling. Like it's the worst in the world. But Carol loves it. Right? And the same with these bands. I hate crowds, but Carol loves going. So we have this arrangement that I go into the city, even though she works in the city. We have to stay overnight because when I freak out at 15,000 people all heading to the train station, we're walking in the other direction, going, hello, bye-bye, see ya. And we walk, and there's no one. And we get to the hotel, and we go, hey, that was cool. Let's just have a shower and go to bed. And then we get breakfast included at the hotel, and she goes to work. So it becomes like an adventure. And here I am talking about it, so it must have been pretty good. But I would never do this on my own. And the arrangement that we have is that we have to mutually be able to tolerate the bands. Like I couldn't go to Lady Gaga or Katy Perry or Pink or those sort of poppy bands. Ed Sheeran was here, right? Ed Sheeran was here. Good bloke. Hate it. I just don't like his music. It's boring to me. I wouldn't, and you'd have to pay me money to go to his concert, which would never happen because he sells that like 2 or 3 times. But, people love him and good on them. They love him. I don't. And luckily Carol doesn't either, because I would go for her. If she wanted to go, I would go, but I'd be going as a duty. And there'd be a bribe. Okay, we're going to go here for this meal and we're going to stay overnight and I get breakfast included and that's my payoff. Okay, I get free breakfast. I get to stay in a fancy hotel in the city. All right, that's all right. I don't care about the band. I just want to stay in a hotel. And I get breakfast included. The band is actually not even important. Can't say that with Carol home, but that's the point. It doesn't even matter who the band is because we're going together as in a way, a community. We have a self-contained community, me and Carol and me. And we take selfies and we make fun of it and we go out for tea and we have a couple of beers, or in my case, ginger beer or a cider. And then, we just mosh out, which is the word they use when you're right up the stage. And the singer actually, this is a true story, the singer actually jumped into the audience and was singing while they were slam dancing. This is a true story. They were slam dancing. You can't comprehend what this is like. They actually made a circle and they moshed, if that's the right word, if that's an adjective you can use. They moshed together while the solo was playing. And she jumped into the crowd and she sort of rode the crowd. What do they call that? Crowd surfing. Impossible to it's like a phenomenon. And you only know this if you know it. Like you can't possibly even comprehend what this means. But we are right in that moment, one collective hub. You're right, probably a community, like a swarm. We're not even people at that point. We're just a collection of heads. We can't even feel our body. I'm exaggerating to make a point, but you are a collective. Right? And I get it. I totally get it. I can't do it every week, but I could do it a couple of times a year. And Carol loves it. Oh, she loves it. Why wouldn't I do that for her? She off the charts loves it. So I guess this is the point, and it gets us talking about what we want to do. I'm really interested, America. I know you love school, but I've got to be honest, I can't get into it. What am I missing? What am I doing wrong? I can't get into it. I just don't resonate with it. What am I doing wrong?
So I would say you are, or you're finding yourself in that lack of engagement. So you engaged and you didn't feel the reciprocity. And a lot of people complain about that. It's like, hey, I can't get people to engage in anything that I post, And for some, it's a struggle. When I look at our community, we're currently sitting at 86% engagement, and that's phenomenal. Regardless if you're comparing communities to social media platforms, 86% engagement is fantastic. And hey, it's I get it. You tried it, you're not feeling it, but it'll come as we grow, and I start hosting exclusive events for community members only. I don't think I'm there yet, because I'll host a weekly hour hangout, and sometimes I'll get one person. This week I had Mike and Sean had two members join us, so it's still in its infancy stage, but everyone's telling me it's like, keep at her, don't give up. You got some good momentum. Don't ease up. continue to show up for your community members, continue to engage. An important thing that you may want to consider to maybe reignite that flame, if in fact there's a flame to be reignited, is join other communities that you see synergy with this one. So I've joined a Substack community. I've joined, other like-minded communities in hopes that by engaging with members who are like-minded or in adjacent communities, that I can see collaborations happening. Engaging in those communities, it brings people over.
Yeah, look, I'm open to it. What do you think, Mike? What do you think I'm missing? What do you think I'm doing wrong?
You're missing the dopamine hit, I think. And it's also, I'm passionate about community building, Keith. I just am. So it takes very little to get me excited, at least initially. And there is something there's something about what I'm calling asynchronous communication, or it's also known as textual permanence, and that is the exact format of what's going on in school. So yes, you can mix video and text, but I mean, you can do some limited live stuff. Uh, but I think the power of school for me is that textual community building, and the gamification I don't think hurts. The leaderboard stuff, the fact that our good buddy Americo has already started this, but in essence he's offering sort of rewards, which is another form of gamification, in his class information. Um, and then, I just think you have to be, what's the word? I mean, you played the song "Visibility is a Long Tail," and it is, and to be sort of a full community member, you have to engage. Now, I understand you didn't really. I think actually tried to like you, but as in, put likes on your posts. Trying to like you is a whole nother thing. But again, I think it's new. It's new for people. They kind of have to figure out, how it all works. But I, I, part of the Keith, is I ran a 10,000 member text-based forum. So I'm very familiar with it. And we had follow the sun engagement. We had a council of moderators, because one thing that hopefully America is not dealing with yet is that a-holes will come in and cause disruption. So you have to kind of figure out what you're going to do about that. And it does. There's no doubt, Keith. If America is serious about this, he's going to have to, spend time. If you're going to be the community leader, you have to lead. And I think once this gets rolling, though, and again, if people can see the value, then some of that goes away. You should be hopefully able to dial back a little bit on maybe being there all the time. But yeah, I all kudos to Americo. I don't think he's doing anything wrong yet. And I'm gonna I'm gonna fall on the sword, Americo, on um I don't know if this can be done, but what I really need to do is sync your calendar with my Google, so that I don't I actually hit yours, because the happy hour one, because I found the calendar. But it would be nicer if there's some way I can sync this calendar with my Google, because I live off my Google calendar.
Yeah. So each event after we got off that, I realized that I had scheduled the event in the calendar, and the calendar event populates a link, but I was going live through a random hangout. which resulted in anyone jumping in the link that's in the calendar.
Oh yeah. I think I mentioned that to
Right?
you, that I
You
had
had
clicked on the link.
mentioned that to me.
Yeah,
So
and
that was
um,
user error.
what we're talking about, Keith, is when you do a pop up, so to speak, for lack of a better word, a happy hour or connection call. That comes up actually somewhere near the top uh, of your school community, and then you just click on it and you're there. But when he had set it up in the calendar, there was another link. And I'm like, dude, where are you? And I think I even DM'd you on school. I said, where are you? 'Cause I'm sitting here waiting on the call. And so that's a challenge. But again, stuff happens, and you work through it, and on you go. So
Yeah, absolutely. So I was it was explained to me that if I had gone in through the link that I had created that was in calendar, then on the main community tab, that live indicator would have still come on, and it would have indicated that, hey, America was live in
ah.
the week. Instead of populating, random hangout, it would have said weekly hour hangout.
Oh, cool. And
So
the cool thing right now, I'm actually on the site. It says happy hour hangout is happening in 5 days. So I don't have to have the calendar open to see that that's happening. So that's kind of cool. Keith. So, I guess it gets back to use case, right? It's like, why would you want to do this? Well, again, I think you can marry school with Substack, and if I really don't feel, and I know you don't like to hear this, but I don't, I don't think Substack is a great community tool. Now, I'm not saying you can't sort of have a community, but I think school is purpose built for that, and you can use the two together to have a really great pairing, in my opinion. So you get a following, Keith. The point is you get a following on Substack. And again, however you want to do that. And then now you can still do stuff in the comments and keep them within Substack, but I don't know. It's not as purpose built, I guess. But again, that's up to you how you want to run
Community is
how
not
you
the
want to run
point.
that.
What if community is not the point?
Well, then how are you keeping people's attention? To me, community is about longevity and continuity. So, how do I keep people's attention? Now, you're doing it through, which is fine, through, persistent um, articles, right? And that's cool. But if you really want fans, then you go the school route. You don't, and at some point, Keith, you don't have to, well, it's not that you don't have to do anything, but you may have to do less if you're basically saying, hey, look, I mean, you mentioned I don't really want to be around from, whatever, Wednesday or whatever to the next Monday. Well, in some cases, school could pick that up and you could have other people that are fans or just part of the community continue on a subject that you started on, Tuesday. And so you keep the what I'm saying is you keep the momentum and all this sort of connection. And then to be frank, I think you would blow numbers out. I really do. Particularly if you were on YouTube.
no,
It's worth considering. I don't know if I'm doing anything wrong other than the fact that I just don't like it. I mean, it's like I don't like roast pumpkin or cooked carrot. I don't particularly like having people in the house. I don't like mowing the lawn. I just don't feel it. I don't feel it. Yeah.
But you get the dopamine hit, Keith. You get the dopamine hit of having people watch live. Well, that's a way to make that happen, I guess is what I'm saying.
well, that's a perfect example. You are more than welcome, as is any community member, to go and rather than just random engagement, liking someone else's post, hey, let the community members know about your shows. Feel free and feel free to post an upcoming event and invite community members who are willing to come out to do so. You had someone today join from uh, one of the communities that Layla belongs to, the Evolve group. Your Aussie friend that you're going to meet in person next week. So if you started to engage, give it a try. You know, there's no harm in trying.
What
That
one of the
gets you
things I am very interested in is how do you think the Substack, sorry, the school version of virtual events will go? Do you think they'll improve? Because at the moment it's pretty lame, isn't it?
It is pretty lame. There are two alternatives. You can go into MS Teams and you can go into to Zoom, and those are alternative options. But I'd like to see, you know, us being able to either through RTMP or some other means connect other events. And you kicked off the show with
EV
what was
Mux.
the yes, EV Mux. So I'll take a peek and see if there's a way we can stream through Zoom, because there are people who stream or through RTMP their Zoom accounts into Restream and StreamYard.
Yeah. I'm not so fussed about the multi-streaming. I'm more fussed about the fact that the site is pretty boring. It doesn't seem to have very much functionality. Do you think they'll improve that?
I would say over time they would improve it, but what I gather is that the onus is on each community member to build and design their own communities, tailor build them, and where the value is really is in the classroom, in the events that are created, either instructor-led events, call them classrooms, call them live streams, call them what you want, but all indications point to the onus being on the community member to build out what they want, and
Yeah,
not put the onus on school. School is just giving you the platform. It's giving you its brand reputation and brand recognition for us to ride the coattails, because it's a Harmozy endorsed product, and but the rest is on us to build out.
What can we do to make it a bit more sexy? It's pretty boring at the moment. What can we do to make it like you can't add slides or music, or it's a pretty boring site.
Well, we added music the other day. I demoed Mike's song on the random live, and it sounded like a vintage vinyl.
Oh wow!
The crackle. You could hear the crackle in the feed.
How did that
It sounded like a vinyl record.
Tell me about that. That sounds like a great idea. You did some sort of additional things to make it sing a bit.
No, Keith, it wasn't supposed to sound like a vinyl record. And Keith, this is going to be an ongoing problem. You're asking me why I don't do. I'm like, I swear, I'm still stuck with not, and I have to reach out to Restream again. I have to find out how Joshua is doing it, because he's doing it somehow.
Wow.
And it's driving me nuts.
Good lead for you. Look, I'm going to practice. This is brand new. I found this out today. Elgato has a new tool called the Wave 3. Now, what you can do is you can have a separate mix for every component. I'm just trying to get my head around this. You can actually have a separate mix for the guests, which is separate to the mix for the music. So you can have up to, I think, 5 different mixes going at the same time. So you play a song that's a different set of parameters. You can have guests a different set of parameters. And I think you can have 5 concurrent mixes going. Or settings going. So when you play a song, it goes from the music mix. when you have the chat going, that goes from the chat mix, in terms of the way that the thing is configured. When you have guests, you've got complete control over how the guests sound. This is exactly what we've asked for, just that they didn't do it. So Elgato has EQ built into 5 different concurrent mixes while you're live. I mean, how cool is that? And it's completely free. Now, I should be bloody working for them, but you know,
This is wavelength. Wavelength you're talking about?
it is. It's called Elgato Wave Link. It's a completely
Yep.
free piece of tech that allows you to have mixes for each component. Exactly what we've talked about. Wouldn't it be great if we could EQ the music a bit better, because the voices are different. They soft.
So how? So okay, act like I'm a 5-year-old. So I load this up.
I don't know. I only found out about it today. I haven't even tried it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and then they also have a Stream Deck, which you probably are supposed to use with this software to play with this.
This is what I'm saying. Elgato has had the, I think, wisdom to say, you know what? We know you probably can't afford everything we buy, that we own, and that's okay. You don't have to have an Elgato product to use our software. The software is completely free. It's our gift to you. If you want to buy a Stream Deck, well, that's great. It'll work with it. If you want to buy an Elgato mic, well, that's great. It'll work with it. If you want to buy an Elgato mixer, that's fantastic. It'll work. But you don't have to. And I just love them for that. Like, it's exactly why I love Substack. It's free, right? And if it works, it works. And if I now am I'm going to research Elgato products now. I love them. It's not what's the word, mercenary. With Rode, which it makes good products, and they are an Australian company, if you want to use Rode Connect, you have to buy a Rode product. Well, I don't have any Rode products. I'm not buying a mic just to use a free piece of software. That doesn't seem to make sense to me. It's a free piece of software, but I have to buy a Rode mic to be able to plug it in. That's stupid. Not for
By the way, I've confirmed that, Keith, that I have Rode Connect. I have the PodMic USB, right? But I also have my Q2U. If I plug my Q2U in, it doesn't recognize it. So it doesn't work. Now that other piece of software, the Sonar one, it recognizes anything that the system recognizes. Which most of them do when you plug it in. But dude, you have me. I'm going to download this and try it out, because if I can do what I want, that solves one of my problems.
Thinking of, I mean, I only found this out about an hour before the show. I was so inspired, I almost cancelled the show. I just want to play with it all day. But of course, you got to honor your commitments. But I only found out about this like an hour before the show. I haven't tried it yet. But from what I can tell, is you can have a separate mix for music, a separate mix for guests, a separate screen for chat, and you have complete control over every facet of the show, which is exactly what we want Restream to do, but they haven't. And look, today, I know people talk about this a lot, but I had a lot of comments on Substack. I had to read them out. I mean, it really pisses me off. Like, I mean,
and did you see that Ninja thing? You should check out that someone had put it in the what's that?
What does that do?
That I think grabs your chats and allows you to put them in one place.
Hopefully, Restream.
It was something Ninja.
Yeah.
This is what I'll find that and I'll play with that too. But to your point, Keith, and this is the challenge, right? I think it's any streaming, multi-streaming. The tools. I mean, you would think that somehow this would work with your platform, your multi-streaming platform, right? But that said, I think it's up to us schmucks to find those third-party, so to speak, tools to allow you. Because I think I told you, Americo, Gabe was doing this somehow, and I think he used that Ninja tool to do it. I have to find that Ninja tool again, but I'll let you know.
Well, this is why this is the essence of why I love live shows. Like something happened today, I can share it. Imagine how long it'd take me. I mean, I'd get restricted if I had to share that as a DM or an email. You know, people talk about email. The whole idea of email marketing is just bullshit. Like, I mean, I'm just going to call it out. It's just bullshit. No one's reading our emails. We're getting too many. No one's reading them. Like they say, you got to own your email list. It's bullshit. I'm just going to say it. No one reads my emails. No one clicks on the link. It's just a complete waste of time.
Well, I was kind of hinting at that with the when that guy was talking about his. I'm like, I have a hard time. Uh, my email. I actually have an email, Keith. I call it my throwaway because that's if I'm shopping or whatever when I don't want to give it out, that's the one I give out. But stuff gets lost, or even if I'm using it for, I have one that I mostly use for business, but you get unfortunately you get spam and stuff, and before you know it, stuff that I'm looking for, like I think even your Substack stuff, it'll get lost in the shuffle. So and I know you might be a little frustrated, but this little the Facebook, I mean, this is one method, but the live streaming down under is actually, I think, to be honest, I mean, I know what you're doing and when you're doing it, specifically when you're doing it, like if you're late or there's problems or whatever, I know exactly what's going on because you're posting it in the
What's your
chat.
thought on that, Rico?
And that,
You had this is funny. You came back to Facebook after 6 years and noticed there was 190 messages there, but none of them were any good. Do you see some value in this Facebook? It's a very good Facebook group. It's only people that have come to the show and want to get more information about the show. There's no bullshit there. Everyone there in this group has been on the show.
So the group is niched. It's an ideal way to get in front of those community members who are here to support one another. It does get busy at intervals. I do find myself having to mute it for an hour, mute it for the rest of the evening, because when everyone gets going, my phone doesn't start chiming. So I think that was one of the original reasons why I shut down Messenger, and because it was just constant pinging of my phone. But it was funny to see messages from years ago. What would happen if I replied to these messages? Hey, just got your message. What's up? Are you guys still there?
yes, I'm trying to send that link. And it doesn't. I sent it in the private chat, the social stream. I'm going to play with that too. Because as Keith was saying, I mean, it's frustrating, and I think it's true of. Um, although Keith, I don't know if you've seen, and I think you have the version that you can actually have. It's not going to cover Substack, but there's a chat function that everyone can see on the screen in Restream. That's not going to help your Substack though, because you can't connect. And I think we lost. Yeah, that one. So you can see what we're seeing in the chat on the right hand side. But that doesn't and actually, what is that? That's okay. Yeah. So we saw Roberto. So we see YouTube and LinkedIn. And I'm pretty sure Gabe is using that ninja thing. I'll have to see if I can find out, or I'll see the messages and see if that makes sense. But that's probably what you're going to have to do to make Substack work.
All right, you got 14 minutes to hit that 6-hour mark.
I think he fell asleep or went out to eat or something. I don't know. I don't know what happened with Keith. Went for a beer. Went to the loo. What can we talk about, Americo? I'm running out of gas. Oh,
Oh, there.
what's this song? There we go.
Awesome.
His PC overheats so much he has to reboot. Good for him for sticking it out, though. Why isn't this working?
Messages flying, engagement combined, but focus can fade when you spread too thin. Deep roots grow slow. Where do you begin? Oh, Twitch lights up, YouTube glows, LinkedIn's in the mix, and everyone knows growth is fast when you break the mold, but building a tribe takes time and soul. Streaming 101, the choice is crystal clear. Now you can stream your story for the world to hear. Pick your path, there's no wrong run. Learn the rhythm. Multi-streaming 101, multi-streaming 101, oh yeah. The choice is crystal clear.
Did we lose the music signal?
No, that was the end of his.
That track?
Yeah, time to get a Rodecaster Duo. That was the end of the track, multi-stream track. Oh, he lost his mic connection. so I guess we're going to close out this show between you and me, America.
Right on. Hey, listen, tomorrow I don't know what I'm expecting. I I had a little bit of a snag. Had to reschedule tomorrow evening's show. I was supposed to have Amolia on. I've been trying for months to coordinate something with her, and now I have this gig in the evening that I have to free up my evenings for, and have to reschedule Amolia. But I didn't want to go Thursday without a live stream, so I reached out to school community, the Substack community over on school, and invited anyone who was member or non-member to come on over and showcase their school, and let's talk Substack. So I don't know if anyone's going to show up, but we're going to give it a try. So if you're free tomorrow at 1, come on up, keep me company. If we get people join the conversation, we'll then have a good idea of whether or not this is something worth doing to keep fueling the sense of community.
Oh, I'm back. I think my Zoom P4 broke. Well, it wouldn't take me very much. It wouldn't take me very much to get a duo. I'm almost there. And then look, it's not much bigger. I mean, I think I can probably get wifey to agree. I think it's a pretty good use case. Look at this. I'm having a bit of trouble. It's
That actually raises a question, Keith. How easy is it to resell stuff in Australia? Is it relatively easy? Electronics and stuff.
I tell you what happened. In 1996, I went to a music shop. We had this thing in Australia called consignment. I don't know if you've heard that phrase. And basically, I had all my gear in a music shop, and he calls me when he sells it, and he takes 10%. He keeps it. Nothing happens, and then when they sell it, he goes, "Guess what, mate? We got it. Sold it. I'll come and I'll send you a check." And that time it was a check. And I thought, okay, well, that's all right. $700. You keep $70, and there's $630 for me. And usually, what happens is someone calls and says, "Look, that price is a bit dear, but they want to give you $595. Would you sell it for $595?" Wow, it's been sitting there for 18 months. I guess there's nothing to lose. Yeah, all right, let's do it. So in Australia, music shops have a thing called consignment. You put your stuff in the shop, they keep it there, and when they sell it, they keep 10% and they give you the rest. Or maybe it's 20% because it's taken up space in their room. I've never, other than that time, 1996, where I sold everything, like every piece of music equipment I owned, I sold. I've never done it, and I probably won't. What you asking that we should upgrade? Yeah.
Well, no, I was just wondering, like in US, we have something called Facebook Marketplace. I mean, there's other places, but we have Facebook Marketplace, and I would potentially, if I was going to get rid of, some of this, and my stuff is relatively new, so I could say, I don't know, like new or barely used or something, and at least get close to, I don't know, 80%, 70% or something of my purchase price, or maybe a little less, but get something out of it, right? And then upgrade.
Yeah,
because I'm telling you, I'm really jonesing for a duo.
Yeah, I'm really interested in this idea because I never, ever buy things secondhand. Never. If I'm going to pay 80% of new price, I'd rather have it brand new and have a warranty. Why would I?
Well, you raised a very good. Actually, Keith, I was actually looking for a Rode Duo on eBay. They were all broken, and I thought I mentioned this to you. Maybe I mentioned it to someone else. I'm like, why are they broken? And it was like, and you said something like, well, they get used. I'm like, yeah, but so what are you doing? Throwing them on the floor? I think it's kind of hard to break the glass or whatever. I mean, if you see that, Keith, it's tilted up. So I don't know. I mean, and maybe they're doing what America was talking about and going on the road or something. I don't know, but I was trying to find something. To your point, I mean, if it's like that, it's easy. I'm not buying that. Even if it's still works. And the other thing is, one of them had some of the back things broken. I just think they were abused. I don't know where they were getting them from, but they were like getting abused because dude, I've had PCs for years. I don't break the place where you put in the USB. Uh, I don't know. Maybe I'm weird like that. Do you abuse your equipment, Americo?
No, it's I, I don't buy electronics for that exact reason. Even when someone posts like
Mm,
new condition, I've been burned years ago on eBay, and
too many times.
I've
Yeah.
vowed electronics never again. Clothes and electronics, two things that I can't buy used. Uh, Clothes, any condition. Don't Won't buy new clothing, and I won't buy used electronics any longer.
Yeah.
Well, we did for kids clothes. I think we did on eBay, but generally, I look something up. I even try something on maybe in the store, and then I go order it on Amazon if it's the same make and stuff, or I'll just buy it at the store. But you're right. For the most part, on electronics, I tend to buy it new.
And we have an announcement.
Oh,
We are now into the 6th hour. We did it. We did it. Can you believe it? I don't believe it. We did it. I sat in this chair solidly for 6 hours. Is that craziness? Is that like lunacy? Or is it just passion? Like, I mean, I did it. 6 hours, 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. I can do it. I know I can do it. I did it. Yeah.
no, but when you played the music, did you at least take a bio break, or are
I
you
love
saying?
that bio break. I made a fresh cup of tea and just walked around,
Yeah.
did a wee, as we call it here. So yeah, I had a bio break, but 6 hours, we covered so much ground. Like, I mean, man,
Yeah.
imagine this. But like, I mean, this discussion here, right here, the Zoom P2, $200 versus the
Mm,
Rodecaster Duo, $700.
yeah.
Now, if you were to look at them side by side, they almost look identical. Well, not exactly, but they're like a little bigger, more gadgets, but fucking $700. $700. There's no way I'm going to get that through the bursar.
It's those damn Aussies, man. They jack the price up on everything.
Yeah, and this is an Australian company. Made,
That's what I'm saying. Rode is from
yeah.
Australia.
It's very, very cool. What I'm going to do next week, I'm very proud of this, very excited about this. I've got 2 shows planned. Wife is actually working from home on Wednesday, which actually does ordinarily create a lot of tension because we have to share the internet. But I'm actually going to do what I'm going to call the work from home special. I want to do a show specifically with both of us working from home to prove that it can be done. Because I don't know if you know this, I'm very proud of this. I'm so proud of this. In Victoria, the state where I live, from the 1st of September, it is now law that you must be able to work 2 days a week if you want to, if the business concept allows it. Obviously, you can't work in construction. You can't make coffee, can't pour petrol. But for office workers, from the 1st of September, you must be able to work from home at least 2 days a week. We are so into it. Like, we have embraced it to the max. It's causing a
I don't see why that I mean, I hate to say this, Keith, that shouldn't be controversial. And in the US it's not mandatory, but most companies, like my wife has 3 days
oh
in,
wow.
2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's not mandatory. And obviously during COVID, I think what happened during COVID, and this didn't really unfortunately change because a lot of people had back to work policy, but meaning you had to go back to the brick and mortar. Even though I don't know. It really depended on the company. Some companies were very adamant about you showing up, 5 times a week, and then some were no, we'll allow you like one or two. Like most of the ones that the positions I was interviewing for after COVID was usually like at least 3 days, maybe four, but a lot of them were 3 days in and 2 days remote. So yeah,
Our government stepped in the opposite order. So with office jobs in a hybrid state, 2 and 3 days at home, it started to impact our local economies so much that occupancy rates or vacancy rates went through the roof for commercial real estate. The the restaurants, that they lost their lunchtime revenues because everyone's working from home. Like, just the local business economy just suffered so much that the government stepped in and set the example, because companies were trying to reinforce people coming back to the office, and they said, we're having none of this. We've proven that we can work from home, doesn't impact business operations. We're not coming back. And the government stepped in and mandated their government workers to go back 5 days a week to set the example, to support businesses getting their employees to come back to the office.
did it work?
Yeah, this was effective February of this year, so it's only a month and a bit.
Oh, still no, but I mean, are non-government workers going back?
So non-government workers now, the private enterprises can now point and say, all right, the government's doing it, we're now following suit with the government, and we're enforcing our return to work policy.
Until labor says get tossed and I'm
Yeah,
leaving.
that's
Yeah.
what most people are doing. That's the point. Most people that really value their freedom have left. I know mates of mine. I
Yeah.
know mates of mine have said, "Look, I'm not doing it. I don't care what you say. I'm not doing it. And if it means I have to leave, then I have to leave. I'm going to vote with my feet." In Australia, we value our freedom very, very strongly. So we are right behind this. Carol has to go in 3 days a week, but it's now law from the 1st of September that if you want to work from home, you can 2 days a week. They have to allow it. And if you don't, just go, leave. Let's just find another job. And it's interesting to see how people have processed that. Really interesting. So anyway, Carol has to work from home on Wednesday because she's got a work from home directive. They have to test all systems on a random day. So all these people from her work have to work from home on Wednesday, and it's a disaster relief
Exercise.
to see if a bomb explodes or we run out of petrol, which is possible. Australia may run out of petrol. That will never happen there, I'm guessing. Please tell me if I'm wrong, but we've got 36 days of petrol left in Australia, and we will run out.
What?
We've got 36 days of petrol left in Australia because we
You
don't make.
you you don't drill.
We don't have petrol in Australia. There's no oil fields in Australia. So we've got 36 days of petrol left, and some stations are saying, petrol stations, $20 maximum.
Is that because of the war or what?
The war. There's just no petrol. Like they can't get it here. Right? So anyway, so no one's driving anywhere anymore, and it's a $20 maximum on some stations, and we've got 36 days worth of petrol left. It's $2 a litre, $8 a gallon. Right. So, we're heavily motivated to stay at home.
It'll be interesting, Keith, if have you guys looked at alternative fuels like hydrogen or anything in Australia?
Yeah, they in Australia they have two types of fuel. One is 91 and 98. And the other 9%, I didn't know this until today, the other 90% is vegetable oil.
Oh, okay. So it's like our ethanol in the
We
United
have
States.
we
We did
have
that.
E10,
Yeah.
which is 10% ethanol. That's very cheap. And then they recycle vegetable oil here. So it's very fascinating, like the way the world processes different things. Like my wife is going to start working from home every Friday from July, and probably 2 days a week. Sorry, not work from home, stay at home. She's going to have a 3-day weekend from July because we value time. Well, we don't work to live; we live to work. No, sorry, we don't live to work. We work to live. So we do the amount of work
Yeah.
that's required to have the job we want, the life we want. We don't, Aussies typically don't work weekends, and we're not workaholics. We have rest and we have leisure, and I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud of the Aussie lifestyle. People,
I will say when I went to Sydney, I stayed pretty much like a week there. You feel that lower, slower pace of life, even in the city, even in Sydney. Yeah, I flew into Melbourne. I didn't really get to see Melbourne because I flew in and then met a friend and then jumped on a plane to Sydney and spent that week in Sydney. But very friendly. I had it in reverse, Keith. I had the American accent, and apparently that was a fun thing in Sydney.
well,
So.
it gets you in the door a couple of times, but as long as it's not a New York accent. What
Do I sound like a New Yorker, America?
No,
you sound to me like the like the guy from MacGyver, but we're currently watching Stargate.
Okay. Yeah. Richard. What's his
Richard
name?
Anderson. Is it Richard Anderson?
I think. Yeah, I think. I see.
Very sort of cultured American accent, sort of a bit like LA, probably, maybe like Chicago. Anyway,
Well, my my relatives or whatever from that area, Illinois, Chicago, Illinois.
so it's 4:10 p.m. I've been sitting in this chair for 6 hours. Wifey's coming home soon. My turn to cook. The dutiful husband. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap up, but two things next week. One is Tuesday. I'm going to do a show, the social audio sound check. I'm going to work out how to use this Elgato product, and I'm going to lead the show with that because I'm really fascinated by that now. And on the Tuesday for you, I'm going to have a work from home special, and I'm going to deliberately do a show when Carol's trying to work, and I'm going to see if we can. She's on the phone to a client and I'm on a live stream. Does that clash? Does she call out, "Hey, Keith, get off the bloody computer, I'm on the phone"? Which might happen. It might happen because, she's got a client and she's getting paid and I'm just doing this for fun. So she wins. But
you may want to get a sound effect for the dial-up internet.
Oh, yeah. What is that sound?
The warbling,
yeah, Pixabay.
Yeah.
I'll have a sound that says dial up as a sort of indication that. And look, that's part of the whole process of working from home. The sound of dial up internet. It's.
There you go.
I'm going to use that.
That's annoying as hell. But that's what it was,
Yeah. And then when you upgrade it to DSL, it's like, oh man, you were on top of the world.
Well, there's the one thing we didn't do very well for whatever reason. I know it was big in Europe. I mean, we had it, but it was very hard to get in the United States.
What's that?
DSL. We had something that you could basically put two phone lines together, Americo. I can't remember what they called it, but DSL was all over X.25 for that matter too, all over Europe. But we couldn't, for whatever reason, the telecoms in in the United States didn't really push that.
Yeah. Anyway, it's all part of the fun. We learned so much. Like I've said this many times. There's no way in the world you could learn this in a course at a university. Most people at a university aren't even doing it. They're reading it from a book. They got no idea what's going on in the real world. They just learn it from a book that came out in 1975. And I mean, so I've had serious arguments with professors at university that said, "Oh, mate, I don't even have a social media account." What? You're teaching social media marketing and you're not even on LinkedIn. Oh, it's all there. I read it in the library. It's all there. What do you mean it's all there? You're not doing it. Oh, yeah, it's all just maths. You know, all my mates are on it. They just tell me how to go. You're not doing it. I see it like a professor at the University of, I don't know, Chicago, and a Korean woman doesn't have a LinkedIn account teaching social media to 18-year-olds as a PhD course or whatever it is they do. You know, fucking angry, really angry. What do you mean? You're getting paid to teach people something you don't even use yourself. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. So anyway, we're doing it. We're learning fast. We're doing it. We're crashing and burning. I've learned so much in this 6-hour period. We learned about the ninja thing. I'll try that next week. Learned about the Elgato thing. We'll try that. Bloody brilliant. Now, I'm going to just have a bit of a lie down, I think. So I'm going to finish with a song. And I've done my 6 hours. I've done my turn. I've done my time. I feel like I need a rest. So I'm going to play a song. What will I play? I'm going to finish with Substack Feels Like Home, because for me, I get it. I just totally get Substack. I am so comfortable there. I spend hours a day on it and I get a result. I get my dopamine hit. So maybe we'll pick up on that next week. So you guys go and do your thing. Go to bed. Must be getting late there. And I'll see you next week.
All right.
Cheers.
Cheers.